Yo, yo, yo. Let's play some game. Guys, I'm gonna have strict routines. We're gonna be having reacts, watch and reacts and games every day, basically. But I'm gonna have days off as well. Hold on, the music is giga loud. What the fuck? I have no clue what this game is about. Flowey, Flowey the flower. Okay. What? What the fuck? Okay. What? No! What is going on? She's our mommy. Okay, what are those? Talking to him? What? Act? Oh shit. Another puzzle, huh? Well, I don't know if I can, like, click anything. So I have a stick, bandage. Interesting. Nope, I can't do anything here. Let me fix the YouTube chat quick. So what is act? I don't want to fight him again. Eastern room is the Eastern room's blueprint. So this snakish thing? What does this mean? Forgive me for what? What is about to happen now? What is this? Okay. I love this game. No? Oh, okay. I wanna see if this is widescreen. Is it? C to open the menu. You took ball candy, how disgusting. Oh, okay. Great, I kinda want more then. Oh no, I didn't want to take, whatever. Let's take as many as we can. Tennis pills onto the floor. No! I took too much too fast? No! Okay. Oh, okay. Cinnamon or butterscotch? Fuck, both are insane. Let's go with butterscotch. Oh no, wait. Okay, so far so easy. It's extra easy. Well, that sucks. Please don't step on the leaves. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh, I can dodge. Okay. Compliment. Wait. Oh, sick. That is so cool. Okay. My law increased. Okay. Oh, you missed the attack? Interesting. Oh shit. Yeah, don't step on the leaves. Okay, okay. Oh, is this the same pattern? Oh, I'm so stupid. No, I mean, oh, I have so much to learn. Oops. If it's the pattern, it has to be the pattern. This is how I can walk. Yeah. So we're gonna have on certain days we can play certain games. Maybe I do it via genre. So I can only push them in one. Okay. Ooh, triple. Okay. Okay. Motherfucker. Thank you. So we have the mouse over here. Interesting. Okay. Holy shit! You're not feeling up to it right now, sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's depressed. No. So I can skip the dialogue with X. Okay, it's getting very mysterious. So there was a... Did I check out the room downstairs? I can fall into these pits. Okay. Let's see. Right. Leave 7G in the web. $18G. Do I have to buy something here? So we activated something. Okay. Nothing happened. Rotation in perspective. What? Okay. So I don't see a blue switch. But I did. Nothing happened. Do I have to unswitch them first? If you can read this. Okay. Did it reset? Yes, there was a blue switch. So if I don't press it, if I go here, it says nothing. And I can't ever click these. I'm gonna unswitch. Oh, no way, bro. Okay. I see. It's a nice tutorial. So green must be here. Mommy! So she got something for us. Toriel, she's definitely Smash. She's absolute waifu. Oh, butterscotch onion pie. Oh, snail pie. My favorite. Oh my god. So we got our own room. Yo, what's up, Grim Reaper? I have no clue about this game, by the way. I love it. Did I go to sleep? Okay. Snail pie. Butterscotch cinnamon. So, oh, never mind. Looks like this is all I can do here. So I can't get to the things in the back because otherwise it's gonna sleep me. What is this? Chariel. Chariel is so awesome, what the fuck? So pressing X does not skip the dialogue. Oh, because it is not a dialogue? Because it's reading, maybe? One more room. Okay. Oh wow, mirror. A water sausage. Oh, I clicked too fast. Wait, so how did I skip this? I press A. Okay. So she's avoiding if we talk about the ruins. What are these ruins about? Is she in her room, maybe? Maybe she wrote about it here. That was a good one, okay. Okay, I would actually want to stay with her forever. Hmm. I actually don't want to stop her. No! I have to fight her? Oh boy. What is this music? Okay, sorry, let's go. Yo! Bro, what is this? What? What is this? I'm so dead. Mommy! Oh no, I think I meant to die here. Jesus. Did I get hit in the end? So bad. Oh no, Toriel! Easy, easy. Holy. Okay, we got her. No, mommy. Okay. Wait. What happened? What? Did we kill her? What? Wait. First of all, I wanna stay. Second of all, I would never kill her. Is she dead? This sucks, dude. Is this real? Did I like kill her or what? I'm sorry. Hello? Okay, I don't like this at all. Like, at all. Okay, but I didn't want to kill her. You're not talking about her like this. Oh my god, can we... I'm gonna storm this one. What an idiot. Can we, like, destroy this little plant? No, man, but honestly, like, why would the game start like this? She did nothing wrong. Nothing, she only helped us. It made us, like, butterscotch something. Not a single wrong or bad thing from her, and then we kill her like this, and that's how the game starts. Is this stupid or what, man? I don't even want to play the game anymore. What? So I can go out and look at demons and shit? I had everything at home. This does not make any sense. Like, why would I want to do this? See, the game does not make you care about this character at all. But I'm, like, forced to, you know, wanna go on an adventure here, somehow escape wherever I'm trapped here. I swear to God, I was just gonna stay with L'Oreal, honestly. Let her be my mommy and easy life? What? I would never kill her, man. She loved us. Okay, what is going on now? So I'm a human and everybody else is like a demon, yeah? What? So this is Papyrus. And they're both looking for humans, yeah? Okay, so he's full cliche and we are like, the other guy is like full chill. He's actually psychologically making him adverse to us as the lamb. So he's a mastermind, this guy. A skeleton. Okay. So far I didn't like any of this besides our mommy, but we killed her. He wants... Where did he go? To the left? Something? Oh wow, I think the game is looping us. Wait, why is this so long? Oh, okay, I just stay right. Also, X is A. Okay. Wait, he left? What? So we have a bottom, right, and top. Okay. Because we put the line back in, okay. So they left. Okay, this goes on throughout all of the game, yeah? Okay. No moving. Oh wow, okay. Don't move. What was this attack? It was a lot of XP. Okay. Okay. Oh wow. I wanna check out the glove. What is this? Okay, cool. Okay. What the fuck, dude? Some nice scream. TNG. We can put the ball in this hole. I don't know. Fuji. Okay. I don't know what jumble is. Spaghetti. Press Z. Oh wow. Press Z? Wait, I have to press Z? What the fuck? I have to press Z, I can't press it here on the thing? Oh, I pressed something on the controller, I don't know. I didn't get it again, fuck. Wait, what button is it? Uh-oh. Miss. Yeah, somehow I did it again. I pressed everything at once. I don't know. There's a camera hidden. What is this about? X. Okay. I have to press Z again. No! How do I choose the other thing? What is this, dude? Oh, yeah, okay. Guess I cannot spare them. Shit! What is this? I'm dead. Hmm. Ah, I think that's my name. Ah. Alright, okay, so this is where we saved. Almost 1 hour. I mean... Okay. I'm not feeling it too much right now. So, them killing off L'Oreal, making me kill her, and like forcing me into this story, I didn't like it at all. Is this supposed to be funny or something? Why don't I get it? The humor, I don't like it. Some things were cake, but I'm not sure when I'm gonna come back to this one. I might have to like learn more about the lore and stuff. When did this game come out? I'm just stuck on L'Oreal now. Why is she dead? 2015. Oh boy. If they wouldn't have killed her off like this, I would have been in a different mood. Yeah. So I do want to play something, get something else on my mind. I couldn't even play like this whole week. It was just bad. But I'm healing. And yeah. I don't know, it's like just repeating myself, always the same shit. It's like I haven't learned anything. Just depression. But I really like want to do something, but I just can't. Like, I'm so stuck. We have so many insane games. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. try and play something else.
Nichts. So oft nichts. Stille. Oder was fast noch schlimmer ist, eine ganz belanglose Nachricht, die nichts klärt, aber genug Hoffnung schürt, dass du weiter wartest. Und das ist sehr perfide, weil du bist gefangen in einem Kreislauf aus Hoffnung, Nähe und Enttäuschung. Denn wenn sie da ist, fühlt es sich an, als hätte dich noch nie jemand so sehr gesehen, so sehr berührt, körperlich und emotional. Aber dann verschwindet sie wieder. Vielleicht ignoriert sie dich tagelang, vielleicht wertet sie dich sogar ab. Und trotzdem kannst du nicht loslassen. Vielleicht schon seit Monaten, vielleicht schon seit Jahren. Und warum fühlt sich diese Verbindung so intensiv an? Warum kannst du nicht einfach aussteigen, obwohl du eigentlich wirklich längst weißt, dass es dir nicht gut tut? Die Antwort liegt nicht bei ihr, sondern in einem perfiden psychologischen Mechanismus, der dich süchtig macht. Und genau darüber wollen wir jetzt sprechen. Ja, hi, ich bin die Christina, ich bin Psychologin und ich berate Menschen online. Warum sprechen wir heute von eigentlich aus der männlichen Perspektive? Weil tatsächlich mehrere männliche Klienten dieses Thema hatten, aber natürlich passiert es auch Frauen. Ne? Also was ist denn diese Limerence oder Limerenz? Ist eine ganz intensive emotionale Fixierung, sogar manchmal bis zur Besessenheit von einer bestimmten Person. Das kann das Leben der Betroffenen sehr stark beeinflussen, weil Gedanken, Fantasien und Emotionen überwältigend werden. Während Limerenz oft als romantische Verliebtheit missverstanden wird, geht sie weit darüber hinaus und kann ein Zeichen tiefer liegender psychologischer Muster sein. Was sind so typische Anzeichen von Limerenz? Es ist nicht einfach nur ein starkes Interesse an der Person, es fühlt sich an wie eine emotionale Achterbahnfahrt, bei der jedes noch so kleine Signal der betroffenen Person das eigene Wohlbefinden bestimmen kann. Viele Betroffene erwischen sich dabei, wie sie ständig ihren Messenger öffnen, tatsächlich nur um zu gucken, ob die Person online war oder ist. Sogar wenn seit Tagen oder Wochen gar keine Nachricht kommt. Und jede noch so kleine Reaktion des Gegenübers wird analysiert. Das kann sogar das Gesehen-Häkchen als stilles Zeichen der Zuneigung oder Ablehnung gedeutet werden. Oft liest man alte Nachrichten wieder und wieder, als wären sie ein Beweis dafür, dass die Verbindung doch real ist. Man vermeidet soziale Aktivitäten, verliert den Fokus auf eigene Interessen und Prioritäten, weil der Kopf nur noch mit dieser einen Person beschäftigt ist. Besonders quälend ist die Hoffnung auf eine plötzliche Wendung, dass die Person doch noch erkennt, wie tief diese Verbindung ist. Aber stattdessen gibt es meistens widersprüchliche Signale. Mal gibt sie einem das Gefühl, was ganz Besonderes zu sein, und dann folgt wieder regelmäßig eine Phase der völligen Abweisung. Viele Betroffene berichten zudem, dass sie noch nie eine solche Innigkeit, Intensität, körperlich und seelisch, ja und Nähe erlebt haben, wie mit dieser einen Person. Die emotionale und körperliche Verbundenheit kann sich wirklich so einzigartig anfühlen, fast wie so eine süchtig machende Droge. Besonders problematisch wird es, wenn die betroffene Person in der Lage ist, genau diese Nähe immer wieder gezielt herzustellen, nur um sie dann abrupt wieder zu entziehen. Das ist so wie so ein plötzliches Ghosting oder sogar Abwertung nach Phasen von großer Intensität. Das verstärkt die Fixierung tatsächlich noch weiter, dieses Wechselspiel zwischen extremer Nähe und völliger Abweisung. Und es ist typisch für toxische Beziehungen und kann auf bestimmte Persönlichkeitsstile wie Borderline-Strukturen hinweisen. Muss aber nicht. Die Suchtstruktur von Limerenz ist so diese intermittierende Verstärkung eigentlich. Es ähnelt in vielen Aspekten der Sucht. Und einer der Hauptgründe, warum es so schwer ist, sich zu lösen, ist der Mechanismus dieser ja eben intermittierenden Verstärkung. Was bedeutet das? Dass positive Bestätigung unvorhersehbar und unregelmäßig erfolgt, teilweise nach Monaten oder Jahren. Und manchmal gibt es dann auch intensive Nähe und dann wieder plötzliche Distanz. Das ist so eine Unvorhersehbarkeit und die sorgt dafür, dass das Gehirn noch stärker an der Person hängt, weil es ständig auf die nächste Belohnung wartet. Und mit der Zeit blendet auch das Gehirn die negativen Erlebnisse fast vollständig aus. Anstatt sich an die vielen Momente des Schmerzes und der Unsicherheit zu erinnern, fokussiert sich der Verstand nur auf die positiven Höhepunkte. Genau dieses Muster macht Limerenz so gefährlich. Es hält Betroffene in einem toxischen Kreislauf gefangen und verstärkt die emotionale Abhängigkeit. Die Wurzeln von Limerenz sind nicht immer ein Bindungstrauma, wobei das auch sein kann. Also aber nicht selten betrifft Limerenz eine Konstellation, in der der andere Partner, also das Objekt der Begierde, Schwierigkeiten hat, eine Bindung aufrechtzuerhalten, wie tatsächlich bei Borderline-Strukturen. Aber eine Borderline-Struktur ist da nicht Voraussetzung. Es erinnert nur manchmal daran. Und dadurch kann es sein, dass die Person, die jetzt von diesem, ja, von der Limerenz betroffen ist, eigentlich sogar selber Angst vor echter Nähe hat und sich genau deshalb unbewusst jemanden aussucht, der nicht dauerhaft verfügbar ist. Und das bedeutet, dass diese Limerenz nicht nur eine Fixierung auf eine bestimmte Person ist, sondern auch ein Hinweis darauf sein kann, dass tiefe innere Ängste im Spiel sind, die vielleicht mal angeschaut werden sollten. Häufig wird Limerenz mit unsicheren Bindungserfahrungen aus der Kindheit in Verbindung gebracht. Tatsächlich sind Menschen mit frühen Verletzungen besonders anfällig für so eine emotionale Fixierung. Aber das bedeutet nicht, dass nur Menschen mit Bindungstrauma betroffen sind. Jeder, wirklich jeder, kann in so einen Kreislauf geraten. Die Mechanismen dieser intermittierenden Verstärkung, das Übermaß an Dopamin und das Gefühl von einer einzigartigen Verbindung sind ja so schön, aber auch so perfide, dass selbst emotional stabile Menschen davon betroffen sein können. Und diejenigen mit so, ja, anfälligen Bindungsmustern haben oft größere Schwierigkeiten, sich daraus wieder zu lösen. Was sind jetzt die zerstörerischen Folgen von Limerenz? Viele wollen oder können den Absprung nicht schaffen, weil sie das Gefühl haben, einen Teil von sich aufzugeben. Die Fixierung ist so tief verankert, dass die Vorstellung, ohne diese Person weiterzumachen, fast wie eine, ja, oder wirklich eine Identitätskrise bewirkt. Man fragt sich, wer bin ich noch, wenn ich diese Verbindung loslasse? Und ja, das ist wirklich eine Falle, denn diese Verbindung ist keine Quelle von Liebe oder stärkt dein Selbstbewusstsein, sondern es ist ein sehr destruktiver Kreislauf, der dich wirklich im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes gefangen hält. Die kann dir Jahre deines Lebens rauben. Betroffene stecken oft über lange Zeiträume fest, unfähig, sich für andere Menschen zu öffnen. Das Ego schrumpft immer weiter, weil jede einzelne Ablehnung, jedes einzelne sich nicht melden auf den Selbstwert negativ einzahlt. Es ist, als würde der eigene Wert nur noch von dieser einen Person abhängen. Und man bleibt emotional blockiert, nicht mehr offen für echte, beidseitige Beziehungen, weil das eigene Denken und Fühlen komplett auf diese eine Person fixiert ist. Das wird dann Liebe genannt. Diese Fixierung sorgt dafür, dass sich das eigene Leben immer mehr um ein unerreichbares Ideal dreht. Während die betroffene Person weitermacht, also das Objekt, ja, die macht einfach weiter, vielleicht längst in einer anderen Beziehung ist, ihren Weg geht, bleibt man selbst in einer Endlosschleife aus Sehnsucht und Selbstzweifeln gefangen. Und es ist, als würde man sich selbst auf Pause drücken, während das Leben weitergeht. Limerenz verstehen und loslassen, das ist keine Liebe, es ist eine emotionale Abhängigkeit, die durch suchtähnliche Mechanismen verstärkt wird. Und solange du glaubst, dass nur diese eine Person dich retten kann, bleibst du in der Illusion gefangen. Aber wahre Liebe ist eigentlich keine Achterbahnfahrt. Sie fühlt sich ruhig, stabil und sicher an. Und der Schlüssel liegt darin, diesen toxischen Kreislauf, diesen Suchtkreislauf zu durchbrechen und dein eigenes Leben wieder in den Mittelpunkt zu stellen. Du kannst lernen, dir das selbst zu geben, was du dir von dieser Person erhoffst. Die Sucht nach der Illusion wird mit der Zeit schwächer, vor allem wenn du die Person wirklich nicht mehr siehst. Den Chat löschst, von mir aus kannst du ihn vorher sichern, aber lösch ihn vom Handy, lösch die Fotos. Und dann wird es immer klarer, es war nie wahre Nähe, sondern halt so eine Dynamik, die dich gefangen hält. Heilung fängt immer mit dem Bewusstsein an, mit dem Hinschauen. Und wenn du das hier hörst, hast du wahrscheinlich schon den ersten Schritt getan. Der nächste ist, aktiv an deinem Ausstieg zu arbeiten, ja, und vielleicht dir selbst erstmal die Liebe und Anerkennung zu geben, die du verdienst. Deinem Leben einen Sinn zu verleihen. Du bist nicht weniger wert ohne diese Person. Du warst immer vollständig. Du hast es nur vergessen. Was auch dazu zählt im Übrigen, sind diese ganzen Verbindungen, die man hat, wo man die Person nur online kennt. Ja, ich habe sehr oft gehört, dass jemand seit Monaten und Jahren auf das erste wirklich physische Date wartet. Ja, die andere Person hat nicht vor, dich zu treffen, aber du hängst in deiner Sehnsucht in deiner Warteschleife gefangen. Wenn du das selbst schon mal erlebt hast, dann freue ich mich über deinen Kommentar. Erklär uns auch allen, wie du da rausgekommen bist, damit andere, die vielleicht mittendrin hängen, davon profitieren können. Und wenn du jemanden kennst, wo du siehst, der steckt gerade in dieser Falle, schick ihm mal das Video oder ihr. Bis dahin.
Have you ever felt that knot in your stomach when facing a major life change? That voice in your head that says, what if I fail? Or what if I made a mistake? Maybe it was when you were about to leave a job, move to a new city, end a relationship. That moment that you knew change was necessary, but something inside of you is screaming to stay put, seek what is comfortable and known. You are not alone. And if this video found its way to you, I'm pretty sure that you were meant to see it. Today, we're diving deep into why transitions are scary and hard, why they feel so threatening, what's actually happening in your brain during these periods and your body, and most importantly, how to transform these challenging moments into opportunities for growth and a chance to experience the journey. Hi, welcome or welcome back. As I clean and juice these lemons, I thought we would talk about transitions in life because everybody has them. Whether you have been through one or many, or you're going through one right now, or you know somebody who's going through one, I think this is going to be a really, really good video. Big or small, chosen or forced upon us, transitions happen to everybody multiple times throughout someone's life. And it's part of the human experience, and it sucks every time. It doesn't have to suck though, and I've been going through many transitions myself. So I'm going to show you why your nervous system really just treats uncertainty like it's life-threatening and you need to get out of it as fast as possible. How ancient programming of our brains, going back to the caveman times, it affects modern life decisions and how we feel in these moments. And most importantly, some practical techniques to help get through the transition to the next step or the next chapter in our journey.
Black Knight
When
straight
we
up
are in
and
these
down.
in-between spaces in our lives, in between these chapters, in between points A and B, why do we feel so just uncomfortable and anxious and nervous and unsure and all these things? Well, there's a real answer and it makes sense. So when we were cavemen, however millions of years ago, the people who survived were able to get through these transitions really fast. Because if you were in a transition and you were a caveman, you maybe were going from one shelter to another, you didn't have food, you needed to like kind of migrate to get to the next food source. Your life was actually being threatened. All of these feelings of getting through it as fast as possible, that led to those people surviving. And so that's the way these people's brains are wired, and that's been passed down, and that's how our brains are wired. So being separated from our tribe, losing relationships, changing scenarios, moving, all of these things are similar, or the modern day equivalents, I guess, to what our ancestors went through in their transitions. The difference was that theirs were potentially fatal. Ours aren't likely to be fatal. A specific area in your brain that is responsible for this is called the amygdala. It's the threat detection center of our brains. And it gets super active when we are in a transition. And if the amygdala is active, then our stress response goes up. So that overwhelming urge to go back to that area that's comfortable, to go back to the known, that panic that we feel, the nervousness, that feeling in the pit of your stomach, that's all the amygdala, and it wants us to be safe. It wants us to survive. It's not weakness. It's not indecision. It's that little thing in your brain that was keeping us alive for all those centuries. It's your biology trying to protect you from a perceived threat. But nowadays, it's not a life-threatening event. Understanding this mismatch between our brain's reaction and the way it makes us feel and the actual circumstances is going to be the first step in calming back those feelings and hacking our brains to calming down. But I want to emphasize that if change feels scary, you're not broken or defective or anything like that. It's very normal. It's very evolutionary. It's very biological. But now that we understand why the brain goes into a panic, let's explore some strategies that work with rather than against our natural wiring. So I like to think of life transitions as like a road trip. You're going from point A to point B. So say you're driving from Oregon to Arizona. You know it's going to be a long trip. Google Maps says it's going to take you, 12 hours or whatever it is. You're ready to go. And inevitably, things don't go as planned. They never do. You get stuck in traffic. You're in an accident. You got a flat tire. Maybe you got distracted because you wanted to stop and look at the world's largest ball of rubber bands. All these different things can happen to delay you getting from one place to the next, from one decision point to the next. And again, those are all fine and those are all normal. Now we have sorry, I don't mean to be swinging this around. We have two fundamental ways that we can respond to these situations. Let's say we're in the traffic jam. We can choose to get frustrated, to let the situation control us, to get angry, yell, get, all worked up about circumstance that we literally have no control over. Or we can use it to catch up on our favorite podcast, or talk to our traveling companion, or listen to some music. The circumstances haven't changed. It's how we choose to respond to them. And that is entirely within our choice. Circumstances we don't always control, but our reaction to them, we do. Let's see. We might even blame ourselves for not leaving earlier, for not taking a different route. We might blame other drivers. We might blame the State Department for choosing to do construction on this road at this particular time of day. The possibility of blame is really endless. I mean, I've even experienced this in a literal sense many times. Wow, that's a really big lemon. I was supposed to be at a conference delivering a presentation and I got stuck in traffic. I mean, it happens. I could have just gotten really panicked and worried or whatever, but instead I just called the organizer, let them know that I was running late. They were able to switch around some things. And instead of, letting that sense of panic really get to me, I used that extra time to continue to practice my delivery, my presentation, go over some areas that I wasn't quite confident on, and it all worked out. That's not to say I haven't yelled and hit the steering wheel and blamed the state for choosing to do construction on the road that I was on. But, in my better moments, I do make the right choice. The difference in those scenarios isn't the actual circumstances. It was the way I chose to react to it. One let me arrive calm and actually more prepared, and the other one just freaked me out more than I was already freaked out. Not helpful. Another thing that transitions and changes bring about is a lot of frustration. Frustration, at least for me, happens when I have to learn a lot of new things. I don't know when we lose this, but I watch my niece. She's a little over 2.5. She's learning new stuff all the time, learning how to say new words, learning how to do a different fine motor skill than she was, learning how to brush her teeth, all these kinds of things. And, she gets frustrated sometimes, but she just picks herself up and starts going again. It's not like, when she was learning to walk, she's like, I can't do this, and just gives up. No, they keep going and they keep learning and they keep expanding their horizons. When do we lose that ability as adults? I don't know, but it's frustrating as adults to not know how to do something and do it well, especially when there's a time crunch or some other kind of goal associated with it. So as I'm learning new things, I have to remind myself that being in this period of growth, this learning zone, I guess we could call it, it's frustrating, and that's normal. And the people who get through it, not the ones who quit, kind of build up this resilience to being frustrated. The transition sucks because you're learning, you're uncomfortable, you're frustrated, but you get through it because you don't quit, you learn something new, and you're more tolerant of being uncomfortable, which is key for a lot of this stuff. I have a lot of cuts in my hands, I'm just realizing. Not all of these are going to turn into lemon juice, by the way. I'm probably going to make some lemon scones. If you're new to the channel, I usually talk
So
about
what happens if I
decor
play
and design
another
stuff,
one?
but I've done lots of baking on here. That usually goes awry because I'm not a cook or I'm not a baker. I spent most of my adult life studying, so it's a lot of crazy stuff. But anyway, I do like baking, and we obviously have a lot of lemons, so lemon scones sound really good. I should probably make some lemon curd.
It probably has
It sounds really
AoE.
gross. But yeah, this whole self-development thing is new direction for the channel. It's one of the new buckets of content. So if you like this kind of stuff, make sure you subscribe and stick around because there's going to be more stuff like this. Anyway, back to life transitions. All right, let's talk about my building up tolerance to learning things like YouTube. I don't know how to video edit. I'm a surgeon and an interior designer. I'm not a video editor. I've never made a movie. I didn't study film or lighting or any of this stuff, right? So imagine how long it's taken me to figure out how to edit a video, a really long time. And I'm still not awesome at it, but I'm learning here and there. But that's just an example of something modern that I've had to figure out recently. Meaningful transitions of any kind require us to become a beginner of sorts, whether it's a new career and you're in a new role, or even the same role, new company, you're in a new city. You have to learn where the farmer's market is, or which the dry cleaner is the best one, or whatever. Who's going to do your hair now? All that kind of stuff. All these learning things, and it's frustrating. So if we can build up a tolerance to frustration, we can navigate these periods of transition a little calmer interiorly. It's evidence that you're growing and expanding. So in those moments that I get frustrated, I try to remember that I'm learning. So let's talk about the two different nervous systems that we each have within us. One of them, was like the fight or flight stuff. I don't want to be in this transition right now. How do I get through this as fast as possible? A saber-toothed cat is chasing me. I don't have food, those kinds of things. That's called the sympathetic nervous system. And it makes our heart rate faster. It makes our breathing faster and shallower. Like you're going to have to literally run for your life from a saber-toothed cat. That's what gets activated oftentimes when we are in these periods of discomfort and transition and frustration. So the other side of that is the parasympathetic nervous system. It's literally the opposite. It's the one that's calming. It lets you sleep. It lets you relax. Your heart rate slows. Your breathing slows. You don't feel anxious or like you have something in the pit of your stomach. This is the rest and digest, the opposite of fight or flight, rest and digest. So we have to figure out how to hack into that system when our sympathetic nervous system is activated during these transition periods. I've got two pretty powerful ways to activate the parasympathetic nervous system that, are shown to work. So the first one dials into our breathing. So we know fight or flight, breathing, shallow, rapid, right? Moments where we're stressed. We have just a few moments, maybe a minute, 60 seconds. We can direct our breathing to activate the parasympathetic nervous system. And it's a pretty simple technique. You breathe in slowly, hold, and then breathe out. And the exhalation has to be longer than the inhalation. Repeat. Do that for a minute. 2 minutes if you have it, and see how it makes you feel. And that's the important part too. After you're done with your breathing exercise, to stop and really assess, how do I feel? And then you'll see that you're actually feeling a little calmer. Let's try it together. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4, 2, 3, 4. Out for 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4, 2, 3, 4. Out for 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How do you feel? All right. The second one, the second technique, and I've been doing this for a while, most nights, is a gratitude practice. And I know it sounds super cheese, but it works. I mean, when something has a lot of studies proving that it's something that's cheesy or we don't want to believe works, you kind of have to. That's kind of where I am with cold plunge bath. There's so much data that says they're so good for you, but I really don't want to believe it, but I have to. Anyway, a gratitude practice. So before going to bed, I have a lot of things that I do before I go to bed. This is one of them. And I just sit down and I write 3 things I'm grateful for. And if I'm having like the crappiest day in the world, sometimes they're super basic. Like, I am grateful that I can walk. I am grateful that I had food to eat today. I am grateful that I have cats that I can love when I go home. Whatever, something like super, super basic. Sometimes it'll be more amazing. I'm grateful that I had another birthday. I'm grateful that my spouse supported me in an amazing way today. Whatever it is, there's always 3 things you can be grateful for. In addition to helping to activate your parasympathetic nervous system, it can reduce your cortisol by 23%. It can also help you sleep better because your parasympathetic nervous system is getting activated and you're going to bed in a little calmer state of mind. It can enhance your resilience during some of those difficult times. And resilience, as we've talked about already, is super important to get through these transition zones. It can enhance your decision making. So gratitude practice. Oh, and the other thing, you have to write it down. I mean, there are gratitude apps, and if you're on an app or electronic, it's better than nothing. But the act, and we've learned this, that the act of physical writing activates different pathways in your brain. We have more of a response to things that we write physically with a pen. Or I guess you could use a stylus. But anyway, try using it with a pen, even if it's a scratch paper. You don't need a special journal or anything like that. Just a piece of paper. Gratitude. Speaking of gratitude, I'm grateful that you're here. Thank you for clicking on this video, and thanks for hanging out so far. Inherent to the idea of transitions is this concept of liminality, being in between 2 spaces. And our, again, natural instinct is to rush through as fast as possible to get to the next safe zone as fast as possible. But what
The
if,
video is so cool. She
bear with
just
me, instead of
does some
rushing,
orange
we learn
juice.
to find the value in these in-between times? What if the uncertainty
dass du dich sehr, sehr glücklich fühlst, wenn du Aufmerksamkeit von dieser Person bekommst, aber wenn die Aufmerksamkeit, die Zuneigung nicht da ist, du am Boden zerstört bist. Das heißt, du machst deine Stimmung extrem abhängig von dem Verhalten der anderen Person. Wenn die Person da ist, dir irgendwie Zuneigung schenkst, dann gibt's dir gut, und wenn nicht, dann leidest du. Hallo und herzlich willkommen im Videopodcast Verbindung von Omane. Hier dreht sich alles rund um das Thema Beziehung und Bindungstrauma. Und heute sprichst du mit mir, Anna Schwertner, Master of Science Psychologin. Und vielleicht kennst du dieses Gefühl, dass du jemanden kennenlernst, noch gar nicht so gut kennst und plötzlich total besessen von dieser Person bist, sich alle Gedanken, alles nur noch um diese Person drehen, du schon totale Luftschlösser baust, obwohl du die Person noch nicht kennst. Und das könnte ein Zeichen von Limerenz sein. Und darum soll es in diesem Video gehen, wieso bin ich total besessen von einer Person, kann nichts anderes mehr machen und was kann ich tun, um da rauszukommen. Und wenn dir dieses Thema gefällt, dann lass super gerne ein Like da und teile das Video mit anderen Menschen, die das interessieren könnte. Schreib auch total gern mal in die Kommentare, ob du das auch von dir kennst, weil ich glaube, ganz, ganz viele Menschen kennen dieses Thema und du bist auf jeden Fall nicht alleine mit. Ja, Limerenz wird auf jeden Fall extrem gefördert, wenn du dich in jemanden verliebst, der emotional unverfügbar ist, weil dir die Liebe dieser Person immer wieder nicht sicher ist. Das heißt, das ermöglicht noch mehr, dass du ganz viele Fantasien um diese Person rumbaust und Luftschlösser und so weiter, weil du die Person halt nicht so richtig kennst oder die Person mal sehr warm ist, dann wieder kalt, da keine richtige Beziehung stattfindet. Ja, woran erkennst du Limerenz? Ganz typisch ist es, dass du erstmal Angst hast, von dieser Person zurückgewiesen zu werden und du ständig an diese Person denkst, dir vielleicht auch sehr schwer fällt, deinen Alltag ganz normal fortzuführen, normal zur Arbeit zu gehen, dich um deine Kinder zu kümmern und du diese Person sehr idealisierst, auf ein Podest stellst, nur das Positive an dieser Person sehen kannst, gar keine Kritik hast oder wenig in Frage stellst und du dich sehr, sehr glücklich fühlst, wenn du Aufmerksamkeit von dieser Person bekommst, aber wenn die Aufmerksamkeit, die Zuneigung nicht da ist, du am Boden zerstört bist. Das heißt, du machst deine Stimmung extrem abhängig von dem Verhalten der anderen Person. Wenn die Person da ist, dir irgendwie Zuneigung schenkst, dann geht's dir gut und wenn nicht, dann ja, leidest du. Und du bist möglicherweise sehr besessen, auch mehr über diese Person herauszufinden. Du stalkst sie auf Social Media, du fragst andere Menschen, die diese Person kennen könnten, nur um eben, ja, dieser Person innerlich näher zu sein. Und vielleicht hast du auch bereits so Fantasien über Hochzeit, Kinder bekommen, gemeinsames Haus, obwohl eure Beziehung eigentlich gar nicht an dem Standpunkt ist, ihr euch vielleicht einmal gesehen habt oder vielleicht matcht ihr nur auf Tinder und habt euch noch nie gesehen. Genau, und du merkst auch, da ist so ein Glaube in dir, du bist nur glücklich, du kannst nur glücklich sein, wenn du mit dieser Person zusammen bist. Wenn das nicht geht, dann bist du unglücklich und es gibt auch keine andere Lösung. Und ja, wenn du mit dieser Person wärst, ach, dann wären doch all deine Probleme gelöst, dann gäbe es diese und jene Schwierigkeit nicht mehr. Also du machst dein Lebensglück sehr abhängig von dieser Person, beziehungsweise von dieser Fantasie, was du glaubst, was diese Person dir geben könnte. Und möglicherweise verbringst du auch sehr viel Zeit damit, um selbst gut genug zu werden für diese Person. Also vielleicht glaubst du, die Person mag jemanden, der schlanker ist als du und dann fängst du an, ganz viel Sport zu machen, abzunehmen oder vielleicht glaubst du, du bräuchtest mehr Muskeln oder fängst ein Hobby an, wo du glaubst, die Person könnte das mögen. Also du verstellst dich so ein bisschen, um der anderen Person zu gefallen und investierst da sehr viel Zeit rein, innerlich, obwohl ja die Beziehung noch gar nicht so viel Hand und Fuß hat oder du auch gar nicht viel über die Person weißt, sondern dir innerlich aber schon so eine Beziehung zu dieser Person aufgebaut hast. Und ein gutes, populäres Beispiel ist die Serie You auf Netflix. Und der Hauptdarsteller, ich glaube, er heißt Joe, schreibt es gerne mal in die Kommentare, ob ich es richtig gesagt habe. Genau, der eben Frauen nur einmal irgendwo sieht und dann deren Namen rausbekommt, die im Internet stalkt, die verfolgt, irgendwann dann Dates mit denen hinbekommt durch die vielen, vielen Informationen, die er hat. Also das ist natürlich ein extrem Beispiel, aber so in diese Richtung, in einer leichteren Ausprägung könnte eben die Limerenz gehen. Das heißt, du bist ständig so in diesem Modus, mag die andere Person mich und bist innerlich ganz weit weg von dir. Und wichtig ist es auch zu verstehen, wieso man zu einer Limerenz neigt. Weil oft ist es eben eine Flucht aus der Realität und ein Fantasieren, was wenig mit der Beziehung zu tun hat, wie sie wirklich im Leben so ist. Und es kann zum Beispiel daher rühren, dass du in deiner Kindheit Vernachlässigung erlebt hast, Abwertung, Gewalt und so weiter. Und dieses nicht wirklich das bekommen, was du eigentlich willst, sondern nur darüber fantasieren, so ein bisschen wie so ein Lieblingsscheißgefühl ist. Also irgendwie ist es bekannt, aber und daher fühlt es sich auch irgendwie ganz okay an, aber so richtig befriedigend fühlt es sich halt doch nicht an, weil es schon wehtut, dass es halt nur eine Fantasie ist. Genau, und es kann eben auch daher rühren, dass diese Erfahrungen aus der Kindheit so bedrohlich waren, dass du gelernt hast, es ist viel sicherer, in einer Fantasiebeziehung zu leben, als die Risiken einer echten Beziehung hinzunehmen, wo es eben auch Ablehnung geben kann, wo es Verletzungen geben kann, wo ich mich mit Konflikten auseinandersetzen muss, wo ich mich auch mit meinem eigenen Anteil an der Beziehung auseinandersetzen muss. Und ja, diese Fantasie halt für dich sich sicher anfühlt. Und oft ist es ja auch so, wenn wir schlimme Dinge in unserer Kindheit erlebt haben, dass wir wie so Rettungswünsche entwickeln, dass unser inneres Kind hofft, irgendwann kommt hoffentlich jemand, der sieht, wie schlecht es mir geht, der mich rettet, der mich endlich sieht, der mir endlich die Liebe schenkt, die ich damals nicht hatte. Und es kann sein, dass es ein Lösungsversuch von dir ist, eben diese Fantasie aufzubauen, weil sich das schon so im Mini kurzfristig anfühlt, wie, ich kann vielleicht doch gerettet werden oder vielleicht gibt es jemanden, der mich retten kann. Und gerade wenn du dann eben dazu neigst, diese Limerenz aufzubauen zu Menschen, die so ein Heiß-Kalt-Verhalten haben, die eher unverfügbar sind, hat es auch eine intermittierende Verstärkung. Das heißt, mal ist Liebe da, mal nicht, mal kommt eine Belohnung, mal nicht. Und das kreiert eine Suchtstruktur in deinem Gehirn, weil auch bei Social Media zum Beispiel funktioniert so ein Mechanismus oder bei Glücksspielen. Es kreiert einfach eine Sucht, einen Drang nach, das will ich, noch mehr. Und kann dich halt anfällig dafür machen. Und Sucht hat ja auch immer etwas damit zu tun, Gefühle zu vermeiden. Und deswegen kann es auch sein, dass du versuchst, ja, deiner Realität zu entfliehen, deinen Gefühlen zu entfliehen, die vielleicht eigentlich gerade da sind und halt in dieser Fantasiebeziehung zu leben, weil so ist es ja auch zum Beispiel in dieser Serie You, dass der Hauptdarsteller eigentlich ganz, ganz schwerwiegende, ja, Erfahrungen in seiner Kindheit von Vernachlässigung und Gewalt gemacht hat und diese Beziehungen ihm halt helfen, von diesem Schmerz wegzukommen und in so einer rosaroten Welt zu leben und nicht zu spüren, was da eigentlich für ein Schmerz dahinter ist. Und so dann vor seinen Gefühlen weglaufen zu können, die vermeiden zu können. Und ja, weil es vielleicht sicherer ist eben in dieser Fantasie als mit einer echten Beziehung. Und du glaubst vielleicht auch dann, dass eben also dein inneres Kind glaubt möglicherweise, dass diese Beziehung, die Schmerzen, die in deiner Kindheit passiert sind, irgendwie wieder wegmachen, wieder gut machen kann und so weiter. Und du glaubst, naja, dann so kann ich das vielleicht heilen, dann ist wieder alles gut, da muss ich ja gar nicht mehr daran denken. Aber irgendwie merkst du dann doch, dass es halt immer wieder anklopft oder du immer wieder jemand Neuen brauchst, von dem du oder von der du besessen bist oder in die du ganz stark verliebt bist. Und häufig ist es auch so, dass ähm, ja eher Menschen mit einem unsicheren Bindungsstil zur Limerenz neigen, also mit desorganisierten Bindungsstil, unsicher vermeidend, unsicher ambivalent, weil das Bindungsstile sind, wo eben keine sicheren Bindungserfahrungen gemacht
Yo, what's up,
wurden und
Daniel?
ja, die sich eher halt in diese
How's it going, man?
Fantasie flüchten, in diese Unsicherheit, nicht das Risiko eingehen wollen, verletzt zu werden oder abgelehnt zu werden und
How are you doing,
ja,
bro?
fliehen. Was kannst du also tun, wenn du merkst, du bist davon betroffen? Erstmal wäre es ganz, ganz wichtig, diese Fantasie
I'm checking out the new
loszulassen und
Hearthstone
wirklich
patch.
zu schauen, ganz pragmatisch in der
Good
Realität,
morning, man.
was gab es für Interaktionen mit der
New
Person,
Puff
wie
XL
realistisch
patch
ist
coming
das, was du dir da vorstellst,
next
was du
week. I'm
fantasierst,
gonna check out Puff
die
XL.
Person erstmal zu treffen, bevor du dir ein Bild davon machst, das langsam angehen zu lassen und
I'm gonna
den
play something
Fokus von der
else
anderen
today. I'm
Person
just making
mal
food right
mehr auf
now.
dich zu richten. Bei gesundem Dating geht
But
es nicht nur
I'm a
darum,
little
will mich
depressed,
die
more on
andere
the
Person,
depressed side
sondern auch
today, so
willst
I'm
du
not really
die
like
andere
feeling
Person
anything,
und was sind
actually.
eigentlich deine Werte, deine
I don't
Bedürfnisse,
know, we'll see.
deine Ansprüche an eine Beziehung und kann die andere Person dem eigentlich gerecht werden oder möchtest du dich vielleicht an eine andere Person wenden? Und wirklich zu schauen, wenn du den Fokus auf dich richtest, was sind eigentlich für Gefühle da? Ist da Angst? Ist da Wut? Ist da Traurigkeit? Ist da Schmerz? Ist da Scham? Ist da Trauer? Oder oft ist da auch Langeweile, wenn ich es gewohnt bin, in so Beziehungen zu sein, die eine Achterbahnfahrt sind, dann ist es für mich so langweilig, die ganze Zeit geradeaus zu fahren, ohne irgendwelche Aufs und Abs und Fantasien und da wirklich zu schauen, wie geht es mir, wenn ich diese Langeweile mal aushalte, wenn ich das aushalte, dass eine Beziehung vielleicht auch echt und sicher sich anfühlt. Und sich da wirklich Zeit zu nehmen, jemanden wirklich kennenzulernen und wirklich zu schauen, ist die Person so oder glaube ich gerade, dass die Person so ist und projiziere meine eigenen Wünsche und Bedürfnisse darauf, die nichts mit der Realität zu tun haben. Und dass du dir bewusst machst, keine Beziehung dieser Welt kann deine Kindheitswunden heilen. Das kannst nur du, wenn du dich öffnest, neue, heilsame Beziehungserfahrungen zu machen, wenn du dich um dein inneres Kind kümmerst, wenn du ja die Gefühle zulässt, die vielleicht noch gefühlt werden wollen. Ja, und sei da mitfühlend mit dir, weil Es ist nicht so, dass du dich anstellst oder verrückt bist oder übertreibst, sondern es gibt eben oft Bindungswunden, die dazu führen, dass du so handelst in Beziehungen und ja, um diese unaushaltbaren Gefühle zum Beispiel nicht spüren zu wollen. Ja, und ich lade dich da wirklich ein, mutig zu sein, dich zu öffnen, eine neue, reale Erfahrung zu machen, erstmal zu schauen, was hat das eigentlich mit der Realität zu tun, was da in meiner Fantasie abgeht und was hat es vielleicht mit meinem inneren Kind und mit meinen Wunden zu tun. Und wenn du dich da wiederfinden kannst, schreib das total gern mal in die Kommentare. Ich würde sehr gerne von dir hören und natürlich nur, wenn du dich damit wohlfühlst. Wenn du lieber außerhalb von Social Media in einer Community bist, wo es tolle Workshops gibt zum Thema inneres Kind, Beziehung, Kommunikation, dann lade ich dich auch in unseren Umana-Circle ein, wo du Teil einer wunderschönen Gemeinschaft werden kannst mit monatlichen Workshops und wo wir uns dann auch persönlich sehen können. Und ja, ich freue mich, wenn du ein Like da lässt, wenn dir das Video gefallen hat.
Are you trying to survive in the old paradigm?
Hi friends, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about Dochi and specifically what Dochi learned in doing the 12-week program, The Artist's Way, the kind of hidden energetic secrets that are within this book that she applied to her life to be able to live her dreams, win her Grammy and become the icon that she is today. By the end of this video, you're going to understand on a really deep, fundamental, metaphysical level what the energetic shifts are that happen in these practices, what the energetic shifts are that I am assuming I can observe that Dochi made, and how you can apply them to your life so that you can birth your dreams into reality. And the reason I know that this is not woo-woo and delusional is because I've used these principles to birth my own dream reality. I went from working a 9-to-5 job, living in a small town, living paycheck to paycheck in a toxic relationship, hating my life, feeling so stuck and lost like I had no purpose or nothing to even aspire for, to living my dream life, working in my soul aligned business, making money like I breathe air, in my soul aligned relationship, living in my dream city. And I never, ever thought that this level of just living the dream was possible until I learned the fundamental principles that I'm going to be sharing with you today. So if I can do it, if I can teach people to do it and they apply it to their lives, people from all different backgrounds, and they can do it too, that means you can do it. This is a formula. It's just a perspective shift. The way that you've been living is not the way that it has to be. And if anyone else can do it, even if we look at Dochi, we put people on a pedestal, and yes, she's amazing and she's talented, but if you
Who is
look
this?
back on that 12-week
Dochi.
program that she documented on YouTube, you can see she's human just like us. Yes, she's got an amazing talent for music and she's very creative, but we're all creative beings. Fundamentally, we're all children of God. So that's what I'm going to teach you today, is how to tap into that part of yourself so that you can tap into God's supply in your life, like I do, like I teach my clients to do, and like Dochi did. I want to zoom it all the way out first, and I want us to just think about the fact that everything that exists comes from God. You don't actually create anything. And I know that sounds a little bit disempowering, but it's really very empowering. Because right now you might be in a situation where you feel like you're stuck in a bit of a loop of things that are possible and logical and make sense for you. And you might have a dream that like is all the way over here, or you have an idea of a life that's all the way over here that doesn't fall within your loop and it feels like it's impossible for you. Well, you don't have to go out and create that dream. You are not the one doing the creating. Everything already exists. God created everything. It says this in Genesis in the Bible. God is the one who creates everything. That's what the word abracadabra means. As God speaks, he creates. It's God that does the creating. It is us that does the aligning. So we can create, if you want to call it that, because it's the best way to describe it, from what God has already created, essentially. But we don't have to create things from scratch. And you don't have to keep hustling, forcing, trying to make things happen in your world when you access the God within you. And that's what Dochi learned in doing this program. She learned how to trust and follow the God within her. And I posted a reel on my Instagram that really went viral and it resonated with so many people. And I know why it did. It's because we know, as people who are kind of tapped into their spirituality, as people who are tapped into their creativity, you can feel the link between those two things. You can feel that your creative essence is the godlike essence being reflected within your being. And I was so happy to open this book and realize that that is what Julia talks about in this book. And that is what Dochi was applying to her life. So in that reel, she says, I clipped like 3 different videos together from 3 different times so you could see her progress on her journey. And 5 years ago, Dochi was saying, I always had this feeling inside me to just do certain things. And I know that that voice and that feeling is God. And I'm following it and I don't know where it's taking me and I feel crazy. And I think a lot of people resonate with that, just having that desire and that feeling. But you can see as the years went by, there was an interview of Dochi doing, she was doing a Rolling Stone interview. And she said for that mixtape that she made that won her the Grammy, she said, I don't care anymore. I'm not having any more hands in the pot. I'm not worrying about what the label thinks. I'm not worrying about what critics think. I have made the decision to depend on the God within me. And I'm going all in on that. And she spent 30 days in the studio recording that mixtape on nothing but her feelings, her creativity, her faith, her intuition, and not listening to logic or anything outside of that. And that's when she was able to essentially channel from the divine this work, this body of work, this body of art that ended up being so novel and so beautiful and so new and so powerful. It won a Grammy, and obviously it's just exploded all over the world and it's resonated with so many people. So what she learned in this book was to depend on the God within her. Every single one of us has a God within. You are not excluded from that category. Every person has an inner well of creative power that is connected to the divine. And that's what's so wonderful about this book. And that's what's so wonderful about watching Dochi go through that experience and being able to watch that on YouTube, which if you haven't and you are a creative or an artist of some kind, I highly recommend that you do that because it's so inspiring, because you can see she was able to create something on a level that was like non-human, so new, so amazing, so out of this world extraordinary, because she wasn't thinking like a human. She wasn't thinking from her logic. She was thinking from her God creative self. There are so many successful people and creatives who have done this program and have gone on to birth amazing things, like things that cannot be explained with logic. You know, they just came from the ether. So I'm going to read you some of the basic principles that are literally on page 3 of The Artist's Way that tie in with everything I'm saying. So Julia talks about creativity and she says, when we open ourselves to exploring our creativity, we open ourselves to God. Creativity is God's gift to us, and using our creativity is our gift back to God. We are ourselves creations, and we in turn are meant to continue creativity by being creative ourselves. So you're getting my point here. Your link to the divine is your inner creativity. The problem is we're programmed from the moment that we arrive into this physical earth, we are programmed to be logical. And the issue is when you're overly identified with your logical self and you're overly attached to being logical, You cannot access so easily that creative well, that inner artist, that God within you, that intuitive self, who can access unlimited resources and possibilities. So when you're in your logic, you're in limitation. When you're in your God self, your creative well of power, you are in the zone of the unlimited, of just infinite possibilities, because that is God. God is unlimited, and that aspect is available within you. There is only separation by virtue of us descending into this material plane. And that separation was born by virtue of us gaining an ego, basically. So when we descended down here, when we basically separated from the all that is, the infinite intelligence, God, the source, we had to come into an individual form to experience this physical, dense, polarized reality. Whatever reasons, whatever you believe in for that, for the expansion of our souls, for the expansion of light, for the expansion of the universe, that's what happened when we came here. And in order for us to have this experience as an individual entity, we needed to form an ego. The ego self was birthed by virtue of us coming here into this material plane. And that is what created your dual nature. That is what created your logical side, your ego self, and the part that you probably identify with. So there's a split in the self. You've got your logic side and you've got your creative, intuitive side. Your kind of more divine, ethereal nature and your logical, rooted, grounded nature. Both of those are parts of you. Both of those are necessary and valid. And they're actually, if you look even deeper, the logical side of you is your masculine energy. And your kind of feeling, intuitive, creative side is your feminine energy. In order for you to create and manifest something anew, you need both of those energies. Even like on a molecular level, feminine and masculine energy exists. They are necessary. The two poles, the law of gender and hermeticism as well, states that the two poles are necessary for anything to be created, for anything to be in existence. Gender exists on every single plane of everything that exists, okay? From the tiniest molecule to the biggest, densest form of matter. Gender exists, masculine and feminine energy. So gender exists within you in the form of your logical side and your intuitive side, okay? But you need both. The issue is, since you've come here, society has programmed you to fully 100% identify with your logical nature, with your ego self, with your earthly, physical, rational, analytical self. And even if you look at a diagram of the mind, the brain, you can see, is split, the left and right hemisphere of the mind. You've got your left hemisphere, which is your logic, your analysis. You've got your right hemisphere, which is your intuition, your imagination, your creativity. This dual aspect of our being is also confirmed in the Bible. In John 21:6, the story of the disciples in the boat. I know I've mentioned this a couple of times, guys, but it's directly relevant. They cast their nets to the left side of the boat and there was no fish. And Jesus said, cast your nets to the right. And when they cast the nets to the right, there were so many fish that they couldn't pull the net up. And what the hidden meaning of that story is, essentially your mind is the boat in that story. And when you cast your nets to the left hemisphere side of your brain, to your logical, analytical self, you will not draw up that which you desire. But when you cast your nets to the right, which is your imaginative, intuitive, creative self, you will have so many resources, you will have so much abundance that you won't even be able to pull the net in. It's going to be an overflow of resources. Why? Because to the right is where you access God's supply, because that is how you access the God within. The kingdom is within you. And religion, institutionalized religion, has led us to believe that it's a man in the sky and it's external to us and that we are powerless. We must bow at the feet of this external deity and that we as mere mortals have no power. When actually you've got God within you. You can access that state within you. Christ is a level of consciousness. Christ is a level of consciousness that can be accessed from within. It's the highest level of consciousness achieved in a human body. Why? Because when Christ descended into this material world, he recognized that he was not this logical, three-dimensional being. He recognized his true identity as above and beyond that left hemisphere ego self. He recognized his true identity as one with God. And that is what allowed him to have a higher state of awareness and a higher state of perspective, to be able to rise above the suffering and limitation of this material world and perform miracles, okay? So if you want to perform miracles in your life, you have to start thinking from that right hemisphere creative God within you. That is where you access unlimited possibilities. If you're thinking in logic constantly, you're going to be tapping into limitations constantly, okay? The reason this was so aligned for me to speak about right now is because I literally hosted a 3-day event on how to let go of control and forcing in logic and how to lean into your intuition and the God within in my community right right when I found Dochi and came across her and the book, The Artist's Way. And it confirmed everything that I had studied in the religious text, in all the readings I was doing, in all the coaching and all the results that my clients were getting in this world in applying these principles. Everything tied together and confirmed what I now believe to be truth, which is if you want to access miracles, if you want to access God's supply in your life, you have to let go of logic.
I love
you
what
have to
she's
let
talking
go
about. It's
and
amazing.
let God, as in let the God within you be expressed. You have access to everything.
By the way,
And I
my food
want
is
to empower
ready
you right now
soon.
and remind you that no matter how bad your life is, you have access to everything. If another human being can do it, if Dochi can do it, if people can get to these heights and create these magical dream things, they are no different to you. They have just tapped into the God within. And because you are a human being and you are also created by God and you are also one with all that is, you can do the same thing. Nothing is off limits to you. You do not lack access to anything. The only thing you lack is awareness as to what you can access. And the reason that you lack awareness is because you're blocked by your logic. So let's get into how you can get around that logic self. Essentially, this whole book and all the practices in here, especially she has a practice called Morning Pages, is to get around that logical side of you, that ego side of you, so you can access the God within. And she calls that ego self, that logical self, your sensor, which I really like that name. So she calls it, instead of saying like your ego self and your creative self or your God within, she calls it your sensor and your artist, okay? But it's all the same thing. It's your masculine, feminine. It's your left hemisphere, it's your right hemisphere. It's your logic, it is your creativity. It's your sensor, it's your artist, right? My brain is literally also, I don't know if this is gonna be too much information, but it's your conscious mind, it's your subconscious mind. It's your thinking, it's your feeling. It's your analyzing, it's your flow state being in your body, okay? So just keep that in mind. So, what Julia explains in this book is really, really interesting because essentially every practice within this book and every practice that Dochi did was to detach and let go from over-identification with the inner sensor so that you could listen and trust your God within or your artist within. So your sensor, your logical self, is going to keep trying to bash your inner artist or your God within or that intuitive voice. And it's going to make like noises and make words like that's delusional, that doesn't make sense, who do you think you are, that's not logical, that's stupid, you're going to run out of money. It's going to keep instilling you with limiting beliefs and fear-based beliefs. The thing is, you've learned those off other people. So anything that your sensor has to say, anything that your logical self has to say is a fear-based belief that it picked up since you arrived here in this earth. But the things that your intuitive self has to say, they can't be explained. And how you know, by the way, which is which, your intuition is a feeling. It's like the one that comes first, and then your logic, your sensor, is the one that comes second to talk yourself out of it, and it's loud, and it is critical, and it is trying to make things make sense. Your sensor blinds you as to your inherently godly nature. And your purpose in this life is to overcome that sensor, and it is a tall order. So like, even if we look at Dochi, like credits to Dochi here, because it's a very difficult thing to do. And this is why I literally coach people on this, and it takes 6 to 12 weeks to really get people shifting because we're so attached, we're so programmed to think in logic and scarcity and limitation and lack that it just feels so stupid and counterintuitive to think any differently. So I'm going to give you the practices, but I want to ask you, how much is it worth to you? How much is it worth to you? Are you actually willing to show up and do that inner work? Because I don't think people realize, as a 21, 22-year-old, how impressive and how rare it is to actually show up and give your all to a program like this for 12 weeks. Because most of us lack focus. We're so distracted, our attention is in a million different places that we can't even sit down and commit to something like this. And I need you to zoom it out and ask yourself, is it worth it? Paying that price, the price of never birthing what you came here to birth, what you came here to channel from the divine, because every single person came here to channel something unique and specific from the divine. But the more you stay attached to your old habits, to your old comforts, to your old identity, and to your old logic, you're never going to be able to actually birth that thing into creation. You can keep going, living in your logic, identified with your ego, forcing things, trying to force things into reality, holding on for fear, holding on for comfort, or you can let go of all of this and align with the God within and birth something really magical into your reality. Which is it going to be? Because it's going to require a commitment and it's going to require a decision in order for you to be able to let go of this. Because honestly, this left hemisphere, this logical, this sensor side is addictive. It's comfortable and it's very appealing, and you need to be stronger than it. You need to make the decision to be stronger than it. You need to make the decision to become stronger than it and to exercise detaching from it. Even if we look in the power of Kabbalah, this is going to go kind of deep here, but in that book, Kabbalah, by the way, is esoteric interpretations of the Zohar and the Torah. It's Judaism in an esoteric sense. And in that book, they talk about when we are descended here onto this physical plane, we are faced with an opponent in this life because we're here to basically generate lasting light and fulfillment. And the way we do that is by overcoming adversity. And we won't have adversity unless we have an opponent. What's the point in winning a game when there's nobody that you're up against? Winning would have no meaning. So we were given an opponent in this life, and that opponent is that ego-driven voice within us. And even going back thousands and thousands of years ago, that opponent is called Satan. That is the Antichrist. That voice within you is the Antichrist. That logical voice, that programming that's trying to keep you trapped and limited and small and thinking so small and thinking in the lower vibration emotions on the scale of consciousness, that is the Antichrist, because it's against you reaching higher consciousness, Christ level of consciousness. Overcoming that voice is how you remember that you are infinite and you can access everything. And anything else that you're believing in is a lie. All of this suffering, all of this limitation, all of this lack, it's a lie. And that lie is too heavy for you to keep carrying. But in order to get around that lie, you have to make a commitment to yourself to let go of that censor, that logical voice. And that requires focus, it requires discipline and commitment. It requires these things. That's why this is a 12-week program. That's why my coaching package is a 12-week transformation package. You have to stay committed and disciplined, because if you've gone whatever age you are, if you've gone 20 years, 30 years, your whole life, being fully identified with the censor within you, it's going to take commitment and discipline to unlearn that. You're going to have to grieve that censor. You're going to have to get comfortable with stepping into the unknown, which is into your creativity, into your intuition. Letting go of that old identity. It's not an easy thing. You're going to have to mourn the parts of you that thought that that was who you were, right? So it requires strength and commitment and discipline. But I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who's walked that walk, it's worth it. And as someone who's helped people through that process, it's been worth it 100% for every single person who's actually done it. It's been worth it. Nobody who's actually committed to that journey, to letting go of that logical censor, ego-driven voice and thinking limitation, has come out the other side of that and thought, oh, I'd love to go back. Every single person has said, I can't even believe that I thought that way, that I believe that that's all that was. I would never, ever, ever go back there. I even, like in the Bible, it says wisdom crieth in the streets. So the answers are literally looking for you, but they can't find you because you're so blinded by your pain, by your ego's attachments to your pain, that you can't see the answers. I always give this example, like your literal dream client, your best friend, your dream partner could be around the corner, but if you're not in the energy to meet them and be open to receiving them, if your level of consciousness is so attached to suffering and pain and something not being possible for you, it won't be possible for you. It'll be right there, but there's a blindfold on because you're in your logic. You can't see what's possible, you can only see the limitation. Okay, so I literally have an example of this. When I was living back in Ireland a couple of years ago, I was in the lower level of consciousness and I was trying and hustling and trying to get out. And I always thought, oh, there's nobody here that like understands me. There's nobody here that gets me. There's nobody here that, I just started my marketing business. There's nobody here that understands business or who can help me. And that's how I was thinking. I was thinking in limitation. I was thinking in logic. I was thinking in the information I had been given ever since I had been born. Oh, because I haven't met anyone yet who's like this, then it's not possible. That's what logic will tell you. Logic will only tell you what it knows based off what it's experienced physically, which is really illogical because you know that every experience can exist, okay? So that's what I was thinking because that's all that I experienced. And it wasn't until recently, I moved to Spain about a year ago, and like literally a week ago, I had dinner with a group of Irish people who were so incredibly aligned with the way that I think, and they were so open-minded and they were so business-minded. And it was all the type of people that I said didn't exist in Ireland a couple of years ago. They existed, they were right there. I just wasn't in the right energy to perceive them because I was in my logic, and logic can only tell you information that it knows based off what is experienced. But if your desire, if your dream life is on another timeline and it's got nothing to do with anything that you've experienced, your logic cannot give you the answers. It can't do it. So you have to stop going to it for answers and advice. It's impossible for it to know how. And one of the biggest dream killers is when you get an intuitive feeling for something, when you get a desire for something, and it lights your body up and you think that would be so fun and amazing. And you let sensor, logic voice come in and say, well, no, that doesn't make sense because of this and because of this, and this could happen. That is the biggest. Do you know how many creations and how many dreams that would have been so cool and so amazing and so divine and would have accessed so much of God's, would have provided so much of God's supply for the people that birthed them? So many things would be in existence if it weren't for that censor voice. The censor is here to kill your creations, okay? And when you take a novel or an original thought or idea to your logic, you best believe the only thing that logic is going to do is kill it. If it doesn't align with what you've experienced physically before, it's going to kill it. Because listen, that's the whole purpose of the logical side of your brain. It's your survival. It is rooted only in physically what's happened and what's happening physically right in front of you. But that's not where you're going to create your dream life. You cannot create your dream life from your survival part of your brain. You have to create your dream life from your intuitive, imaginative, visionary, God within, that part of your brain. And there's so many quotes in The Artist's Way that confirm this. And I love that we have a living testimony in Dochi. She went through this process, she learned everything here, she studied it, regimented, dedicated, she took notes, and all the quotes in here back up all the energetic stuff that's in the Bible, everything that I'm sharing with you. We have been taught to believe that negative equals realistic and positive equals unrealistic. To live a creative life, we must lose our fear of being wrong. There's even a quote here from Carl Jung: the creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. What more can I say about that? Okay, let's get into how you can actually shift out of your logic sensor into your intuitive, creative God within. All right, first one up. Be still and know that I am God. Be still. You guys, the freaking clues. We were giving a manual in the Bible. Like we have all the information there. You just don't want to do it because it's a little bit uncomfortable. But be freaking still and know that I am God. So you can know that you are God when you are still. i.e., when you slow down and sit down and your brain waves slow down, you enter the realm where time does not exist. You enter your subconscious mind, which is connected to the quantum field, which is connected to the God within you. That is your center of creation. When you are still, you access the God within. If you could do one thing from this video, I'm not going to even tell you to do morning pages. That's what Julia recommends to access the God within, because it gets the sensor ranting and gets all those thoughts out of the way so you can find that stillness in your mind. I'm not going to tell you to do that. If you could just meditate for 10 to 20 minutes every morning when you open your eyes, your whole life would change. Going back to looking even at the brain. I'm trying to tie in neuroscience and everything here so you get the full picture of what's going on. The brain, we're constantly active in the conscious mind, which is actually your logical survival mind. It's where your sensor lives. It's the one that we're all identified with. When you meditate, your brain waves slow down. They flow out of your conscious mind and into your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is your intuitive self. It is your feeling self. It is your non-thinking self. From there, you enter your true essence, which is your observer state, not your identity or your ego self. You are your observer self. When you can teach yourself that it is actually just safe to sit down and close your eyes and let go of thinking in your conscious mind, you will be able to do that in your life. When you can do it in meditation, you can do it in your life. So one of the biggest issues that people struggle with, and this was the main theme of the challenge that I ran in my community, is releasing control, relinquishing control over things in your life that you cannot control, letting go of fear, letting go of survival mode, so you can relax into your body and enter flow state and really start to create really magical results in your life. So the easiest way to see if you're in survival mode and if you're really attached to control and forcing is to just sit down and close your eyes and see how difficult it is for you to let go of your thoughts, let go of thinking. And I'm not saying thinking altogether, but I'm saying your habitual neural patterns, your habitual thoughts, your attachments to the external world, your attachment to the same old thought patterns. How difficult is it for you to let go of those? Because that's going to directly be proportionate to how difficult it is for you to let go of things in your external world. To let go of what people think of you, to let go of outcomes, to let go of everything that you're worrying about and forcing in your world that's actually blocking your blessings. As within, so without. If you can sit down in meditation and let go of your logic, ego, conscious, survival mode thinking, what happens essentially, basically, it takes a few days to be able to do that, but once you do it consistently, you'll get it. And what happens eventually is you'll have a moment where you finally kind of release your attachment to those thoughts and to those incessant, constant survival mode thoughts. And your brainwaves slow down and you relax into your subconscious mind. And you realize that it's safe for you to do that. And you realize that that part of you, that conscious thinking ego part of you, is not all that is. It's not all that exists. And that's what Julia does with morning pages as well. That's what that whole exercise accomplishes. When you do morning pages 3 a day for 12 weeks, you begin to observe that ego part of you that's just yapping away all the time. And then you begin to realize that that's just a part of you and it's not all of who you are. And there's a greater part of you. There's an inner essence that is the observer. Okay? So that's what you get when you meditate. And when you learn to really, it feels like you're just letting go. When you see that you can do that, like it's almost like before you do that, you're so scared. If you let go of your attachment to the external and control and trying to figure things out all the time, it's like, oh my God, well then nothing's gonna figure itself out and what, You're blocking God's blessings when you're in that. It's not your job to figure everything out. And when you can teach yourself that in meditation and you can be still and you let go, you realize that it's safe and it's actually better. And you're able to access solutions. God will send you solutions. The divine will come through you and you'll be able to hear and see solutions that clinging on and trying to figure out would never give you, that your logic would never figure out. Okay, so you get out of your own way when you meditate because you access that intuitive God within. All right, if you want more on that, you can watch the replay of the challenge in the community because I go a lot deeper and I give you exercises on how to do that, okay? I could go on about that all day, but I need to move on. So the second way you can start accessing the God within is by letting go of your reactions. We are all master creators, master alchemists. And how you alchemize something that has just been a pattern, that has been on autopilot, you have to change how you react to it. Your ego was created, your ego self was created by everything that you have experienced since you came to this physical world. So your logical side of your brain thinks in terms of words and like it knows facts and spoken language and physical things. So when you are allowing external circumstances to change how you're feeling, how you're responding, and how you're believing, that is you being created by the external world, and that is you acting out of your ego self. Your inherently godlike nature is being shoved in the dark when you do that. So when something happens and you allow yourself to be created by that in terms of how you respond and how you react on autopilot, on impulse, you're acting in your ego logical self. You are not acting as a God in your life, because if you were, you would be creating your circumstances rather than you being created by your circumstances. So if you want a shortcut how to access your inner creator and the God within you, you have to start reacting differently. You have to be acting bigger than your problems. You alchemize something in your life when something happens and you're able to take a step back from it and say, well, how do I want to respond to this? How can I rise above this and react differently to this? Your ego thrives. Your ego is fed by you reacting impulsively constantly to the external world and external stimuli. So you must starve that part of you by taking your power back and refusing to continue to be created by your external circumstances. You change how you are responding automatically, emotionally, and you instead say, well, how can I react differently? That is how you activate your God within. Okay, the last tip I have for you is to start prioritizing feeling over thinking. So this is kind of counterintuitive, but let me explain. You need masculine and feminine energy to bring something into creation. You need masculine. You need to take action. I'm not saying sit on your ass and expect everything to fall into your lap. If you know me, if you know the way I coach, that ain't it. I am tough love. I am get up off your ass and go make it happen. God gave you intuition. God gave you imagination, but God also gave you arms and legs. Okay, God gave you masculine and feminine. You are masculine and feminine energy. No matter your gender, you have both of those within you. Those powers are always at play, the yin and the yang. And in order to really create something new into this world, from God's supply, of course, you need both. The issue is most of us are yanging in our masculine way too much, and we're not yinning in our feminine at all. And so you have to stop invalidating your desires with logic. You have to allow yourself to dream. Allow yourself to play. Allow yourself to do what feels good and make mistakes doing it. When you get a feeling and a desire to do something, hold that in your body and don't go out of your body and into your head and start overthinking it, because that's going to kill it. Get in the habit of allowing your desires to be the permission. Even if we look at flow state, right? I saw a video recently, and I think it was for high ticket sales, the guy was speaking about, but the most timeless things are created from a place that is not logical, from a place of faith and intuition and just feeling it, right? So he was talking about when he's on a sales call, you can tell in someone's performance when they're just thinking, okay, when the prospect says this, I'm going to say this thing, and then I'll say, like, no, that is not how you create a really strong, powerful, energetic impact. It's when you're in the feeling, in the flow, you're in alignment with the energy that you want to be in, you're in alignment with the thing that you're doing. And that's when really an unlimited resource of skill, of talent, of passion, of connection can come through you, okay? So even, I'm going to give this example, because I know maybe some of you are trying to deprogram this kind of hustle culture. And guys, I'm a hustler. Like I love to work. I love to make money. I love to do all of that, right? And I'm a very hard worker. I always have been. But working hard from logic and working hard from alignment are two very different things. So my last point is going to be, get yourself in alignment with the stuff that really matters to you. Stop invalidating your desires because they're not logical. Because what's going to happen is, if you can follow your feelings and follow your intuition and really move towards your desires, even if they feel delusional, even if they feel like they don't make sense, and hold space for those to be real for you, even when they don't make sense, what's going to happen is your energy is going to start adjusting and familiarizing to that desire. And the more you start aligning and following that, you're going to get divine intuition, divine inspiration to take certain actions. And when you take action that is aligned with your intuition rather than forced from logic, you're going to be able to hustle, but it's not going to be hustle. It's going to be flow state. And that's how you create something that is truly timeless, that is truly original, that is going to bring and channel God's supply through you into your life. That is where you become the channel for the divine, rather than just forcing from copying and impersonating and trying to force things into existence, which is always going to give you a limited result. So let yourself play in what's delusional. Let yourself play in your intuition. Let yourself play in your desires. Let yourself make mistakes. Follow your feelings, because within that, you can access flow state. And when you're in flow state, you're basically tapping into the divine. You're in the quantum realm. You're in the realm of infinite possibilities. When I switched from working in my 9-to-5 corporate job, when I switched from working in law and then in sales and then in recruitment to doing what my soul always called me to do, to looking into human psychology, spirituality, the meaning of life, esoteric principles, religious principles, and applying them to help people get out of suffering, which I wanted to do for 6 years before, when I actually just started following that and creating from that intuitive desire, I was able to access an inner well of resources, of focus, of knowledge, of communication, stuff, imagination, vision, impact that I never even thought was in my wheelhouse. Why? Because that was me accessing the God within me. So before, when I was working in marketing, I would have to force a 12-hour workday. I would have to really hustle, and I was burnt out all the time in my masculine energy. Whereas now, I can work, it doesn't feel like work, but I can work for 12, 14 hours, and I don't feel the time go by. Why? Because I'm in flow, I'm in my subconscious, I'm in my God within. Time does not exist in that state. That's why you can't feel it. You're in the quantum field, you're in the sea of possibilities, where there is no time, there is only timelessness. And that's how you create something timeless, and that's how you access God's supply into your life. There's actually a quote that I included here that I want to read to you. It's from Think and Grow Rich. It's from someone called Christian D. Larson. When you work simply for yourself or for your own personal gain, your mind will seldom rise above the limitations of the undeveloped personal life. But when you're inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break bounds. Your mind transcends limitations. Your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new world, a great world, a wonderful world. Dormant powers, faculties, and talents become alive, and you discover yourself to be a larger man by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. And that's been my experience, and I can vouch for all of my clients that have really done this inner work. They all say the same thing. It's almost like you can't believe it, but you can. It feels so right, but it's like, wow, I really can't believe that all of this was available to me this whole time. Answers, opportunities, talents, literal superpowers become available to you when you follow your intuitive desires. And you might be thinking right now, I don't know what that is. The stuff that you could do all day, the stuff that you would never get bored of. If money didn't exist, if time didn't exist, if other people's opinions didn't exist, what would you do? What could you get lost in? What did you get lost in as a child? What are you drawn to? What lights you up that when you do it, you lose track of time? That is the clue of where God is trying to channel through you in this incarnation. So follow that and let go of logic and watch how your life will literally transform. It doesn't have to be as difficult as you have been programmed to believe. It doesn't have to be so hard. You can let go of that belief. You can let go of that thought. And when you feel yourself latching on and speeding up, I know it's counterintuitive, but tell yourself to slow down. Tell yourself to go back to the things that you just love, the things that you're just drawn to. What happens when you do that is these things, your life, it gives you energy. You're not supposed to be drained all the time. You're not supposed to be hustling all the time. Yes, you're supposed to take action in your masculine energy, but it's supposed to be action to support your feminine energy, to support your desires. Your job in this life is to reflect God by reflecting the God within, by allowing that channel to flow through you. So focus on those things that light you up, that give you energy. That is your impact in this world. That is where you will be able to let God's supply flow through you and flow into your life, and you will see it manifest in money, in relationships, in opportunities, in your energy, and in everything. You just have to get over that inner opponent, that inner logic, that inner censor. And that is what Dochi learned in doing this program the artist's way.
Here we are. I am Ray, and right before everything changes, life will test you. Things may get temporarily worse, and this is where most people fail. But not you, my friend. I say to you, my friend, you are ready to shift. Not sure what the swords had to do with that, but we'll roll with it. You see, I had an interesting experience last night, where before I went to bed, I went for a run, and I took a cold shower afterwards. Things that are typically high vibe in nature. I felt good. But in the morning time, I actually felt more anxiety than normal. More low vibe. And well, I kind of had the assumption, well, if I do this good thing, good things will happen. I should feel better in the morning time. But no, contrary to popular belief, that was not the case. But soon, very quickly, I understood why. I did not resist the low vibes. That's a mistake. But here's what I see going on. Here you are, going on your little journey of life. And you got this big bag of rocks on your shoulders. So you're trying to climb and do your thing. But then you reach this point. And the point says, you got too many rocks. You cannot continue. Go away. And so you either drop a few rocks, or you stay stuck in this level. And if you succeed, congratulations. A little less rocks for you. But now there's another level. And here's the troll that says, you shall not pass. Give me money. Or at least give me a few of your nice rocks. And well, what do most people do? They say, no, I want to keep my rocks. I'm good. I'll just stay here. It's nice. You will not be touching my rocks. And so you stay stuck in this level. What does this mean practically, you ask? Here's another way of looking at it. Perhaps you are familiar with balloons. So as we elevate through life, we have all of these attachments. Things we're holding on to, things that are holding on to us. And it's like mud caked on the balloon. We're naturally rising toward heaven. But because of all the mud, sometimes we fall naturally. And there comes this equilibrium point where you kind of stay at a certain level. So you hit up against a wall that you can't pass through. It's like the atmosphere is different at the different layers as you ascend. And so you cannot enter into this layer with these attachments, because the attachments are weighing you down. And so you will not break through until you let go. Terrifying, I know. Here you are, and there's a new version of you, and there's an old version of you. And the old version of you doesn't get to come to your new life. I'm sorry, you will be banished. And so what happens is that as you try to move into your new life, old patterns will emerge. The old self gives you an offer and says, well, you can come back here and stay with me if you want. And sometimes that old version of you is not nice, and it drags you down, and it says, you're not going anywhere without me. Like a little crab pulling you back down into the bucket to be boiled. You see, attachments are like trauma. It's negative memory stored in the body. And so out of this memory, a construct is created, and that construct is your identity. And we have a whole bunch of different constructs at the same time. I think in psychology, this is called complexes. But there is an old construct that wants to survive. It's got some life in it. It's got some juice. And for you to move on means that this would have to die. So almost like a survival mechanism, that complex or that construct sometimes viciously sabotages you from everything you've been trying to do. Another way of looking at it is that there's a part of you that is afraid of moving into your new life. And that fear is what keeps you stuck. And that fear comes from trauma, from negative memory in the body. That is an attachment keeping you stuck. And the moment you cleanse that trauma, the moment you cleanse that negative memory, you elevate to your next level. Congratulations. And you see, the thing is, because there's memory, the old patterns are going to just show up, so long as the memory is there. That is not what is bad. What is bad is how you react to the old patterns. Let's pretend, I know you're perfect, but let's say you have an addiction. And as you try to move into your new life and do better and live better, the addiction comes and just destroys everything. You have the choice to how much you will allow the addiction to ruin you. For instance, the old version of you may have ruminated on shame and guilt and fear. Oh, I'm such a bad person, I hate myself, life sucks. But the new version of you, who indulged in the exact same addiction, might say, what is this trying to teach me? How is this helping me? How can I use this for my highest spiritual growth? Same addiction, same behavior, two very different people. One will stay stuck in a low, negative vibe reality, and the other will ascend, erased, banished to the shadow realms. So remember, it doesn't matter what happens to you. It matters how you respond. It doesn't matter if the old patterns come up. It's how you deal with them. Because how you react with old patterns before you shift into your new reality determines to what degree you have changed. If you react to them positively and learn to deal with them, it's far easier to ascend. And so as you get closer and closer to this wall, to the next level, a lot of your garbage may start coming up. If you pass the test, you react differently, and you stop allowing your attachments to drag you down. What does this mean? Is that what happens is that a lot of people, they try to do good. They try to get that next level in life, but then they hit the ceiling and then they sabotage themselves. They enter into a contraction phase. What does this mean? Well, let's look at it this way. Depending on how well you deal with the old patterns that arise, determines whether or not it's just a mini contraction phase or a full-blown downward spiral, or if you break through. You see, expansion and contraction phases are natural. That's the flow of life. Nothing wrong with this. But what happens is that we judge ourselves on the contraction phases, and that is what truly destroys us. I don't know if you've ever been into stocks or cryptocurrency, but each crypto over its lifetime has a pattern like this, or it has a pattern like this. So over the long term, if there is a downward trend, it means the project has failed. Don't buy it. Not good. And if there's a long-term upward trend, it's good. Even if there's lows, it's okay. Buy the dip. But you don't want to buy these. And humans work the same way. Over our lifetime, some people have a good life, a successful life, with ups and downs, yes, but they rise up. And some people fall down. Ups and downs, yes, but at the end, it's a tragedy. Don't be these, or at least do your best. And so right before your reality changes, there are basically three choices. Three choices. First, the mistake, the fool. Naturally you bounce down because you're not ready to let go of the attachments yet. And that's okay. But if you continue to fuel that fire, fuel the negative thoughts, fuel the shame, fuel the guilt, instead of bouncing off here, you'll break through and continue to go down until you hit a floor somewhere, until you've had enough. And then when you hit that floor, you have the opportunity of rising back again. The second way is the productive way, and that is you accept that you're not yet ready. And it's not even about being ready or not ready. You're just flowing with the natural ebb and flows of life. So let's say you're doing good, and you learn a lot. You've developed some wisdom, and then you go back down. And it's almost like, here's the wisdom up here, and when you go down, you consolidate the wisdom. You integrate it. Think about in sleep. Sleep is a contraction. And in sleep, we make sense of our reality. We consolidate the experiences of the day, and we learn. And so if you don't judge yourself, if you just allow life to bring you back down for a bit, here you become stronger, wiser, better. And so the next time you go up, you have the ability to break through with more ease. You are more able to let go of your attachments, because here you battled with them. You faced the enemy, and you learned. And so the next time, well, you use what you learned, and now are more able to deal with them. And so the ceiling becomes the floor, in which you continue doing your thing, rising up. And you'll see we make these giant quantum leaps in our life the moment we let go of what was holding us back. And so for instance, this morning, I was in this meditative, sleepy state. And I could see all of this stuff, all of these thoughts just swarming around everywhere. And it's like the dirt, the bottom of a river or something, or a lake, got stirred up. And now I was being aware of all of it. The run and the cold shower raised my vibes. So I bumped up against this little wall here. And because I didn't react to the thoughts or get in my head about it, I just, didn't have to come all the way down first, but just broke through and made this my new floor. So the three ways: the fool who breaks all the way down, and it's okay, happens sometimes. Then the next, who learns from their mistakes, who has a growth mentality, so the next time they bump up against that ceiling, they know what to do. And sometimes you don't quite make it. I have bumped up against the same ceiling sometimes, hundreds of times, and every time I come back down, I'm wiser. I know better. Sometimes it takes learning the same lessons over and over and over again. And then lastly, sometimes you get so good at dealing with garbage that as soon as it pops up, you can just, oh, made it through. But you see, where I would have gotten stuck, perhaps previously, is I might have said, oh, wait a minute. I am this far along on my spiritual journey and I'm still experiencing these things? I thought I was better than this. What is going on here? And so my attachment to spiritual ego, spiritual identity, would have kept me stuck. And I would have either bounced off and tried again later, or broken down through. But because I already know how this works, I don't judge myself. And so the attachments just fall away instantly. I don't judge the anxiety. I don't judge the low vibes. I don't judge the thoughts. Oh no, I shouldn't be thinking all of these thoughts. I'm spiritual. All of these years of meditation for what? Attachments that will keep you from your growth. And you will see them. You will see every time you bump up against this wall. Identities will be triggered. And if you become aware of these attachments, you now know the areas in which you need to work on. Let's use another example about addiction. Let's say you're trying to live a better life. Let's say it's alcohol. I don't struggle with this, but it's all addiction is pretty much the same. You're trying to get sober, and you're doing great, but then the old version of you appears. That attachment, that negative memory stored in your body. That negative memory stored in your body, and the temptation appears, and you start freaking out. Because deep down you know you're not strong enough to resist. And one step at a time, you feel a little bit more fear, you feel a little bit more desire to engage in the addiction. And you begin feeding it your energy. No, I really don't want this, but at the same time I do. The new version of you doesn't want it, but the old version does. So you're battling yourself. And so, let's say you indulge, you relapse, you fall down. That is not the problem. The problem comes next. And what do you do about it? When you fall off your horse, do you cry and wallow in your suffering about how much it sucks? Or do you just get back on and continue moving forward? Because your addiction only has power over you by the power you feed it. And energy is created in polarity, pushing and pulling. That is why we get seduced into addictions. Because there's a part of us running away and there's a part of us running toward. And this creates tension, and tension creates energy. And so what happens? You begin thinking about the past. Oh no, I was doing so well. Why did I do this? Then you start ruminating on shame and guilt, continuously feeding the addiction, feeding it, feeding it, feeding it. When you're so busy beating yourself up, that is also feeding the addiction. When you're thinking about how good you were doing, that is feeding the addiction. Because you're digging that attachment deeper into your body. And so you continue to spiral out of control. Now you feel bad. And because you feel bad, you want to just continue doing the addiction. So you do it again and again and again. And you continue to fall down into a downward spiral until you hit rock bottom. Until the suffering is so much that you say, okay, I've had enough. Let me try to do better now. So you make your way back up, and you're still going to hit up against that ceiling. You see that hell that we experience in the downward spiral. It is fire, and fire is a purifying agent. Remember the balloon? When we have so much attachment, we fall naturally toward hell. But when we enter into hell, the attachments begin to burn off because the suffering is so great. We've experienced enough pain to say, I'm done with the past. I'm done with this. I can't take it anymore. And so it burns off that negative memory in your body. It cleanses you, which is why oftentimes, only until you hit rock bottom are you actually able to become free. Because it is in rock bottom in which you become free from the attachment. But the problem is, imagine like a rubber band. Let me see if I can find one. Bands make like this. That's good enough. I'm back. Can you see? Here you are on the side. And this is an attachment to an old pattern, an old identity. And here you also are, the new version of yourself, trying to live a better life. And so what happens is that you're running away, but the attachment is still there. And so you create energy, tension, in trying to escape your addiction. Which is why oftentimes you've been doing so good, and then life just puts a little bit of pressure on you, and you snap back harder than before. Oftentimes the worst relapse comes after you've been doing good for a long time. And this doesn't have to be just for addictions. It's for any old pattern, any attachment, any way you get triggered. It's all the same thing. Because at a fundamental level, it's nothing more than your attachments that are keeping you from moving on into your dream life. Where is the head puppet? What did I do with it? He's gone. And my pen. But you don't have to find yourself in hell, my friend, in order to be free from the attachment. Same thing happens in crypto, though. Just a side note. When the price falls down far enough, it hits this floor in which everybody wants to buy it up. And you'll see, once it hits this point, skyrockets. Now, just know that your journey is unique to you. I know it doesn't need to be said, but I want to make the point that if you fall down into a downward spiral, doesn't mean it's wrong. These are just the different flavors of life. I've gone through plenty of downward spirals and always emerged victorious. So don't think you just have to be so perfect. You don't. Enjoy your human experience. So let us take off years of your journey toward your best life, whether that's becoming free from addictions, whether that's just letting go of old patterns. This is how you do it. So there's two basic elements of us. We have our body and our mind, our conscious mind. And our conscious mind receives information in the form of patterns and symbols. And depending on how we react to those patterns, it determines the meaning that we give them. And the meaning that we give them determines the feelings they evoke. And the unconscious, the body, speaks the language of feelings. And so every time you have a strong feeling about something, your body takes a snapshot of whatever pattern you experienced and whatever feeling as a survival mechanism. And this has been going on since the beginning of time. If you see the pattern of grizzly bear, there is hundreds of millions of years of evolution ingrained in your body that says, you better run. And if you see a tasty fruit, you don't need to question whether or not it's tasty. You know it is, because we have spent eons feeling good eating tasty fruits. But in our modern society, this sabotages ourselves over and over again. Our body isn't designed yet to function in the modern world. But that snapshot I mentioned is memory stored in the body. And all of those snapshots put together, it's called your unconscious identity. So you have the person you believe yourself to be, and the person and the thing that your body believes that you are. And this is the source of all self-sabotage. You have an unconscious identity, memory stored in your body, and you as the conscious mind want to go do something else. You want to be free from that identity. So imagine like you are riding a horse. The horse is the body, you are the rider. And so you want to go this way, but your horse says, no, I'm not going that way. We're going to survive. And the horse starts freaking out because the horse is traumatized. It experienced pain in the past, and so it wants to avoid that same pain in the future. And so I want you to think about it for a moment. What is an area in your life that you are struggling with, that is keeping you from the life you truly desire? Just think of one. I'm sure there are plenty. I'm telling you right now. If you understand this, you do not know how powerful you will become. Because, well, let's imagine an old western town, and a cowboy is running through the town with his horse. And people look at him, and they think, what is this man doing? He doesn't seem very happy. He's actually freaking out a bit. He's bouncing up on the horse, and the horse is just running like the wind. Somebody shouts out to him, where are you going, cowboy? And he says, wherever the horse takes me. People are living as a slave to their animal body, a slave to their instincts, a slave to their survival, a slave to their feelings. And until you learn how to ride this beast, it will continue fighting you your whole life. And that is why people stay stuck. But the moment you get the conscious and the unconscious on board, life becomes effortless. Because the unconscious is doing all the work. You are just guiding it, pointing it in the right direction. But if you think that you have to do all the work, you're placing this unbearable burden on this very limited state of consciousness. The unconscious has been doing its job since the beginning of time, hundreds and hundreds of millions of years, whereas our human conscious mind hasn't been around all that long. You let the body do all of the work for you. All you have to do is train it, point it in the right direction. A common example I love to use is money. You can attract effortless abundance into your life, but the only reason, if you're still broke, is because you've had more negative experiences with money than positive ones, which means you've had more negative feelings about money. And so your unconscious has painted an unfavorable picture of you. It's developed a negative relationship with money. And of course, your body doesn't understand a dollar bill. It understands survival. So this pattern, which is survival, when we react negatively to it, we program our unconscious mind to focus on lack and scarcity. It will hijack your attention, and it will not allow you to live in a life of abundance. Because if you tell the unconscious mind that money is scarce, you worry about it, you feel bad about it, you look at your world, and you see in your cupboards, no food, you imprint a negative memory. And so your body believes you to, and so in this case, your body would believe you to be like a scavenger, like a little mouse, or like living in a desert. And if you were to act in abundance in a desert, you would die, because you would waste, you would be frivolous. So your unconscious will not allow you to do that. But your unconscious is blind. The horse doesn't know anything other than what you feed it, other than what you tell it. And you can reprogram anything you like. It is not biased. It is completely neutral. It accepts everything that you give it. Whatever you tell it, it says, okay, new programming. It's like the most advanced AI ever created. But you have to be good at putting in the right prompts. And you see, when people are living unconsciously, when they lack awareness, they don't realize all the ways they're creating their life. As Carl Jung said, unless you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life. And this is why. And it's because every time we have a strong reaction to any pattern, our body pays attention. The stronger the reaction, the stronger the feeling, the more the body pays attention. And this is why Neville Goddard said, feeling is the secret. And so you, as the conscious mind, every time you try and go and make money. You get that bag, that negative memory pumps up, and you have the choice. You either follow it or you let it go. For example, this is just what has come to mind. Let's say you start making money, and then right as soon as you receive money, bam, you get hit with this massive bill. Oh, I did not expect this. This sucks. I just worked so hard for this, and now I'm going to have to give it away? You can think of it like a universal test that says, are you going to continue ruminating on fear and worry, or are you going to finally trust? And you see, it doesn't matter what your eyes are telling you. The fact is, if you allow yourself to worry and have fear, all you're doing is putting more negative memory into your body, stronger attachments, which will keep you stuck for longer. Remember, it's not about what happens to you, it's about how you react. And so if you change your attitude towards something like getting a huge bill, to say, oh, this doesn't matter. I'm living in abundance now. I have trust and faith that life is just working out for me. What happens is that you stop feeding that negative memory and the attachment begins to dissolve. This is what I mean when you react differently to the trials and tribulations that come into your life, the old patterns. The worry comes up, the fear comes up, but then you say, no, not going down that way. The first key is you don't react. So when any problem arises that has to do with money in this case, if you practice non-reaction, you will neutralize the negative memory. Your body will begin thinking, oh, they don't have to worry about survival anymore. They're good. They're doing all right. All is well. And you'll start to worry less and less. But if you add positive affirmations on top of this, you reprogram your unconscious mind to say, oh, they're living in abundance now. And now your unconscious has a positive self-identity about you. You see, the thing is, there is infinite scarcity and infinite abundance happening all the time. They're both always present. But your unconscious will force you to focus on one or the other, depending on your unconscious identity, depending on that memory stored in your body. So you have more positive experiences with money by thinking more positively about it. And stop reacting to the negativity. Stop throwing gasoline on that fire. You start feeling better about it, and that is how you reprogram your unconscious mind. And then you will see money begins effortlessly entering into your life. Before, you had to struggle and struggle. Now you and the horse are going in the same direction. And so it's effortless. Your unconscious is doing all the work. You start getting new ideas for businesses or new paths to follow. People randomly reach out to you and say, oh, here's some money for no reason. But you will not believe that is possible if you're living in lack and scarcity. If you continue to feed that negative memory. Let's use another one, health. If you have habitually worried about your health in the past, or have continued to reinforce this unconscious identity of, oh, I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick. You see this with people who get diagnosed. The moment they get diagnosed, they're done for. Because now they've claimed this illness. They say, okay, this is who I am now. And there are 3 categories of sick people. And each one has their own percentage of survival, of success. There's the hopeless, there's the fighter, and there's the faithful. The hopeless are the ones who say, oh, I'm done for, I'm dead. They just accept their fate. This is happening. There's nothing I can do. Done. Over. They almost certainly will not survive. Why? Because they have accepted a new identity of, I am a person who is dead. I'm done for. And so their unconscious will only focus on evidence that reaffirms that. And people fall to this because they're afraid of facing the pain of being a fighter. That is, of having hope, of the possibility that I could get better. Because they don't want to get disappointed, so they accept the disappointment by default. Now the fighter has a 50-50 chance, perhaps. Their unconscious identity says, I'm going to try. And their success will be determined by what their senses tell them. If the doctor says, oh, you're getting worse, they're going to be more discouraged. And if they say, oh, you're getting better, then they'll be more encouraged. They'll have better feelings about it. Oh, I'm more healthy, I'm becoming more healthy. Or, oh no, I'm becoming more sick. So they start feeling worse. And they will either program an identity of health or sickness based on what their experience is. And really, your success here is determined by your will. How long are you willing to fight? But I would suggest not giving up your life for chance and live by faith, because this is your best chance at survival. Because what happens when you have faith, you accept reality as it is, and you stop allowing the fear and worry in. The fear and worry are toxic emotions which poison your body. And when you feel worse, you begin thinking worse. You create an environment in yourself that is not healthy. But when you have faith, you're not allowing all of this toxicity in your temple. You become not attached to failure or success. You're not attached to the pleasure of being healthy, and you're not attached to the pain of being sick. And so from this neutral state, you can reprogram health into you. Because think about it. The healthy chemicals and the sick chemicals stem from you. They're created by your body. And you, as the conscious mind, have the power to influence that. So when you can cut out the worry, cut out the fear, live from faith, not by your senses, and begin to feel better about your body. You program positive affirmations into your unconscious by doing more health promoting things. Ah, yes, I'm going to the gym. And then you don't just do it, you consciously give yourself a pat on the back. Good job, I'm so proud of you. You're so healthy, you're doing so well. You start feeling better about your health, you start feeling better about yourself, and you program a positive identity in which your unconscious, your body, begins producing health chemicals. So you have the best chance of survival. But those who do not know their power have no power, and the price of ignorance is slavery and death. If you do not realize that you have the power to heal yourself, you will not do it. And so on your healing journey, you might bump up against that wall. You're rising up, you're doing good. And then you go to the doctors and they say, I'm sorry, you have not been doing good. And in that moment, you have a choice to allow the fear in, or to say, I'm just going to continue being the healthiest version of myself. And whatever happens will happen. And at the end of the day, we're all going to die. The sooner we accept death, the less power it has over us. And when we can accept death, we're not worried about it. So we're not poisoning ourselves any further. The point is, don't allow the negative thoughts in. Don't entertain them. Because once you believe a negative thought, you'll start feeling bad about it. And you'll unconsciously program your unconscious to create the exact thing you're trying to avoid. And that is how people believe their fears into existence all the time. And then they say, oh, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. Don't realize that our experiences are a reflection of us. And so when the old patterns come, when the fear arises about your health, you have a choice. You get to continue throwing gasoline on that fire, or you stop it and start pouring water on it. Let's do the last one. Relationships. Hold on, the Transformers are back. Slight pause to save the world again. Bloody swords. What happens sometimes? You're in a relationship, romantic, and it's going well, and it's going too well. And so you have to sabotage it, you have to destroy the whole thing. Because sometimes when negativity is familiar, positivity is uncomfortable. So your body wants to resort back to the familiar. And it will keep you stuck in hell. And so if you have been screwed over in the past by your relationships, you will have a negative memory about it. And you will try to do the right thing, and you'll try to make it work this time. But eventually, the old memory, the old patterns will emerge. And you have a choice. Again, if you throw gasoline on the fire, you're going to downward spiral and sabotage the whole thing. Say somebody cheated on you in the past, and then your partner comes home late one night, and that memory arises. The pattern was triggered, the attachment. They might be cheating on me, and it's fueled by fear and worry of an outcome you don't desire. And then you act on it, and then you call them out, and you're just operating from this very low vibe energy that nobody wants to be around. And so who you are and your state of being influences how you act, and how you act influences what you have, your results. So when you're operating from a negative state of being, you will act in ways that have negative results. When your unconscious identity is negative about something, whether it's money, whether it's about health or relationships, it will cause you to act in a way that reaffirms that reality. But when you reprogram your unconscious mind through your conscious mind, you can get what you want far easier. If you want positive relationships, become free from the negative memory, from the negative attachments, love yourself, have a positive relationship with yourself, be content being alone, not needing a relationship, and your relationships will have effortless success. If you want health, feel healthy. Don't act to get, act to be. Every day, all the time, you're constantly thinking, I love my healthy body, I love my healthy body. And then focus on evidence that reaffirms this. Oh, I'm eating healthy food, I love my healthy body. Oh, I'm going to the gym, I love my healthy body. Because during your daily experiences, you're naturally going to have feelings, I hope. And those are always the greatest opportunities to reprogram your unconscious mind. The feelings arise naturally. So you don't have to necessarily repeat positive affirmations all the time. You just wait for the natural feelings to emerge, and then you add positive affirmations. In this case, every time something good happens in your relationship, you feel good, and then you say, oh, I always have the best relationships. Things are always working out perfectly. Look, here's the evidence right here, right now. But you have to pay attention to it. Or let's say you're bad at social skills, because over your lifetime you've had more negative experiences than positive ones. So your body shuts you down as a survival mechanism. Because if you try to spread out your chest and go and talk to everybody, the big alpha monkey might just come and beat you over the head. You shall not talk to my women. And so it will restrict your energy so that when you try to go and talk, I can't get the words out. But if every time you have a positive social interaction, you take that opportunity to say, oh wow, I always have the best social interactions. I am the best at social skills. I am the best at talking to people. I love talking to people. I love people. You reprogram your unconscious mind. And so you don't have to spend all this time trying to work on your social skills, trying to fix and help your relationship to make it better. You change yourself and then you change the world automatically. Remember, the unconscious is doing all the work. When you reprogram it in terms of social skills, you naturally are more charismatic because your unconscious is no longer restricting your energy. Your relationships naturally work out because your unconscious is not causing you to act from fear and worry. You can easily become more healthy when you are free from an identity of sickness because your unconscious is not hijacking your attention to focus on all the ways that you are sick, reaffirming that evidence. Oh, there's another reason I'm sick. Oh, here's another one. But instead, it begins hyper-focusing on all the ways you're healthy, and the process becomes more and more automatic. Eventually, the unconscious takes over, and you don't have to try to be healthy. You don't have to try to make your relationships work. You don't have to try to make money. You don't have to try to do anything, because the unconscious is doing all of it. Conscious mind is manual. Manual mode. The unconscious is automatic. Our effort is in training this beast, not in trying to get what we want. That is the slave side of the equation. Because until you deal with the root of the problem, you'll always be struggling an uphill battle. So step by step, day by day, experience by experience, you change your life in a very short amount of time. You can even do it overnight. What I'm teaching you here is the long way. It's the certain way, but it's the natural way. In that you go through experiences, you seize the opportunity of good feelings, and use that as a moment to reaffirm the identity that you want, whether it's health, relationships, social skills, money, doesn't matter. You hand over your money to the cashier, and you start thinking, oh, I'm so grateful that I have money to spend. Wow, this is amazing. Every time you receive money, you don't just stop thinking about it and move on. You pay attention in that moment and say, oh, I love money. Look at this. Look how much abundance I am in. Think of your state of being as your point of attraction, meaning you always attract more of your current state. So if you're feeling good, you will attract more good things to feel about. If you're in abundance, you attract more abundance. And the only reason our state of being lowers is because we allow ourselves to ruminate on negative thoughts of fear and worry. The moment we believe the negative thoughts, we feel negative about it and begin sabotaging ourselves. And so remember, every time you're about to enter into the next level of life, don't feed the old identity. Don't focus on the negative. Don't focus on the darkness. Don't focus on the mistake. Don't focus on the problem. Life is happening through the windshield mirror, not through the rear view. So you don't need to wrestle with your old self, your old patterns. Just keep your attention focused on the road, focused on where you're going. And that is all that matters. But if you want the quantum shift, I shall show you. If you do both of these techniques, well, it's not really a technique, it's just a way of living your life. What I'm about to show you is a technique. So here is a general outline, a map of reality, you could say. And here are our brainwave frequencies. So the thing is, there's this big wall in between the conscious and the unconscious. You have to break through the wall in order to get the message across. And you see, at the very source, there is God. Source? The source of creation. So this creative power is being filtered through us and being expressed out onto the world. So whatever information is in here, that is getting filtered through this power and projected outward. That is why reality is a reflection of us. This is also the source of life itself. And so when you have negative information in here, life will manifest itself as negative, as a reflection of that negative memory. And so when we reprogram our unconscious mind, now there's new information in which this God power is being filtered. Think for a moment like a USB. Our body is like the casing, and the information is like the information. The data stored on the USB. And the God source is the electricity, the power going through. And so you're plugged in to reality. And so when the electricity flows through the USB into the computer simulation, that information gets expressed itself as a program in the simulation. So we want to delete the negative information, format the drive, and then add new, better information on it. That is how you consciously create your reality. Now, the thing is, feeling is a secret pattern. Now, if you don't know about brainwave frequencies, the lower our brainwaves go towards zero, the more we fall into unconsciousness, and that is deep sleep. And the faster our brainwaves rise, the more we awaken into the dream state, into the physical world, and beyond. But the faster your brainwaves vibrate when you're awake, in what is called the alpha and beta brainwave state. Think of alpha like a lion. He's relaxed, he's awake, he's chilling. And think of the beta brainwave state like a gazelle. It's awake, but it's alert, and it's a little bit spazzy, hyper-focused. And then theta is a deep meditative state. The further you enter into alpha and beta, the stronger this wall becomes between the conscious and the unconscious. So you need a stronger and stronger feeling in order to penetrate it as you are awake. If there is no strong feeling, it's like a little person. You're knocking at the door. Hello, let me in. The person looks through the keyhole. I don't know you. Who are you? And go away. It doesn't open the door for you. Because you're a stranger, But when you work yourself up into an emotional state and pair that with a certain pattern, when the little person in your body opens, looks at the keyhole, it says, oh, yes, come on in. And that information is able to get through, reprogram your unconscious mind, and now the God power flows through it, and a new reality is created. But as you go slower into your brainwave frequencies, into a meditative state, into sleep, the boundary dissolves. So whatever affirmations that you push through that wall, they go through easy. The portal opens, and you can effortlessly reprogram your unconscious mind. So the first things that you think in the morning and the last things that you think before bed are the things that are reprogramming your unconscious the most. They're having the biggest effect on your life. And this is why children, their brains are malleable. They can learn 2 or 3 languages because they don't have a strong conscious mind. So the boundary between the unconscious and the conscious, it's open all the time. They're always being imprinted upon by the information in their environment. They're passive learning. The conscious mind is active learning. The unconscious is passive learning. This is why most of our conditioning happens by the age of like 8. Because as our brains begin developing, they begin producing higher and higher brainwave states. And the wall becomes thicker and thicker until we stay stuck in our ways. That is why they say, a lot of people die at 27 and aren't buried until they're 70. Because the conscious mind is the person we believe ourselves to be. And so all of the things, all of the information that was conditioned in here gets locked away. And people don't know how to change it. So they stay stuck forever and ever and ever. But your ability to passively learn did not go away. It just got covered up by your conscious mind. So you have the same power to learn as children learn. You just have to do it differently. There's an extra step, and that is you learn in the theta state. This is when your brain is most malleable. Someone like Neville Goddard will tell you, in the theta state, in a deep meditative state akin to sleep, you either visualize, repeat positive affirmations, work yourself up into an emotional state. And when that boundary is dissolved and you have a strong emotion, that is instantly imprinted onto your unconscious and overwrites whatever garbage was there before. So when you're in a meditative state, you go in there with an intention. What aspect of my life do I want to change? Okay, I want money. Instead of waiting for some annoying thing to happen in your life, you can erase it like that. Prevent yourself from being held down by that negative memory, by those old attachments, and you will effortlessly go through the barrier. This is how you quantum shift. The barrier is like a wall. You're trying to bump up against this wall to get to your best life. But when you quantum shift, you dive into the quantum realm, and the wall doesn't even exist. You go through the wall, like Harry Potter. So let's say you want money. An easy, chill practice is just every morning, as your mind kicks on, as you're in just kind of this milky oneness, this theta state, not yet quite awake, you begin repeating positive affirmations. I love being rich. I love living in abundance. Money comes to me effortlessly. And I tried it, and it works. And imagine doing that every day for a month. That's how quickly you can change your life. And then when you go out into your day, you can use what we discussed previously. You have the intentions, okay, I'm living to be rich now, and so I will not entertain any lack and scarcity. And you can do this for whatever pattern in your life is troubling you. But also, if you want to throw some jet fuel on this manifestation process. Now, I haven't done this that much, but it involves visualization. So what you do, you come up with an imaginal act, and you go into the theta state with that imaginal act. And the great thing is, your body doesn't know the difference between what is in your imagination and what is in the physical world. So instead of having to go out into your world and fix your problems and change your life and do all of this struggle, you can completely change your reality with your imagination alone without ever needing to leave your house. Let me explain real quick about the consequences of not knowing your power. You can get a hardworking man, dedicated, spend his entire life, 40 years, doing hard labor, like working as a mechanic. And at the end of it, he may have a nice house, maybe a nice family, and a nice truck. And that's great and all. But it took 40 years of hard work. And the inner riches that you get from that, the character development, is worth far more. But that's beside the point. You can get a spoiled brat right out of high school, learn how to manifest, and in a year or two will have more money than that old man will have in his entire life. That is the power you have, and that is the price of ignorance. Slavery. Now, of course, the spoiled brat doesn't have the same character, but I'm sure most people would prefer, okay, let me just live a life I desire and not have to struggle so much. So when you take that visualization and you really dive into it, you sit with it, you see it, you'll begin feeling emotions about it. If you ever notice when you're thinking about something, your body begins physically reacting as if you were in that experience. A great example is that when you see someone doing something crazy like climbing a building freehand, you start to get a bit of anxiety. Oh, that's scary. Your body physically reacts as if it is actually happening. So in the theta state, you just rest in that visualization. That is a reflection of your desired outcome. And if you fall asleep in this state of the wish fulfilled, all it takes is once. Bam. Instantly reprogrammed your unconscious mind, reality changed forever. Now, just be careful, because as the conscious mind, you can imprint negative things onto your life. So you have to develop a bit of wisdom to know, okay, am I just trying to fulfill some ego gratification? Or is this my soul's purpose? Is this what I'm meant to do? And you can experiment, test it out, see what works best for you. Because for me, visualization might not be the best, but I'm really good at being OCD about repeating positive affirmations. You develop your own way of being a creator. Let me know how it goes. I am Ray. Visit my cool store. Talk to me if you like, and join our community, where you can also talk to me and others. Much peace and many blessings, and remember, just be.
We want our relationships to match our preferences. We want to be able to say that they are good and that they're right for us. And most of all, we want our relationships to work. But most people alive today have a totally inaccurate idea of how to go about finding and creating that kind of relationship. And as a result, we fail over and over and over again. Here's the process that most people think will lead them to having the right relationship, the relationship that they want. 1. To become aware of the relationship you want, what kind of person you want, and what you want in that relationship. 2. To find a model for that relationship, i.e. an example of someone who has the thing that we want, or a teacher that is telling you what it should look like. 3. To copy or emulate that model or that person who has what you want. 4. To communicate what you want to other people and give them the example of the model you have found in order to see if they are willing to also copy that model with you. 5. If someone is not willing, move on and get rid of them, so you can look for someone else who would be willing to copy that model with you. And 6. If you and they are willing to emulate that model, it should work out. The problem is, this is not the process that a person needs to embark on in order to manifest a relationship that's actually right for them. In fact, it's not going to work. It doesn't account for who a person actually is, only what they're willing to try to be. It doesn't account for variables between you and other people, or the model you're emulating. It doesn't account for compatibility or incompatibility beyond simply having the same vision or the same model. You don't even know if that model is what will work for you and for what you actually need. You only imagine that it will. That model may not be the way to get what you specifically want. You only think it will. And it does not account for your own ability, or lack thereof, shall we say, due to several variables, to actually live up to the standard of that model. It doesn't account for even awareness of the ways that you yourself are in fact an oppositional force to the very thing that you are wanting. In this case, a relationship. This is the actual process that will lead you to the right relationship for you. 1. Become aware of the relationship you want, what kind of person you want, and what you want in that relationship. Same step in the first place as the other model, but this is where we go in a different direction. 2. To become aware of what within you, beliefs, behaviors, and actions, is oppositional to the relationship that you want. 3. To resolve the root of those aspects of you that are oppositional to the relationship you want, so that you are in alignment with what you want. 4. Because of this, you will have different beliefs, different behaviors, make different decisions, and take different actions because of it. Your conscious choices change to be in alignment with the relationship that you want. 5. You assess your compatibility with other people that you come across, most especially their compatibility to what you want. 6. You enter into the right arrangement with someone based on compatibility. To give you an example of how this works, let's look at Mike. Mike wants to be in a relationship with a woman who really respects him as a man. Using this first process, he finds a model for that relationship, which just so happens to be a social media star who produces content all about divine masculinity and his wife. He emulates this man and the relationship he sees between him and his wife. He sends all of this man's content to the women he's dating, and he tries to behave exactly how a masculine man is supposed to behave, so that he can find a woman who wants to have that same relationship with him. If a woman pushes back or fights back about it, he just gets rid of her, because that's not going to work, and he just goes on to try to find somebody else where it will work. He doesn't call her again. Through this process, he eventually finds a woman who would love to try that kind of relationship. So the two of them use that relationship that they see on social media as a model, and they try their very best to emulate that relationship and do all the right things. They try to have that relationship. But here's the thing, it doesn't go well. Each of them fails to live up to that model. Each of them has aspects within themselves that undermine their ability to actually create that ideal relationship. And so the relationship that they are in quickly becomes something that they don't want. For example, very quickly it becomes a relationship where he feels emasculated and controlled by her, and she feels like she's in a relationship with a little boy, which she finds pathetic. Pretty soon they're just fighting all the time, and both of them are feeling like failures because they can't seem to create what that social media star has with his wife. They are failing to live up to that model. Using the second process, and seeing the ways that he himself is oppositional to the very thing he wants, Mike realizes that he gives off all the signals of weakness. He chooses controlling women, and he has a pattern of flipping the polarity in the relationships he gets into. When he looks at this, he finds that he has to resolve this split between the aspect of himself that wants to be a man and the part of him that really wants to be mothered. And he needs to resolve the trauma of having never really honestly felt as if he was parented. He also needs to change his belief that all relationships are my way or the highway, because this expectation of relationships leads him to behave in codependent ways in order to stay connected in relationships and avoid that threat of separation. As a result of doing this work, Mike starts to assert his needs in relationships. He approaches different women than he originally would have in the past, ones that don't have my way or the highway written all over them. His masculine part is now the part that's leading the part of him that wants to be mothered. And he also leads all his interactions with other people with what he's truly confident in, which causes him to behave in a stronger way and to have stronger body language. As a result of all of this, he attracts very different women and gets a different response from them as well. From there, he decides to ask the woman who he feels is compatible and who will respect him as a man to be his girlfriend. While watching other people's relationships potentially will provide you with an idea of something that might actually work really well for you too, emulating other people's relationships won't work. The reason being that you're not them. You don't have the same body. You don't have the same life experiences. You're not in the exact same situation. You're not subject to the exact same variables. There are so many variables between two people, much less four people, which is really what you're doing when you're using another relationship to emulate with another person on your side, right? Because the variables between you and them are not the same, all you're looking at when you're looking at a relationship that works is a relationship that works for them, given all of their unique intricacies. Their relationship in its totality will not work for you. But some element of what they are doing, or many, might be something that works for you too. But that is still no guarantee that you will actually be able to do those things just because you've decided to do them. Which is why when it comes to finding the relationship that you actually want, the most important thing you can do is to recognize and resolve whatever about you is acting as an oppositional force to that very relationship that you want. Have a good week. If you liked this video, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, and consider sharing this video with your friends. You can also click on the bell icon to be notified of the next time that I post a video. I want to thank you personally for the bravery that you have to step into awareness. I'll see you in the next video.
Hi there, it's Susan for SusanWinter.net. Thank you for joining me. I want to talk about new relationships because they're very tricky. And oftentimes I see people that, whether they're my clients or they're just friends in my sphere, I see them blowing up the bridge. And what I mean by that is, in a new relationship, listen, we're going to have fits and starts. Every new relationship is going to have its relationship hiccups. You've got two people who like each other and they're testing out, is it safe? Are you going to hurt me? And everybody is cautious. And along with that, we're bringing a backpack of all of our former baggage and any fears that we have from our past. We're bringing that with us, combined with our hopes for a better future. And everybody is scared, especially nowadays. I mean, entering a relationship has become harder. And what happens repeatedly that I see so many times is that people get terrified. There's something they think is happening. Maybe they didn't text you back quickly enough. Maybe an inordinate amount of time has passed and you're sure that they're dumping you. Maybe they went away back home and you wonder if they're seeing an ex and you haven't heard from them. So your natural instinct is to protect yourself. So what do you want to do? You want to be the first one to blow up the bridge. Yeah, you know, this isn't working for me. Sorry. Listen, wish you well. Guess you're having a better time where you are. Don't feel like contacting me. Whatever you say, however you say it, this isn't working for me, or I've changed my mind, or I'm going back with my ex. What happens is our ego jumps in the way of our logic, and it comes in to protect us by wanting to be the first one to leave, because that way you're not holding the bag. That way you're not the chump that's left there going, oh, you're leaving me? Okay, I realize that that is indeed a possibility. But more times than not, in a new relationship, when you really do sense internally that that person likes you, when you have gotten close and there are gaps in the communication or a night that you can't reach them, I know that your fears and your thoughts go wild because you're hypervigilant. You have your antennae looking for, are they hurting me? Are they abusing me? Are they conning me? Are they lying to me? Are they betraying me? And there are going to have to be moments that you will need to say, I am going to proceed as if I give them a benefit of a doubt until it is proven to me otherwise. Now, if you're somebody that comes from a background of not being able to discern when somebody's playing you, this is not the right move for you. But for the majority of people listening to this, before you count them out, give them a chance. Listen, here's the truth. If you can calm your ego, just think about it. Here are the two options. One, you can bail, save your ego, and maybe misread something. Chances are very good that you're going to misread something and blow up the bridge, for which it's almost impossible to go back. I mean, I've tried to do it myself, and I've tried to guide people. It is 10 times the work to reinstate something after because now you've scared them, okay? Now they can't trust you. Maybe you'll do it to them again. So you can either do that and get rid of them, or what you can do is give them the benefit of a doubt. And let's say it's you. Let's say that you're the one left holding the bag, okay? At least you wrote it out. At least you had the courage to see where this thing is going to go. Because if they're the ones who call it, not doing it, I am going back to my ex, I'm sorry I don't feel it, the only thing that's really upset is your ego. If you could pull that out of the way, you would get past the part that makes you want to blow up the bridge in the first place. I have seen this repeatedly with people, and they are so ready to do it. And my clients are writing me, texting me, calling me, emergency contact. And you know what? The person's phone was turned off. They were at home. They fell asleep. They were with their mother. They went to the hospital to visit their father. They were caught at work, and it's a legitimate thing. And they weren't at all trying to scam them or con them. But in the fear of the moment, that person was so ready to pull the trigger, was so ready to blow up the bridge, just for fear that maybe you're doing it to me, so I got to evacuate first. In a new relationship, you must anticipate there are going to be scary moments. The point is, if you're ready for partnership, you want to have the faith in yourself. It's not about faith in them, it's about faith in yourself, that you can walk through and meet whatever challenge comes your way, and if they aren't into it, then they aren't into it. But rather than anticipate a negative outcome and bail, allow it to have its forward movement, and it hits a roadblock and a glitch, and then it comes back into order. In a way, it's a mini version of what happens in a long-standing relationship. In a long-standing relationship, couples have disagreements, and they hit roadblocks, and they work their way through them because they stay connected, because they stay holding hands as they go through the issue. So for all of you who are right now kind of, I tell my clients to sit on their hands, do not text, bite your fingernails, do anything, do not blow up the bridge. I would ask you to take a very cautious look at what's going on and give yourself, give yourself like 4 hours. Give yourself till tomorrow morning. Ride it out. Try to ride it out. If you think that this is a positive relationship and you feel like there's something happening, but there's just a little fear on their part, which is probably true, then please just ride it out for a few hours, calm yourself down, and see what happens. Or reach out. Haven't heard from you. But please don't let your ego jump in and blow up the bridge and ruin something that could have been. And had you had the mental discipline and had you had the faith in yourself, you would have gone through that little transit and come out on the other side. Susan Winter for SusanWinter.net. Thank you so much for joining me. I love your messages. I love your video suggestions. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate all of you that have reached out from all over the world. Oh my goodness, I've got time zones that it's like amazing. It's like the next day. It's just awesome. I love, love, love working with you, and I love talking to you. So thank you so much for joining me. Bye-bye now.
Wenn man sich die Kommentare unter Berichterstattungen von schweren Gewalttaten auf Instagram anschaut, zum Beispiel dem neuesten Brandanschlag von einem Mann auf seine Ehefrau in einer Straßenbahn, dann liest man in letzter Zeit immer öfter Kommentare, die etwas anders sind als noch vor einem Jahr und die oft in eine bestimmte Richtung gehen. Überraschung, es wird ein Mann gewesen sein. Das Problem? Männliche Gewalt. Not all men, but always a man. Es sind immer Männer, die bräuchten alle mal einen guten Therapeuten. Ach Mensch, wieder ein Mann, wer hätte das gedacht? Wieder ein Mann, der seine Emotionen unter Kontrolle hatte. Offensichtlich scheint das Thema Männer zurzeit ein gesellschaftliches Thema zu sein, was viele Menschen beschäftigt. Ich meine, es ist ja allgemein und auch nicht erst seit gestern bekannt, dass Männer statistisch gesehen die meisten schweren Gewalttaten ausüben, aber sie haben zusätzlich auch ein viel höheres Suizidrisiko als Frauen und suchen sich viel seltener psychologische Hilfe. Mir hat sich in letzter Zeit wieder vermehrt die Frage gestellt, wie steht es eigentlich um die mentale und emotionale Gesundheit von Männern? Und ich weiß, dieses Thema polarisiert viele, vor allem viele Männer. Wenn ich mich an die vorhin erwähnten Instagram-Kommentare erinnere, dann fielen die Reaktionen von Männern darauf nicht unbedingt positiv aus. Oft fielen dann so Sätze wie, ja schön generalisieren und alle Männer über einen Kamm scheren. Ist ja ekelhaft. Oder scheint aktuell eine Masche zu sein mit Männern in den Kommentaren, um von den tatsächlichen Problemen abzulenken. Aber ist das so? Lenkt das wirklich von den tatsächlichen Problemen ab? Oder weist das nicht viel eher auf ein Problem hin, über das wir viel zu wenig sprechen? Ich verstehe schon, dass manche Kommentare unsensibel formuliert sind, aber wenn es nur um das Thema an
Hi, sweet familia, spirit familia. Steph here on spirit-led stuff. Showing up. Here we are. We're showing up as we are. And I've been thinking about self-love. Like, what is self-love, right? Because we're all talking about it. And it's like, can we really have self-love when we don't know what the self is? Like, if we don't know who we truly are, can we love ourselves? Or are we rooting and loving ourselves based on the things we have and the things we've accomplished, which is not the self? Right? So how do we love ourselves without connecting our worth to the things we have and the things we accomplish and the things we do and how we act and how we dress? How do we do that? And I think the invitation there is to discover what is yourself. 111 as I say that. Who am I? What is myself with a capital S? Because the self with a lowercase s is the one with the car, is the one with the job, is the role in the family, right? Is the one with the career, is the one that identifies with those. That's the one with the body that looks a certain way, that's from a certain country, right? All tied to the egoic identity, the temporary. But that's not who we are. So if we're talking about real self-love, which is the love that will truly free us, yeah, not self-care, not taking care of the body. That's something else. Those are steps that we can be guided to have certain experiences. That is not what we are rooted in, though. So the self with a capital S, that is the self that is connected to everything. That is the self that is one with all. That is the self that is the child of God. That is the self that is the Christ light. 222. That is the self that is in union, speaking of twos, in union, in perfect divine union with God, with love, with divinity. And that is a self that we carry, that we take towards everything. And we actually may be asleep to for many years of our lives. That's why we call it spiritual awakening or awakening, because we are actually asleep to that self. And then when we realize that self, when we awaken to the truth of that self, and life will always lead us, whether we believe in it or not, whether we believe in God or not, whether we're spiritual or not, it doesn't matter about the words. Life, the content of life is always guiding us to discover that self with a capital S. And the truth about it. And beyond that, it will invite us to an experience of that self, of that love. Depending on whatever practice we're in, what we feel called to, sometimes it may be through a spiritual practice. Sometimes it just may be at home, with a book that opens your heart, in nature, in a moment where you feel so deeply connected to everything. God knows your script is yours. And in your script is literally made for you to discover the self that you are, the soul. Other people like to call it the soul, right? That part that is not connected to anything transient. And yet, ultimately we're spirit. We're one spirit with God, beyond soul. I would even dare to say, I don't know all the metaphysics, but I would say the soul is the one that's changing it. If we're looking at the soul as something that's also transient within the spiritual, right? Like it's learning, it's evolving, it's gaining its purity or, purifying, then it's still part of what is transient. And it's still part of the whole idea of what the mind is projecting as the human experience, 444. And so the ultimate truth is spirit. And that bridge, while we're here, while we're in this experience, while we're in this movie, in this theater setup that is here to heal our mind, that is here to help us recognize that S, because as we heal our mind, we start to recognize what that S, like capital S self is. As we start to do that, and as we heal our mind, we are doing that with the help of the spirit. That is the bridge in this experience. And that bridge is in our mind. It's that part of the mind that the Course in Miracles is telling us. It's the spirit mind, the right mind. And so we start to gain access more to the right mind, more and more. And we start to let go of the ego mind, the fear-mindedness, right? The wrong-mindedness, quote unquote. And wrong, not because good, good and bad, right and wrong, but wrong-mindedness because it's mistaken. It's just an error. Like that beautiful definition, Greek, if you look at the definition of sin, right? A word that I had an issue with in the Bible, and looking at it through the eyes of spirit, and then discovering that the root, if you look at sin in Greek, right? Sorry, getting a little mosquitoes here, Florida. It's actually cold and there's mosquitoes, so just so you understand. The definition, right? Back to the definition of sin. And it is missing the mark. The Greek definition, missing the mark. So there's a target and we're just unaware of the target. And so we're shooting and trying all these different things in life to achieve happiness, to achieve joy, to achieve wholeness. And Jesus came to the earth to say, I found the mark. I can show you where the mark is. You have access to the mark, but you're missing it. Let me show you. And of course, there have been gazillion interpretations of his teachings. But he's a presence that exists now because he's part of spirit, one with the love of God. It is the mind of love. And so for me, Jesus was a really vital and, just pivotal character in this awakening to the self, the S, with a capital S. Because he's a guide, master teacher, brother, savior. Yes, in many ways. Not in the sense of, getting on the cross and no. If we're looking at the Course in Miracles, it is teaching us beyond that. And that is beautiful because it is taking away this heaviness, this guilt that can be passed on through religion. That is not here for us. That is basically keeping us tied to the egoic system and the egoic interpretation of God and the egoic definitions and boxes of what God is, of what God's love looks like, of what it's dependent upon, and God's love is dependent upon nothing. Our actions and who we are and what we do in this world does not, and is not, God is not changing his love for us depending on that, because he knows what we truly are. And this, once again, if we're waking up, is a dream. This is an experience in the mind that we're all coming to have, to awaken to the true self that is, that has been sleeping. Sorry, the true self from, we're awakening to the true self from the self that has been sleeping. So what is self-love? Self-love is beginning to, and this has been my experience, right? I can only speak from my experience and what I've witnessed of others on the path. It's beginning to love that part of you so much, to trust so deeply in that essence, be rooted in God so deeply that you start to live a life of trust, a spirit-led life, a life of flow, because a spirit-led life is a life of flow. It's a life of trust, of spontaneity, of living in the moment to moment. Do we escape the moment sometimes? Yes. Are we going to guilt trip ourselves? No. We're going to be true to what's showing up. Oops, yep, got there, reacted to that. But now we have a vision, we have a target, we understand, and we choose again, like the Course in Miracles says, which takes away all the guilt. In this moment, you can always choose again, 1001, as I say that, right? Releasing all this guilt. Oh, I did it wrong, I got this wrong, I'm going to hell. That's the indoctrination that we've had. Our hell is here. When we don't know who we are, when we're running after things that are temporary, when we're not rooted in love, we can definitely experience hell. And that is a state of mind, and so is heaven. But when we wake up to that self with a capital S, we can start to live a life of self-love, which is a love to that divine, a love that is connecting everything, a love that is in every action that I do, in every decision that I make, in every thought that I hold, as much as I can, right? We're figuring it out as we go along. 1101. We are figuring it out. We give ourselves grace. How is it that we can give ourselves grace and we can give ourselves love, and love is God? Love is something outside of us, or we believe that. We give it to ourselves because we've been given it, right? It is a fountain, it is a well that we hold because we are the bearers of love, the bringers of love, of light. We are the ones who hold it because we are the children of the greatest love, God. Light, right? Beyond the boxes, beyond the institutions, beyond the religious definitions. God. Bigger, deeper, personal, here, now. God. Hold on, here we go. God made my cell phone drop. That's how big it is. Oh man, oh, there's some kayakers coming through. This is so typical Florida. Anyhow, let's experience this self-love by starting to experience a more spirit-led life, right? Follow your intuition. And how do we follow our intuition? We also start to be more authentic with who we are, what we feel, what's good for us, what's not good for us. So that we can be more clear in our mind. We don't have those blockages in our mind about what other people think, about what we should be doing, of what's, right and wrong, judging others, holding grievances, right? That's the work. Starting to do the work to let that go free so that we can show up as we are. And when we start showing up more as we are, we can start trusting more, right? That other video I made about confidence. Confidence is tied to this self-love with a capital S. Because that self with a capital S is in a state of abundance, is in a state of peace, of grace, of pure love, beyond romantic relationships. It is a state. It is not something dependent on something coming from somewhere else. No. It is a place I am in the mind. So I bring it because I have access to the mind, right? The mind is mine. So I bring it. I bring the love. 333. That's my Jesus number, 333. So we bring the love to ourselves. We have the fountain. And as we do that, as we give, so do we receive. Because we are all connected. Love is to be given. Love is to be felt. Love is to be thought. And love is always present and accessible. And knowing that, trusting that, moving through with that love as your foundation allows you to live a life where you do love yourself, because yourself is no longer dependent on the things that are transient. Yourself is no longer identified with your withering body, with dust, how the Bible says, with all the things that will turn to dust and moths will come in. All of that is not what defines yourself. Even this, right? This cute little jacket and this thing. Yeah. Nope. Doesn't define me. I may feel cold and I may be attracted to it, but the moment I put it on, I know it's not me. And it's that work of remembering, what is the real self? What am I really loving? Who am I truly? And at that same time, using my personality, enjoying the ride, but not being attached to it, because then I'm falling for the wrong self and the wrong type of love. Actually, it's just not love. It's not the wrong, right? It's the absence of it. It's holding on. It's grasping onto an illusion that actually doesn't exist, and therefore it's not rooted, and therefore is not real, and therefore when you count on it, it's going to be gone. But our self-love comes to the self, the God self, the Christ self, that self that was created, given to us, that we are here to emanate, to live. And by emanating and gifting it, we love ourselves back, because the love is one. The love is one. So that's it. Let's start redefining what self-love means. It's not about self-care, even though that's a beautiful thing when it's needed. It's so much bigger than that. And loving the self is loving your brothers as they are. Very important aspect before I finish this video. Loving the self is not only knowing that I'm rooted in God, or that my identity is this Christ, right, light identity. It is also knowing that that person is the Christ light identity. And for me to love the self is to love all of the self, because we are all images of that one self, of that one love, of that one light. Whether we know it or not, whether their behavior shows it or not, whether they've awoken to that or not, doesn't matter. Doesn't take it away from them. And the more we love them for their true selves with a capital S, we will experience. It will expand us, because it's all connected. It's one. It's one. Loving them is loving ourselves. Loving myself is loving the other. It is one and the same. When it is the self with the capital S, when it is rooted in the light of love, in who we truly are. Jamming the Sade. Jamming, he's riding a bike and jamming to Sade. Okay. Wishing you all a beautiful day. Thank you for being with me here. Once again, I'm Steph, and this is Spirit-Led Steph. And whether we call it a spirit-led journey, or just a journey of the heart, following the heart, right? Not the heart, that the romantic heart, right? We confuse that. That may be another video for another day. We can't, that's an egoic interpretation of the heart. Just the journey of the heart, spirit-led, or a life of flow, all the same thing, all pointing to the same experience. This is where we're headed, folks. And this is how we can lead a life of love, of self-love. It is inclusive of all others and of ourselves. Have a beautiful day. Until next time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Resentment, forgiveness. Why it's so important to forgive, how to forgive, and how to let go of resentment so that you can live a life that you deserve to live, a life of peace, freedom. Resentment is a really heavy energy. It weighs on your heart. It weighs on your mind. Those heavy energies make life really difficult. It's really important to be able to show up in the best way that we can. You may have everything in your life, in the external world, but if you are not feeling happy and at peace, life is a real struggle, and the way that you show up in your life becomes negative. It really impacts the world. I want to start out by just acknowledging whatever feelings that you may have. If you're feeling like you've been wronged, you are feeling a lot of resentment, it's okay and it's valid for you to feel the things that you feel. If you've been hurt, abused, you're valid for feeling everything that you feel. However, if you're carrying around resentment, it's actually hurting you more than anybody else. And resentment leads to emotional pain, physical pain, and also sickness. There's a lot of diseases that arise out of resentment. Learning how to let go of that resentment is really crucial for you to live a good life. There's a couple of things that I can suggest that will really help with that. It begins with understanding about the human condition. Think about it this way. We're all brought up by people spanning generations. There's a certain level of conditioning, the way that one person is treated, they are then going to pass that on to their children, or going to pass that on to their children. So there's a cycle. Understanding that people are a result of how they're raised, and not just that, but also the result of their environment. Just keeping in mind that there's a lot that goes into who a person is. It is really difficult to change even when you're trying to change. So understanding that people are acting and reacting based on their conditioning, based on how they've been raised. Having that understanding can make you release a lot of the resentment that you feel towards people. A lot of times we'll feel resentment or judgment towards somebody. Think about how much that person is struggling. You also don't know what's going on inside them. Most likely somebody who does something really bad is actually feeling really guilty afterward. In fact, they might also be acting and reacting in ways because of an extreme amount of guilt that they feel that they don't know how to express. Compassion is one of the most important emotions to cultivate within us, and it serves you so much to begin a practice of compassion. Sometimes we judge others and we're angry at others because we judge and are angry at ourselves. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. A lot of us are really asleep at the wheel. I know what it's like to be very asleep, and yet to have a certain something awake in me that wants to be a better person, acting and reacting in ways that then I feel so bad about, and almost not knowing how to stop it. There's a momentum that goes on based on our conditioning. The more awake we become, the more we're able to change our actions and be a little bit more in control of our actions. Even if we have really deep, meaningful spiritual experiences and awakening, we might not be able to control how we act and react. This does not excuse anybody, and none of this excuses anybody for doing harmful things to others. But I think it's a really powerful quote: forgive them, for they know not what they do. A lot of people have no idea how much harm they're causing. Maybe they do on some level, but it may be so painful to acknowledge it that they push it down. And when you push and repress emotions, that also leads to even more negative actions. We all come from the same source. Everybody has the capacity of being a sinner and a saint. And I've seen it within myself, and it's humbling to recognize it. A really important step in being able to forgive is to know thyself. Looking within and acknowledging and noticing your own darkness allows for you to have compassion and understanding for others. Everybody has done wrong to others. And think about it. If you've ever harmed someone and they've forgiven you, how good does that feel? So be that person who is forgiving others as well. It allows for somebody to maybe make a change. They're more likely to harden and to tighten up and feel more guilt, repress more as a result of not being forgiven. Everybody, for the most part, is really trying their best, and people who are doing really terrible things are hurting. You may not see it, you may not even believe it, but I promise you, I know that I've done some things that are really harmful to people, that maybe on the surface I've not shown remorse, but inside I've felt it, and it's made me want to change. Some people may never change. Their conditioning may be that hard. When you begin to be that person who moves from love and forgives, it gives permission to others to do the same. Don't wait for an apology in order to forgive. Just forgive because you understand that that person is a person just like you, going through life, trying to figure it out. Carrying that heavy load of resentment is going to create more negativity in the world rather than love and positivity. The resentment drops away, you feel lighter, and your heart opens. Feel love. That is the way that we change the world. Sometimes moving from force and anger can actually initiate change. Anger can really make people move mountains, but I think there's a ceiling to doing anything that is coming from that negative place. Love is the most powerful force. Love will win out. Forgive. Let go of that burden. And as you let go of that burden and you begin to radiate that love, more people will be inspired. You can actually help others. No matter how wronged you have been, there are people out there who have experienced really extreme trauma and have been very heavily abused, who have decided to go in the direction of love and to forgive. Those people are so inspiring. If they can do it, you can as well. There's always that one person who's gone through a really heavy, trying time and have come out into the light. It's a choice. It may not seem like it is, but it is ultimately. I hope it serves you.
Hello there. Few things on earth feel worse than shame. For those of you who don't understand what shame is, it's that painful feeling state that results from comparing yourself to your standards and falling short. This leads to self-worth problems, but the question still remains, where did these standards come from? When you were young, you came into a society. Socialization is a must in an unawakened society. In an unawakened society, there are collective social and cultural values. When we value one thing, we often condemn the opposite. For example, self-sacrifice may be a social value, and selfishness is condemned. We deem one good and the other bad. In order to keep the social order, we socialize children, which basically means we train them to behave in a way that is acceptable to the society we live in. We indoctrinate children with our social and cultural values and reward them when they adhere to those values. We punish children when they demonstrate behavior that contradicts our social and cultural values. If we want our needs to be met, survive in a society, and have a chance at feeling things like love, belonging, contribution, and safety, we have one option: to adopt those values of the society we are born into and hold ourselves to them. Let's say when you were younger you ran into the room naked, but you were raised in a society that valued modesty and that condemned public nudity. When you ran out into the room, your parents would instantly disapprove of that particular behavior. They might punish you, they would definitely scold you, they would send you back to your room. That disapproval would be painful enough that you would decide, I can't ever have this happen again. So you would adopt the value of modesty so as to never feel that type of disapproval and embarrassment again. To avoid hurt in the future, what we do is we adopt the cultural values of the society that we are born into. By doing this, we become our own corrections officer. We get to police ourselves, which is a lot less painful than being policed by other people. We become absolutely obsessed with being good. After all, being good means getting your needs met, being loved, belonging, survival. And being bad means getting ostracized, feeling pain, not having your needs met, and being unloved. From this point on, shame takes over. It takes over to save you from negative future consequences. It exists to keep you in check. It is a function of the conscience. Anytime you violate your own adopted rules, you slip into shame. The people who struggle with shame the most and chronically were raised in societies where their caregivers did not differentiate between doing bad and being bad. For example, a little kid takes a cookie off of the counter that they aren't supposed to take, and the parent responds by saying something like, "Bad girl," or "Why the hell did you do that? That was so stupid." That child is actually incapable of differentiating between the negative action and themselves being negative. Shame is all about being bad, in contrast to guilt, which is about doing something that's bad. Now, this is painful enough when that shame is coming up as a result of individual experiences that are occasional. It's an entirely other monster when it's a chronic thing as a result of thinking that something about you that you can't change is chronically bad. If the truth of yourself violates social values that you yourself have adopted, you will forever feel that conflict or contradiction within yourself. You will have determined that because there is an aspect of your truth that conflicts with the social values you've adopted, that must mean something's wrong with you. And if something's wrong with you, that must mean that something's bad about you. Early on in life, people develop an internalized view of themselves as either adequate or inadequate within the world. If we find that something about us conflicts with the values of our social group, especially if we experience negative consequences for those things, we get the message that we do not fit in the world. We are inadequate, inferior, unworthy, and not good enough. Shame is in fact the root of low self-esteem. For example, let's say that you are born into the typical Christian Bible-loving family, but you are gay. And let's say that because of the society you were raised in, you adopted that belief that being gay is an abomination. Your standard will be, I must be straight. But internally, you know you are not straight, and so you are going to permanently fall short of your own standard. You will feel shame all the time as a permanent state of being, as long as this is in fact your standard. And keep in mind that you can have conscious standards, but also subconscious standards. If you feel shame but you don't know why, it's because you have a subconscious standard that you are unaware of. It must be known that shame manifests as some vicious, vicious physical ailments. One of the most glaring examples of these physical ailments is AIDS. The most prevalent cause of AIDS is in fact shame, especially shame relative to one's own sexuality. Some other ailments that can be caused by shame are chronic fatigue syndrome, acne, addictions, eating disorders, impotence, kidney problems, cancer, yeast infections, stuttering and other speech problems, shin bone injuries, chronic pain, depression, anxiety, all immune system disorders, especially disorders where the body begins to attack itself. When people feel shame, they often defend themselves against that shame in certain ways. When you're around somebody who feels shame, it can feel almost like you're walking on broken glass or on thin ice. They are in a permanent state of defense. They blame others, often aggressively. Blame diverts attention from one's own insecurities and perceived flaws. It makes someone wrong so we can feel right. And when people struggle with shame, they become consumed by contempt for other people. Other contempt sometimes prevents us from feeling self-contempt. Contempt protects us from feeling shame because it gives us a way to deny the fact that in truth, at our core, we feel beneath consideration, deserving of scorn, worthless, and as if something is bad or wrong about us. People who feel shame become excessively narcissistic. Never confuse self-love with narcissism. It could not be farther from the truth. But people who feel shame become preoccupied with their own self-interests. They go on a quest externally to find approval, superiority, admiration, and significance. The quest for attention is an attempt to fill the void of feeling worthless. To understand more about narcissism, you can watch my video on YouTube titled Narcissism. So what do we do if we feel ashamed and we want to stop feeling that shame? The first thing we have to do is to become completely aware of the standards which we are holding ourselves to. This requires us to be brave enough to be completely honest. It's not very much fun for us to admit to the standards that we actually hold ourselves to. Some of those might actually be embarrassing. Just becoming aware of what our standards and social values actually are is enough to decrease the power that those particular standards hold over us. Then we make the decision, do I want to keep this standard or do I not? If you do want to keep the standard, that's all well and good. And it also decreases the amount of shame that you hold. Why? Because it means you're now consciously choosing to allow that feeling of shame to stay. That gives you a sense of power over your shame instead of feeling powerless to it. Step 2. If we want to change our standards, we have to change our beliefs. Standards come in the form of beliefs. For example, one of our standards could be, I should be straight instead of gay. Another belief is, if I'm gay, I'm an abomination. Once we find the beliefs that we have about the standards we're holding ourselves to, we have the opportunity to change them. To find out how to change a belief, you can watch my video on YouTube titled How to Change a Belief. Also, apply these beliefs to the Byron Katie process called the work. 3. We need to have a serious think about right versus wrong. If we feel shame, we have already wandered deep into the land of stigma. We have to question our social values. We have to question what it is that we are holding ourselves accountable to. Now, it seems straightforward, question the rightness or wrongness of your cultural and social beliefs. But unbelievably enough, people don't usually do this. If you're born into a Catholic society, you don't question those beliefs, you automatically adopt them. Most of us never actually make a conscious choice to be a certain religion or to follow a certain practice or a certain set of beliefs. We call ourselves Catholic because our parents were Catholic, and their parents' parents were Catholic, and so on and so forth. No matter what we are a part of, we need to be questioning our beliefs. Because this particular way of contracting a belief is more like contracting an illness. It's so unconscious, it's like it just rubbed off on you and now it's part of you. It's not really yours, and I would be as aggressive as to say that it doesn't actually belong to you, and you don't actually have the right to say you believe it until you have questioned it completely. You need to question the rightness and wrongness of everything, even the things that seem obviously right or wrong, in order to reach full awareness, and also in order to stop feeling like you are bad. You should also question whether it is possible for there to be right or wrong in this universe. Step 4, we need to integrate our feelings of shame, which result in fact from our childhood. If we feel shame in our adult lives, it is because we have been shamed in our childhoods. We have experienced that emotional wounding. And what we're experiencing in our adult life is in fact a reflection of that original wound. So what we need to do when we're feeling shame, instead of try to escape from it, is we need to sink into the shame and be completely unconditionally present with it. We need to find the child who was wounded, who was shamed to begin with, and we need to reparent that particular child. To understand how this process works, you can watch my video on YouTube titled How to Heal the Emotional Body. Step 5, we need to be disciplined about our self-approval process. This means that every day we need to pick one thing, at least, that we don't approve of about ourselves, and we need to find approval for it. We are looking to feel better about what we reject about ourselves. For example, if we think we are dark, we need to find approval for being dark. If we think we have cellulite, we need to get way outside the box and find approval for cellulite. We can also invite other people to contribute by having them brainstorm ideas with us about how we can approve of what we disapprove of. Ask yourself, how is this thing I disapprove of good? We can also do this relative to other people. If we hold ourselves to standards, chances are really high that we hold everyone else to a high standard as well. We have a high level of condemnation for them or things about them. So we can flip this process and do the same thing. Only this time our question to ourselves is, how is this thing I disapprove of in this other person good? Step 6, we need to recognize our insatiable desire to be good. And also we need to question why it is that we need so badly to be good. Then we need to look for proof that we are good. Positive self-focus is of paramount importance. Again, we can involve other people in this process by asking them to tell us what they like about us. Ask yourself, how would someone benefit by having a relationship with me? How am I a good person? I'll start by telling you that people who experience shame have a very strong conscience. And over the course of history, this has been seen as a trait that only good people have, because people who have a high level of conscience also adhere to strong morals, meaning that this is a person, you are a person, who is not going to deliberately harm other people. There is an innate yearning in people to connect, to be seen, to be heard, to be felt, to be understood, to belong. If you feel shame, these things in life are not something you have tasted yet. You have been met with the opposite. As a result, you withdrew and closed yourself off and shut down to the world. Now there is a split within your heart, between the insatiable yearning for those things and the fear and pain of opening up and being heard again. You need to address this split within yourself with empathy and compassion. Many people within society carry this same split, and you have the opportunity to heal it in yourself by practicing the art of seeing, feeling, hearing, understanding, and seeing the value in yourself. And you also have the power to heal it in other people by practicing the art of seeing, feeling, hearing, understanding, and seeing the value in them. You did not end up this way because something is wrong or bad about you. You ended up this way because during the process of socialization, which hurts so much more of us than you know, you were hurt. The more you see that you were hurt because of ignorance, and also because the very same wounds that were given to you were given to the very people who perpetuated those wounds to you, the less personal this wounding will seem. It really isn't about you. If you can begin to see yourself through the lens of empathy and compassion, you just might be able to see that maybe there is a big picture to why you were unable to conform to these social standards and values. Maybe there is a deeper reason. Maybe you didn't come here to fit into those standards in the first place. Maybe if you had been able to fit into those standards, our society would have no hope of evolving at all. Have a good week.
What's up, spiritual people? My name is Dignity and I'm back with another Chosen One, artistic, art chakra, soulful, chosen one, I said it twice, video for your ass. You know, this won't be a heavy type of spiritual video that I usually do twice a day. This is going to be a lighter video when I'm talking about a little bit of psychology and the mirror effect, and how YouTube is having such a healing effect on my psychology over the years. Like I've been doing this for 1 year on this channel, and I've been doing YouTube for 2 years with another channel that didn't really work. But all this to say that filming yourself and doing YouTube and doing something that is as personal as your own personal spirituality and psychology is so healing, and it's fixing your self-image in such a way that I feel, you know, that it's coming from God, as usual. So we're gonna dive deeper a little bit to this topic. So, but first I'd like to say, if you want to support this channel, you can. And I don't like to say this, but I have to if I want to just have some success at it. But if you want to just, you know, support my channel, you can go in my Buy Me a Coffee page and just drop some money, man. I have to say it because it's just, brothers gotta eat, you understand? So this is just one of the ways AI told me that I can do money with YouTube, so I'm just trying it. So I don't hate saying this, but I don't like adding this inside my video, but I just add to, and I noticed a lot of YouTubers adding their own ads inside their videos, so I might do this too one day. So just get used to it, dude. We have to promote this shit. So there it is. You can go support my channel in the post below on my Buy Me a Coffee page. So how YouTube and doing YouTube videos can help you. You think that you're doing YouTube videos for other people. Nah, brother, you don't understand the psychology of it. Why would God push us to do this? There's a reason why we are pushed to do this. First of all, it's really important that some people in this world.
Ever since I did the episode on why it is so hard to be a beautiful woman, I have been flooded with requests for a video on why it is hard to be a wealthy man. So, let's start out this episode in an equally confronting way, shall we? It doesn't take me to tell you that society values different things in women and men, and that the things that they value in each are ranked. And it is absolutely a reality that the thing that human society places the most value in regarding men is wealth. People want men to be providers first and foremost. We may not like that fact. We may think it should be different. We may argue that wealth corrupts. We may argue that women can make their own money now, so it's less important for a man to be the earner. You may argue that for you, there are other more important things than for a man to be wealthy, but all of this resistance is not really going to get us anywhere because it's a refusal to accept that this is still, to generalize, the way things are. It is still a reality that in the world today, the most valued thing in a man is wealth. Well, what does all this mean? It means that when a man is wealthy, people see value in him. He has a thing of power. He's esteemed within society, and so people assume that he has it all, and that he's happy, or at least he should be. All the focus and attention in society is placed on why it is so hard to be a man who does not have money. That's a story that's been told over and over again. You already know that story, but you don't know the other one. Because of this, for the sake of awareness, today I'm going to outline for you why it is so hard to be a wealthy man. 1. Wealth is a trigger for the egos of other people. Similar to beauty and fame, it activates the human ego. When the ego is triggered, it creates zero-sum games, whereby it does not consider the other person's best interests. As a result, wealthy men are taught systematically that they cannot trust others. People so often play zero-sum games with them. All of the negative manifestations of the human ego are amplified in those who come into contact with a wealthy man. Here are just some examples. Greed, exploitation, manipulation, lying, negative use, parasitic dynamics, power games and struggles, negative ambition, jealousy, resentment, envy, negative competition, projection, blame, criticism, judgment, bragging, the fight for superiority, and betrayal. Because of this, wealthy men see a side to people that other people don't see, and it's not a good one. Wealth really reveals the very worst in other people. 2. You live a life of exploitation. Because almost every single person thinks they can personally benefit somehow from your money and subsequently your power and from being associated with you, their relationship with you becomes about what they can get from you and how they can use you or their association with you. You become essentially a means to an end for people. You will be used unfairly and associated with their advantage. People will constantly try to get money out of you. In fact, they will start to treat you like you're just one big opportunity object in their reality that they are going to use for their advantage, for themselves. And there is yet another layer to this exploitation, which is that people are going to exploit your vulnerabilities, things such as weaknesses and needs and pains, in order to be able to secure a relationship with you so that they can use you for their advantage. This means to live as a wealthy man is to live with constant distrust, and even in some cases, outright paranoia. 3. Wealth can be a real barrier to connection. It can be an intensely isolating thing. By becoming a wealthy man, you drastically decrease your odds of finding people who are compatible to you, including a partner. You also decrease your odds of finding people who love you and that they take you as a part of themselves and are concerned for your best interests. So let's break that down further, shall we? Because so many people want a man with money in their lives, they're unconcerned with whether they are compatible to you or not in other very important ways. It turns into an everyone wants me but no one really wants me dynamic. So you're essentially looking for a needle in a haystack. On top of this, because so many people think that they can gain an advantage from being in a relationship with you. Your relationships will be very transactional only, albeit not consciously transactional, and the other pillar of relationships, which is love, may be missing entirely. Wealthy men tend to feel like caring about the other person will be a one-way deal, and they're often right. And this spells really serious relationship pain. This is very serious because you've heard me say it before, relationships are really the heart of life. You cannot have a good life and have painful relationships, no matter how much money you happen to have. This is the main reason why wealthy men end up miserable despite having everything. Being a wealthy man is an intensely isolating experience full of painful and fragile connections. They are not seen. They are lonely, surrounded by others who are vying to be with them. You know how tormenting that is. Alone in a crowded room. 4. In this same vein, it is very hard for wealthy men to feel any type of security in terms of relationships. Deep down, wealthy men feel that their security in a relationship is based on them having wealth, and not only that, continuing to up the ante. People acclimatize to what they have, and this makes it so a wealthy man feels the need to keep providing more and more, better and better, lest the person lose interest and go for someone else who has more and who can provide even better. When security in a relationship is based on what and how much they do for someone else financially, it feels really scary, and the relationship security feels fragile. Deep down, they tend to wonder, what is it that's valuable about me beyond what I do and have? But at the end of the day, they feel there's no real point to answering that question, right? Because it wouldn't really matter anyway, because all anyone really values is what they do and what they have. It's at this point that wealthy men succumb to the split of, on the one hand, accepting that this is just the reality because I guess this is how the world is. I would do better to just accept it and accept that this is the only way I can get anyone to want me, and then flaunt their wealth, or hide their wealth so that they can test if someone cares. Both is painful. Both is a constant state of distrust and insecurity. And just like there is constant pressure for a beautiful woman to maintain her beauty, there is constant pressure for a wealthy man to maintain a certain lifestyle and even to keep upping that lifestyle. This is a lot of pressure, and it is pressure that makes relationships feel super insecure. 5. It is very hard for wealthy men to develop a deep sense of who they are beyond what they do, as well as security in terms of self-esteem. Because of the reflection they keep getting, their identity revolves around what they do and what they have, and their self-esteem becomes about money and the skills with which they get that money. Because of this, there tends to be a real confusion about who they really are, if you took the making of money out of the equation. It begs the question, who am I beyond what I do and what I have? Wealthy men tend to be dependent on the wealth they have for esteem, loving what they get from it on the one hand, while at the same time hating it. It's a big love-hate relationship. Because of all this, there is a terror about losing money, and also the sense that there can never be enough of it. There is always someone else with more wealth. They feel they must keep making more, and becoming more and more wealthy, that is. They can't relax into anything they have. They keep having to up the ante to compensate for this emptiness they feel. Quite unexpectedly, this means that those who are wealthy are the most obsessed over money. This emptiness is created because no one sees, feels, hears, or understands them. And they are never really encouraged to see, feel, hear, or understand themselves. Wealthy men tend to live in somewhat of a void regarding intimacy, especially emotional intimacy. This difficulty with regards to developing a sense of who they are beyond what they do and have makes wealthy men especially prone to midlife crisis. 6. When relationships go south and people realize that they may lose the resource of you, they tend to play a mad zero-sum game to try to get the most out of you they possibly can. They try to suck you dry. They try to take you for as much as you're worth. It is very hard for a wealthy man to not end up with an enemy when friendships or work relationships go south, and even harder for them to maintain a friendly relationship with someone who they were romantically involved with because of this dynamic. Relationship rupture, regardless of what type of relationship it is a very dangerous thing for a wealthy man. 7. Wealthy men are constantly fed the mixed message that on the one hand they are the answer to people's dreams and desires, that they are valuable and wanted and needed and esteemed, and on the other hand that they are the problem, that they are what is wrong with the world, that they are what is making people suffer. Many wealthy men feel extreme guilt and even philanthropic panic when they see the financial struggles of others, especially so when it is held over their head. 8. People have a negative association with wealthy men despite it being the most valued thing in a male. They associate being wealthy with being an asshole. A narcissistic one at that. They also assume that you are unreachable, not human, not deep, and materialistic. Facing this social judgment is not a recipe for a feel-good life. 9. Privacy issues. Wealth makes you significant to the public. It attracts attention. This makes privacy very difficult to protect. It makes you a target for the press and a target for public slaughter by anyone who feels slighted by you. 10. Your heart hurts constantly due to the entitlement in other people. People feel entitled to your money when you have a lot.
Sag mal, liegt es an mir?
F5, F5, F5.
Dann sehen wir uns auch schon bald im nächsten Video. Ciao.
Ja, bis zum nächsten Video. Ach, die meldet sich sowieso nicht mehr. Ich mach erstmal einen Diss-Track. Der Kopf braucht eine Pause. Alles kostet Energie. Gegen die gelegentliche Einsamkeit gibt es keine Medizin. Ich nehme die Dinge, wie sie kommen, sehe es nicht negativ. Manchmal können wir nicht entscheiden, wie das Leben spielt. Bin so weit von dir entfernt, doch auf dem richtigen Weg. Die Wolken dort am Himmel sind für mich kein Problem. Ich hab hier alles, was ich brauche, aber irgendwas fehlt. Du fehlst, du fehlst, du fehlst.
Wenn die sich wieder meldet, da muss aber mehr kommen als nur Hi.
Hi. Na, wie geht's? Ich weiß. Entschuldigung. Ich musste leider eine unfreiwillige Pause von YouTube einlegen, weil das Leben eben. Passender zum Thema dieses Videos hätte diese Pause allerdings nicht sein können, denn es geht ums Thema Ghosting. Ein Phänomen, online wie offline, was beschreibt, wenn ein Mensch, mit dem du Tage, Wochen oder auch monatelang Kontakt hattest, plötzlich verschwindet, nichts mehr von sich hören lässt. Wie ein Geist eben.
Ich weiß auch nicht. Wir haben uns 3-mal getroffen, wir hatten eigentlich total intensive Gespräche, aber jetzt schreibt er nicht mehr.
Naja, vielleicht hat er viel zu tun.
Ja, das hat er. Er hat wirklich einen anstrengenden Job. Der ist jeden Tag 10 Stunden bei der Arbeit, nebenbei baut er Möbel, Webseiten und all den Kram. Also, der hat schon viel zu tun. Wie lange hat er sich jetzt nicht gemeldet?
Naja, nachdem wir uns das letzte Mal getroffen haben, habe ich ihm gesagt, wie schön ich den Abend fand. Am nächsten Tag habe ich nochmal nachgefragt, ob alles gut ist, habe 2 Selfies geschickt und das Meme mit der Ente. Ja, die Ente, die war schon gut. Nee, und sonst war gar nichts und das ist jetzt 3 Wochen her. 3 Wochen? Also ganz ehrlich, ich meine, niemand ist 3 Wochen nicht an seinem Handy. Du solltest ihm schreiben.
Auf gar keinen Fall.
Ja? Was denn? Naja, sowas wie, ich denke an dich oder vermisse dich. Ja, oder du schreibst, hallo, ich bin mega verzweifelt, bitte rette mich. Achso, das hast du ja gerade vorgeschlagen. Wir können natürlich ganz lange über die möglichen Gründe für Ghosting sprechen. Scham, Desinteresse, er oder sie ist schon vergeben, er oder sie möchte dich nicht verletzen, er oder sie hat jemand anderen kennengelernt. Aber viel besser, analysieren wir doch jedes Treffen, jedes Gespräch und jeden Chatverlauf auf deine Fehler. Echt? Du hast nichts gesehen, nichts gehört. Finde Gemeinsamkeiten.
Ich habe gelesen auf deinem Profil, du magst Fußball, ne?
Ja, ich auch. Bestätige ihn. Aber diese Sache mit dem
Abseits.
Sei du selbst.
Also ja, eigentlich weiß ich genau, wie Abseits funktioniert, sorry. Aber du kannst ja später mit unserem Sohn Fußball spielen.
Rede bloß
Das
nicht
steht
von
im
Kindern.
Weg. Also nicht, dass ich jetzt Kinder will, also nicht morgen. Also je nachdem, wie die Nacht verläuft. Ne?
Wir können allerdings auch versuchen, diesen Menschen und diese Geschichte einfach hinter uns zu lassen. Einfach ist es selbstverständlich niemals. Unser Gehirn will eine Erklärung finden. Wir Menschen sind so gepolt, dass wir einen Abschluss haben müssen. Und wenn man mal anfängt, beim Ghosting selber nach Gründen zu suchen, dann hast du plötzlich Tausende davon. Wir ordnen uns anhand der Signale anderer Menschen ein. So reflektieren wir uns. Und wenn du dich anhand vieler verschiedener Gründe reflektieren musst, dann wirst du nicht mehr fertig. Deswegen ist es so schwierig abzuschließen. Wie also mit Ghosting umgehen? Ganz wichtig, nicht persönlich nehmen. Vielleicht oder vermutlich hattet ihr nur sehr wenige Treffen. Dieser Ghoster oder diese Ghosterin kennt dich also gar nicht wirklich und weiß gar nicht, wie toll du bist. Und letzten Endes sagt Ghosting immer mehr über denjenigen aus, der verschwindet, als über dich, weil es ist ein Mangel an der Fähigkeit, ordentlich kommunizieren zu können, welcher Grund auch immer dahinter steckt. Du vermisst einen Traum. Mach dir das mal bewusst, wir neigen ganz schnell dazu. Selbst nach wenigen Treffen malen wir uns so viele Dinge mit diesem Menschen aus, dichten ihm oder ihr Charaktereigenschaften an, die er oder sie wahrscheinlich gar nicht hat. Die Realität ist niemals so bunt und so unglaublich, so wunderbar wie das Bild, was wir von anderen Menschen malen. Tu was für dich, tu dir was Gutes, mach, worauf du Lust hast, mach etwas, von dem du weißt, da habe ich jetzt richtig Spaß dabei. Simple, but true. Natürlich ist auch eine Nachricht völlig in Ordnung. Die Betonung liegt auf eine. Hallo, ich fand die Treffen schön, ich würde gerne anknüpfen, lass mich wissen, wann du Zeit hast. Dann hat der Ghoster oder die Ghosterin die Möglichkeit, die Verhältnisse zu klären. Kommt dann allerdings nichts zurück, ganz ehrlich, mach es wie die Beatles und let it be. Meine ganz ehrliche Meinung: Solange du Antworten suchst, die nur ein Mensch dir geben kann, der oder die sie dir aber gerade nicht geben möchte, drehst du dich im Kreis. Ich meine, wenn man ganz pessimistisch durchs Leben geht, könnte man auch annehmen, hoppala, hups, jemand gestorben, deswegen kriege ich keine Antwort. Aber das ist ja ganz selten der Fall. Er oder sie ist immer noch da draußen, behandelt jemand anderen vielleicht genauso kacke wie dich und zieht eventuell die gleiche Nummer nochmal durch. Wenn es jemand nicht schafft, dir einen simplen Text zu schicken, wenigstens das, und das ist ja auch keine große Leistung. Entschuldigung, ich habe kein Interesse mehr, ich habe mir die Sache anders vorgestellt, mein Ex oder meine Ex hat sich wieder gemeldet. Wie würde er oder sie denn in einem Konflikt abschneiden, den eine Beziehung mit sich bringt? Eben.
Ja klar, neues Video. Warum wird mir das nicht angezeigt? Wenn man die Glocke aktiviert, sollte man informiert werden über Inhalte von grandiosen Menschen. Übrigens könnt ihr auch bei mir die Glocke aktivieren auf meinem YouTube-Kanal. Da geht es um YouTube tatsächlich, denn ich gebe YouTube-Tipps aus 12 Jahren Erfahrung und ich bin Online-Marketing-Expertin. Also falls ihr mich noch nicht kennt, könnt ihr auch gerne mal vorbeischauen.
Tatsächlich kannst du mit der Glocke hier auf YouTube sehr, sehr viel erreichen. Viele Grüße aus dem Schnitt, hallo und ein großer Dank gilt all meinen Gästen dieses Videos. Dankeschön an die liebe Sissy, schaut unbedingt auf ihrem YouTube-Kanal vorbei. Von Herzen danke auch an meinen Maximum One. Seine Musik findet ihr ebenfalls hier auf YouTube.
Welcome back to the channel. Okay, we're gonna shed light on something today that I wish somebody told me before I started on my self-transformation journey, because if I had awareness on this a year ago, I would be a million years ahead of where I am right now. But I suppose I had to learn it, maybe because I was supposed to share it with you guys. I don't know. But anyway, I learned it the hard way. All that matters is I learned it, so here it is. When you ask for something like a big shift in your reality, when you set your sights on changing your identity, changing, you know, your entire reality, basically, your career, your relationships, everything, your finances, when you're looking for a big shift of any kind, more than likely, this has been my experience, maybe you won't experience it, but I know it's mine and other people's experiences, so I won't manifest it for you, but I'm going to just warn you in case it happens. What can happen when you ask for a big shift is you will enter a period of resistance, okay? You're gonna enter a time from the moment that you set the intention to make the shift until you actually make the shift. There's going to be this kind of tough period where you're fighting, your new self is fighting your old self. And this can last a while. And even when you think you've shifted into your new self, something can happen where you feel like you've just defaulted into your old patterns and your old ways, your old emotions, your old triggers can come up. And you might think, oh, this wasn't supposed to exist in my new reality. I wasn't supposed to feel bad. I shifted. I thought I shifted identities. I shifted who I was. I shouldn't feel bad. I shouldn't be experiencing this negative emotion or this bad behavior. So that right there, what I just described, that is resistance to your lessons and your path as you're shifting. And I think people want to make a decision. Okay, I've shifted, I've changed, it's done. Unfortunately, we have a lot of subconscious wiring that we're going to have to rewire to fully make the shift. And, you know, you could have things going on up there, beliefs and things that you're holding on to that really need to be released before you can become who you want to become and have the life that you want to have. So as you're shifting to your new life, you may feel like you are in cycles of self-sabotage. And I was going insane trying to figure out why I kept sabotaging my progress towards getting my desired vision. And I couldn't figure out why I kept doing this to myself. And I was like, what is going on? I make some progress and then I fall off. I make some progress and then I fall off. And what's happening is you have fallen off and you've defaulted to old emotional patterns, old behavior patterns for a reason, because something needed to change. And maybe there was something pecking at you, something in the back of your mind that you were pushing away and resisting because there's no room for negative emotions in my new reality. That's not in my reality. The more you resist, the more it persists. Then you fall into a real bad cycle of falling off, self-sabotaging, just giving up on your goals, whatever it is. It's because you are ignoring the stuff that you need to pay attention to on your journey to shifting into your new reality. When you ask for a shift in your life, you will be set on a path, right? So you're here and your desire is here. And in the middle, you've got this path. And on that path is certain little obstacles that you need to overcome in order to access this part, right? And these obstacles are maybe stored emotions, stored traumas, circumstances, people, foods that you're eating. These are all things that you have to acknowledge and release if you want to continue on the path to get to your desire. A really obvious example that I can't believe took me so long to notice is my diet. So I asked the universe if I could be this new version of me, right? And you know, I kind of didn't realize how specific I was, but I obviously was quite specific. And I knew in the back of my mind there was a certain way of eating that supported kind of the body that I wanted, how I wanted to feel energetically. But I didn't stop eating the way that I was eating before. I kept eating like the old version of myself. And my body started rejecting certain foods. So first I got acne. I always have had acne at times in my life. So I was like, whatever, I might just be stressed. Then I started getting acid reflux, like really bad GI issues. Like it was to the point that I really, the pain of eating those foods was not worth it anymore. And I still resisted because I just didn't want to change my diet. I had to completely overhaul my diet. It was too much effort. I didn't see the point. I didn't want to do it. I kept coming up with excuses. I was like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. No, it's the food groups that when you eat them, you feel sick. There's nothing, that's what it is. I couldn't get my head around how my body just actually was like, you're done with those. But anyway, I resisted it for probably 2 months. Yeah, this change that had to happen with my diet, I resisted it for way too long. One day I woke up and I was like, okay, you can't eat that way anymore. You feel awful. You're not enjoying yourself. and you can't do it anymore. And as soon as I surrendered to the change that had to happen, my reality shifted. My identity shifted. I felt completely different. I showed up completely different. That kind of gave me a moment where I was like, you silly, silly girl. What else are you resisting? So the reason we self-sabotage is because we want something else to blame for us not getting to our desire, not making progress, other than making the painful decision of looking at things that we need to change in our life or emotions that we're not facing inside ourselves. It's easier to sabotage by just being lazy, procrastinating, indulging in bad habits. That's easier because you can say, oh, I did that and then that's why I didn't make progress. And you can ignore the fact that you're ignoring all this other shit that's too painful for you to look at. That's why you sabotage yourself. You want something else to blame other than you just avoiding your emotions or avoiding changing things in your life that you know it's going to be uncomfortable to change. And the thing is, you'll sabotage yourself, you'll come back on the path, you'll realize, okay, I should have maybe changed this. You make the changes, yes, it's uncomfortable, you face the emotion or whatever's coming up that's niggling at you, and yes, it's uncomfortable, but once you face it, it's released. And once it's released, you move towards your desire. You start to see an actual shift in your reality. There's a weight off you. And this is the whole friggin' thing. You'll move so quickly to anything you desire when you realize this and when you stop hiding from the things that need to be cleared on your path to your desire. So anytime you're on a path of transformation or change, the next time that something negative comes up or a challenge comes up or there's something that feels really off or unaligned or something you know you need to change, an uncomfortable decision you know you need to make, do not run from it. These obstacles are here for you to clear them so you can get what you want. I promise you, resisting feels a lot worse than surrendering, even when it's an uncomfortable thing that you have to face. And I remember I was in a period of really bad anxiety. I was fighting it because I was like, I don't get anxiety anymore. This can't be me. Also, I'm, doing way better than I was a few months ago, way more successful, and I meditate every day now. So I can't be getting anxiety because that wouldn't make sense. So I resisted it. And it got worse. Of course, it got worse and worse and worse. Until the day that I sat down and I went to a quiet space and I got my pen and paper and I just went to town in that journal. And I was like, what is this feeling? What actually is it? What am I thinking about? I had that period of anxiety. I had a period where I had to sit in it. I had to reflect on it. I had to talk about it. I had to write about it. And eventually, the realizations that came out of that period, once I finally faced the anxiety, propelled me 5 more levels up. If it weren't for those anxious feelings, if it weren't for all those negative emotions that I was experiencing, I wouldn't have figured out the things that I needed to figure out to get me up those 5 next levels and get me progressing way further towards what I wanted to get towards. Those things that I released during that period of anxiety couldn't come with me into the next chapter. And that's why the anxiety was there. It was telling me, look, these things that you're doing, they don't align with you anymore. You can't keep doing them if you want to get over here. So you got to stop. And these things that you're not doing, these things that you're putting off, you can't keep putting them off because you know how shitty you're being to yourself by not doing what you want to be doing, by not living up to your potential. That's basically what's going on a very broad level. But it's always happening for a purpose. When you ask for something, you don't really get to ask for how it's going to come about specifically. And something may come about into your life in a very unexpected way. And as part of that process, things may be cleared out of your life that you weren't expecting to get cleared out. And the thing is, while this is happening, you won't really know why. And that is what is so tricky and that's what causes us to resist. You have no idea why things are happening the way that they're happening. You just have to trust. And that's the hardest part. But I tell you, as somebody who's been through this time and time again, month after month, it always makes sense once you go through it. You can always look back on it and be like, oh, that's why it happened like this. If you're having a hard time trusting and finding meaning in the things that are happening and how they're going to help you get towards your goal, you kind of think about your life on times that things were seeing falling apart. And you can write that out and say, at the time, I really felt like against the world, I would never find love again, what it is. But now I see that it's the best thing that ever happened to me. And make a short list of all the times that you couldn't understand why things were happening the way they were, but how it all worked out in your favor in the end. Because that's what's happening right now. When things are falling apart, when emotions are coming up, it's all happening for you. The funny thing is, you'll probably figure out why or how it's helping you as soon as you stop resisting it. So trying to hyperanalyze something is also a form of resistance. Trying to attach a meaning to something is also a form of resistance. So actually just allowing the thing and watching it and observing it and being like, hello there, this is happening, okay, wonder why, and just letting it happen, like the emotional thing, letting your emotions be felt, letting your emotions flow through you and come to the surface and not judging them is eventually what gives you an understanding of why they're there. Not jumping on them straight away and trying to explain them away, is what I'm saying. You want to just let them be there, feel them, let the circumstances unfold, watch them, and then see what awareness comes from that once you stop resisting. This has blown my mind. I don't even know if this, I'm talking in circles here, but I spent 6 months in this self-sabotaging cycle, trying to shift into a new version of myself, trying to shift into a new reality, and I kept falling back into old habits, and I kept wondering what's wrong with me. Well, actually, I was sabotaging myself because that was easier than looking at the stuff that I was resisting in making that shift. So the key is to get really very honest with yourself about what you're pushing away and what you're hiding from. Jumping in before you're ready with your decisions as soon as you feel the call to do it, making the changes, cutting the ties, moving country, facing the emotions when they come up, and just surrendering to everything going on. That is what will stop you from self-sabotaging. Because when you do that, when you stop running from events, circumstances, emotions that are coming up that are challenging or uncomfortable, when you stop running, you don't need to self-sabotage. There's nothing to sabotage, because when you surrender to whatever's going on, you move through it. And when you move through it, you feel the release of it. You feel the release and you feel the progress. You feel yourself shift and move towards a better version of yourself, towards your desire, which is a really amazing feeling, and it's not a feeling that you want to sabotage. Since getting off my freaking resistance high horse, the progress that I've made, just mentally and in my life, I genuinely feel so free and happy and empowered this past month more than I have in my whole life. And it's because I've stopped resisting to the changes that need to happen during the clear out phase when I'm moving towards my desire. I'm just allowing, because I understand that it's happening for me. It's happening for the change to take place. These things have to be purged, and it's not my business to interfere. It's my business to stay aware. And remember, if you fall off track, that's fine. You just get back on the track. The track's not going anywhere. It's right there. That's all you have to do. You will not fail. This is the other thing. You will not fail if you just recommit. You're guaranteed to get there if you just promise yourself, no matter how much you fall off, no matter how much you self-sabotage, you're going to recommit. That is the most important thing. I have recommitted to this path that I'm on so many times, and now that the shift has finally happened, I can see that that's all I really had to do. All I had to keep in mind. First of all, stop resisting. Second of all, keep recommitting. That's it. It's not sexy, but that's kind of just it. When you realize that you're standing in resistance to something, right? You've had something uncomfy that you're running from, you've been resisting it. When you realize that and you're like, okay, this is here to tell me something, and you decide to stop resisting, you've now taught your brain how to react when something comes up that's uncomfortable, okay? You've taught it a new way that it can react to uncomfortable circumstances, to challenges, to uncomfortable emotions. You're now teaching your brain, now that you've made that decision, that we're not going to run, we're not going to resist, we're not going to self-sabotage, we're not going to self-soothe, we're going to actually just look at it. We're going to acknowledge it, we're going to feel it, and we're going to release it. And the more that you do that, the more you wire in that pattern, and the more natural it becomes to do that.
Go to System, then click Display. Locate multiple displays and choose the correct display. Then place a check mark next to Make this my main display. Restart your computer to let the changes take effect. Launch the game and let it load. Then press Windows plus P to get the project settings pop-up window. Choose second screen. Only to make your game come back to the main monitor. The game again and right-click it to choose up drivers under them and remove the check mark next to remember window locations. Next, hover your mouse over put the game in windowed mode, then close it. Zap. Go to System, then click Display. Under Display Resolution, ensure you have selected the recommended option from the drop-down list. Select the plus I to open the Settings app. Go to System, then click Display. Locate multiple displays and choose the correct display. Then place a check mark next to Make this my main display. Restart your computer to let the changes take effect.
And that is when you enter a state of flow, because you don't naturally have that resistance when something bad comes up. Because the reason that resistance keeps coming up so strong, to the point that you probably don't even know that you're doing it, you just know that you're sabotaging yourself for no reason, is because that's your pattern of behavior. That's what you're used to doing. So you're kind of having to retrain yourself a little bit and move your perspective so that you can move through these things that come up really quickly, so that you don't end up sabotaging yourself, and that you can keep making really, really quick progress towards your desires. The stuff that's going to come up that needs to be cleared is basically the stuff that doesn't align with who you subconsciously believe you need to be in order to have your new life. Yeah, so basically, I had a vision of myself in my head, subconsciously, right, subconscious. So maybe I didn't actually like write it down and consciously think it, but over the years I've stored up all these ideals about my highest self, you know, how she eats, how she acts, what she does. And as I was asking for bigger and bigger changes in my life, I realized subconsciously that this new reality would require me to become my higher self, or a better, more higher self. I don't think I'm my higher self yet, but a higher version of myself. And so because the shift was so drastic, and because I knew I needed to become a very different version of myself, subconsciously, that version did not have a lot of the habits that I had before, did not, you know, think the same that I thought before, and did not store all these old emotions that I had before. As I asked for something so big and a shift so big, that was followed by a big period of purging. And that's what I think people don't prepare you for, is if you subconsciously think that the person who has what you want is very different to who you are now, then you will have to purge who you are now. And that's what you need to be prepared for, because the thing is, it's subconscious. So you might not consciously be thinking, okay, the person who has what I want doesn't smoke. Okay, but subconsciously you know that the highest version of you doesn't smoke. And all of a sudden you might feel sick from smoking cigarettes, or you might just really feel really bad every time you smoke a cigarette. It's because your subconscious is trying to get you to make that shift, because it's what you're asking for. You're asking to be the version of you who can have the thing that you want. So all this stuff needs to go and needs to be purged. And for me, it's been a can of worms. I've changed my diet, everything. My diet, I've stopped drinking. I never ever thought I would stop drinking. I just have, because it just really didn't align anymore. I've stopped gardening. I was actually at the beginning of this journey, I was also vaping. So that was the first thing to go. Vaping, gardening, that was just giving me anxiety. So obviously it didn't align anymore. Drinking alcohol, gone. Eating junk food, gone. It's like I have nothing left except for this really, really higher, more empowered version of myself who can do things that past version of me couldn't do. So is it worth it? Yes, it is. I'm here to tell you it is worth it. All this purging, all this like shit that you need to let go of. I know it's tough, and I know it's hard to get away from what's comfortable, but it's purging for a reason. It's purging so you can become that self who can have the desire that you want. And as someone who's gone through the biggest purging cycle ever and come out the other end, I'm telling you, it's worth it. How I feel right now, it is so worth it. But it took, you know, about 5 months of just cycles of purging everything to get to this point. And I prolonged the hell out of it because I resisted it every step of the way up until recently. Okay, I hope this brought you some comfort. Please remember, your life's not falling apart. You're just shifting timelines. You're just clearing out the junk so you can have what you want. So it's fine. Let go of the resistance, let go of the need to control, and just enjoy the ride. I hope this video helped, and I will see you in the next one.
So this is a big problem with medication, where half of the time people, especially if it's something like stimulants, because it improves your mood and releases dopamine and is a little bit euphoric, people think it helps way more than it actually does. And on the flip side, for a lot of medication that does help a lot, people feel like it doesn't help very much at all. So with medication, it doesn't fix anything. Really, all it really does is symptom improvement. Hello, Internet. My name is Dr. Alok Kanerja. I spent about 7 years studying to become a monk, wandering around India and East Asia, and then ended up training to become a psychiatrist at Harvard Medical School, where I specialized in evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. And the most common questions that I get as a psychiatrist are, first of all, do I need to take medication? Does medication even cure anything? Am I going to become dependent on medication? And I also get a lot of questions from people who are super interested in meditation. So these are the people that would come to my office. They're like, can I use meditation or spirituality or something like that to cure my depression, cure my anxiety? I don't want to put anything artificial or pharmacologic in my body. So today we're going to talk about those two things. So the first issue around medication that a lot of people are concerned about is, first of all, it's not curative. And since it's not curative, they may become dependent on it. So my take as a psychiatrist is that medication is vastly overprescribed and vastly underprescribed. So I think there are too many people in the world today who are on way more medication than they should be. And I think there are a bunch of people who are so resistant to medication who would absolutely benefit from it. So, how does this work? So medication, especially in psychiatry, doesn't cure things. In general, in the field of medicine, we have very few medications that are curative. So antibiotics are curative. You have an infection, you take a course of antibiotics, you never need them again unless the infection comes back. We have some cases of even like rare forms of cancer, I wish it was more cancers, where we can give you some kinds of biologic agents and even basically cure certain things like chronic myelogenous leukemia. But the majority of medicines that we prescribe as medical doctors are not curative. So great examples of this are like hypertension or blood pressure medications. Once you have high blood pressure, unless you make certain lifestyle changes, you will probably need to be on that medication for the rest of your life. And psychiatric medication is no different. So people are correct that taking a medication will not cure you of anything, but will you become dependent on it? That's actually on you. Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we share to actually create change in your life, check out Dr. K's Guide to Mental Health. And so we start by understanding what literally is meditation. How does experience shape us as human beings? How do we strengthen the mind itself as an organ? And so by understanding our mind, we understand a very, very simple tool, a crucial tool that we have to learn how to use if we want to build the life that we want to. So check out the link in the bio and start your journey today. So let's understand a little bit about how psychiatric medication works. For the most part, psychiatric medication treats symptoms. It does not treat the root cause. Now, a lot of people will say, since it just treats symptoms, I don't want it. I want to focus on the root cause, which I'm all in favor of, and we'll tell you all how to do that. But here's the key thing to understand. Altering your symptom profile significantly alters the trajectory of your life. So let's take a quick look at schizophrenia. This is an example of a disease that we think of as being degenerative. So people basically don't usually get cured of schizophrenia. So only 1 in 7 patients are likely to meet criteria for recovery. That's really bad. These findings could easily be reconciled if schizophrenia could be established to be a progressive brain disease. Results from longitudinal studies of brain structure, cognitive functioning, and clinical outcomes, however, do not support this view. The poor outcomes so commonly observed are likely best explained by poor access to treatment, poor engagement in ongoing care, poor treatment response, and poor adherence together. Right? So basically this is a paper that's advocating that schizophrenia is not a degenerative brain disease, but the reason that things are so bad is because people aren't getting sufficient treatment. So let's take a look at what the outcomes actually are. Compared with the treated patients, those who were never treated in 2008 were significantly older, had significantly fewer family members, had higher rates of homelessness, death from other causes, being unmarried, living alone, or being without a caregiver, and poor family attitudes. So if we look at studies on treating mental health, what we tend to find is that even though it's not curative, people who receive treatment have a different course in their life. So I'll give you all a simple example of this, okay? Something that I struggled with a lot. So when I was a freshman, I probably would have gotten diagnosed with depression if I went to go see a mental health professional. And here's what I want y'all to think about. Let's say I start an SSRI or an antidepressant medication that reduces my depression by 30 to 70%. If I'm a freshman in college, how much of an impact does 1 year of cutting my depression in half have on my life as a whole? So if I fail 1 year of college, what does that mean for my likelihood of graduation? What does it mean about my rank? Am I going to graduate with honors? Am I going to graduate at all? Am I going to graduate without honors? What does it mean about my relationships with my professors? What does it mean about my social status? Right? So if I fail out of college, or I have to repeat a bunch of courses, and all the people I met during freshman orientation are now sophomores, what does that do to my social life? When I'm a second-year freshman, how do I behave when I'm meeting other people? Oh, what year are you? Well, this is my second year, but I'm repeating all my intro courses. Oh, you're in intro to philosophy? I am too, but I've been here for 15 months and you've been here for 3. How does that alter my social life? It alters the way that I graduate. Does it alter my job prospects? If it alters my job prospects, does that alter my capability to find a long-term life partner who respects me because I have a well-paying job or because I'm a college dropout? So what we see in psychiatry, and this is what the studies in schizophrenia show, it doesn't cure anything, but it significantly alters the course of people's lives. And you don't have to be on treatment for long term in order to create that kind of effect. So when I think about prescribing treatment, there are a couple of major considerations that I have. The first is, can this person afford to be sick? Right? Can this person afford to be depressed? Can this person afford to have crippling social anxiety when they are going to college for the first time and maybe meeting their forever partner for the rest of their life, or forming friendships, or joining a fraternity? What is the cost of the mental illness over time, and how can we alter that cost, and can we alter the trajectory of their life? Now, the second thing to consider is that when we take medication, all it does is artificially reduce our symptoms. And this is something I completely agree with as a psychiatrist. Can this have long-term permanent effects? Absolutely. But it just alters your symptoms. The real curative aspect in psychiatry happens outside of medication. So let's take a look at a study on ADHD that really illustrates this. If we look at stimulant treatment for ADHD, what we see is that symptoms improve by about 23% in the first 12 weeks, 28% in the second 26 weeks, and about 30% in 52 weeks, right? So this sort of makes sense. You take a stimulant medication, it works right away, it gives you some amount of benefit, and that benefit does not change over time. And if you stop taking the medication, the benefit disappears. Now, let's take a look at cognitive behavioral therapy for ADHD. 12 weeks, symptom improvement is 5%. 26 weeks, symptom improvement is 20%.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you.
That's all that we need.
Rip and tear until it is done.
Okay.
Fall back! No! They're everywhere!
Casualties range in the billions.
We must pray now, brothers. Pray that he is watching.
Please! Anyone! If you can hear me! If you're out there!
Attempting to acquire the Hell Priest signal.
Nearly 60% of our planet has been consumed by the invaders.
We have the Hell Priest signal locked in. The target is marked, but the signal will not hold for long.
For it is he that they fear, not man, or his armies. They feared the mark of the beast.
Okay.
I have located the priest signal. I will mark it on your HUD.
Okay, is there like auto aim? Because I'm playing on a joypad right now. On a joystick. Okay. What am I supposed to do? So it chainsaws and loads my ammo. Okay. That is pretty brutal. Oh, bunny hopping, okay. Double jump, alright. What is this about? Oh, okay. B to dismiss. What is B? Okay, so wait, this is hook, punch. We do have a double jump. Mm-hmm. So we have full auto now. Press LT. The fuck? Wait, I want a full auto. Oh, I have to. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. This is HP.
My soul remains guarded. You can't.
Holy shit.
The Hell Priest has been terminated. The demonic consumption of Earth has been reduced by 36.8%.
Oh, that's a lot.
There are 2 Hell Priests remaining.
So I have sticky bombs. Don't know if this works. I actually don't know. Does it do something? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I need fuel. Oh my god. So, where is his weakness? Okay, somehow I got help from finishing him like this. so hard with gamepad. Oh, okay, so I can do a swing. No! Oopsie. How do I use this? Map those here open. What the shit is this? Okay.
Behold the fruits of our labor.
Holy shit, it was close. This was clutch. Pressing RS. What was it? RS? But I did it. But I did. Ouch. What are those? What is this?
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
Oh! Yo, whoa.
Thanks to the UAC Hell Merger Initiative, humanity will now reach its full potential.
Holy shit. Okay, so we died. I'm stuck. Oh boy. Okay.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
Okay.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary
Come here.
step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
Shit. Right, so I have these already, so I can now get this. Ooh. Shit! I'm stuck. What is this now? Wait. Shit. I didn't understand the weapon.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step. The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step. Brighter tomorrow.
Nice.
Thanks to the UAC Hell Merger Initiative, humanity can now reach its full potential.
I was stuck. Okay. Shit. It's fine.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step.
It was very clutch.
UAC Hell Merger Initiative. Humanity can now reach its full potential.
Oh, I got hit by these thingies. Okay, we need to make one blow here, this guy. Come on, nice. Okay, we kill off this. Yes. Blow, nice. Nice. Okay, easy. Oh my god! What? And what now? Do I have to glide? Wait. Holy shit! Can I glide? Monka Giga. Oh! Yay! Oh shit. Nice. Okay, so now we get to spawn on the other side. We don't have to jump anymore. Shit. So do I have to kill all of them now? Is that how the game works? That was insanely clutch. Nice. What? What happened to him? It's like heat seeking. Okay. Monk Giga. Easy. Just sustain of these guys. Let's hope. Oh, okay.
The UAC would like to thank you for your support during this transition. Your suffering continues to inspire us.
What the shit is this? What? What? What was I trying to do? Okay. He's trying to do something here. What? Okay, I don't see it. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Okay, we need ammo. Okay.
Forget about the future. To suffer is to be
Holy shit. Oh my god. Ouch. Fuck. Wait, extra life awarded? Whoa! Yo, why is this thing here now? Okay, it's like kill them all in the end. Oh shit. Okay, so they all follow. That's good to know. Okay. I'm gonna try this again. Again. Okay.
Maker is nearby. She is inside that demonic citadel. I will mark her location on your HUD.
It's like a boss.
The gathering of hell priests is located just above your location. My scans indicate there is a lift at the center of this facility.
What the fuck? Fast travel.
The Con Maker is present at this gathering, but when outside of her domain, she is by all accounts indestructible.
How can this be? No man can pass through the gate. It is... This stops nothing. The sacrament of this world to the great Khan Maker will be made, and the energy will be restored once again. As it is written, from the souls of the non-believers. You will not save them from their judgment.
You go too far this time. You cannot interfere. This is humanity's chance to repent, to give service to us. You cannot resist the will of the Khan Maker.
Activating the portal now.
For it was you who was meant to enforce it.
So we did not get free codex, one toy, free toys, and cheat code. Interesting. Okay, cool. Just wanted a little check if everything is working nice. I don't feel like gaming right now, guys, but yeah. I have to get into meditation like really bad. I know it's gonna work. It's gonna be beneficial. 10 minutes morning, 10 minutes in the evening. Should be so easy.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video.
I finally had a chance to read Mel Robbins' The Let Them Theory book, and so that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. I'm going to share what the Let Them Theory entails, what I liked about the book, what I disliked about it, and my thoughts on some of the controversies surrounding it. I have a feeling that this is going to be a little bit of an unpopular take, so here we go. But I'm coming at this from the perspective of a doctor of clinical psychology, an author, an aspiring Stoic, obviously no Stoic is perfect, and someone who is all about radical acceptance. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, what is the let them theory? It's essentially a form of radical acceptance as it pertains to relationships. You surrender control over other people and just let them do what they're going to do. Because, like Mel describes, we ultimately cannot control what other people do, think, and feel. So trying to do so is a losing game that just makes us miserable. We spend so much time, energy, and mental space trying to control others, and it makes our lives worse. So many people fundamentally do not understand the reality that they cannot control another person, no matter how hard they try. Then there's also the second half of the let them theory, which is let me, aka once you release control over other people, focus your attention onto the things that are within your control. And this I think is super healthy because it fosters a sense of agency, an internal locus of control, it builds personal responsibility. And that's the beautiful thing that I'm always preaching about radical acceptance. You know, radical acceptance gets a really bad rep because people tend to think it's just about giving up or, you know, being passive in life. But ironically, once you get really clear about the fact that you can't control certain things in life, that's when it also starts to become really clear what is within your control and what is your responsibility to deal with. For example, you cannot convince your boss to give you a raise no matter how hard you try. You can do the best possible work and at some point decide that you want to turn your attention to a different job that does meet your needs. But if you simply wallow and try to think, oh, if only I could do this, if only I could say it this way, if only I could convince him, you're not going to be turning your attention to the ways in which you actually do have some control over your situation. So the book is split up into using the let them theory to manage everyday stress, no longer fear others' opinions, deal with others' emotions.
Asteroigo's Curse of the Stars. This one kind of came out of nowhere for me, and man, it's one of those games where you start playing and you're like, wait, why is no one talking about this? It's sitting there quietly just waiting to impress the heck out of you. So, Asteroigos is this action RPG that draws heavy inspiration from Greek and Roman mythology. Right away, the world sucks you in, bright, colorful environments mixed with these dark, mysterious undertones. It's like God of War, the early ones meets Immortals Phoenix Rising, but with its own flair. You play as Hilda, a young warrior on a mission to uncover the truth about her father's disappearance. Yeah, it sounds kind of cliche, but trust me, the way it's executed feels fresh. The gameplay, this is where it shines. It's got that tight, responsive combat where every weapon feels unique. You've got swords, spears, hammers, each with different movesets. What I loved most though is how you're encouraged to experiment. It's not just hack and slash, there's a real rhythm to it. You mess up, that's on you.
Welcome back to the channel. Okay, we're gonna shed light on something today that I wish somebody told me before I started on my self-transformation journey, because if I had awareness on this a year ago, I would be a million years ahead of where I am right now. But I suppose I had to learn it maybe because I was supposed to share it with you guys. I don't know. But anyway, I learned it the hard way. All that matters is I learned it, so here it is. When you ask for something like a big shit, the reason we self-sabotage is because we want something else to blame for us not getting to our desire, not making progress, other than making the painful decision of looking at things that we need to change in our life or emotions that we're not facing inside ourselves. It's easier to sabotage by just being lazy, procrastinating, indulging in bad habits. That's easier because you can say, oh, I did that and then that's why I didn't make progress. And you can ignore the fact that you're ignoring all this other shit that's too painful for you to look at. That's why you sabotage yourself. You want something else to blame other than you just avoiding your emotions or avoiding changing things in your life that you know it's going to be uncomfortable to change. And the thing is, you'll sabotage yourself, you'll come back on the path, you'll realize, okay, I should have maybe changed this. You make the changes, yes, it's uncomfortable, you face the emotion or whatever's coming up that's niggling at you, and yes, it's uncomfortable, but once you face it, it's released. And once it's released, you move towards your desire. You start to see an actual shift in your reality. There's a weight off you. And this is the whole freaking thing. You'll move so quickly to anything you desire when you realize this and when you stop.
It works right away. It gives you some amount of benefit, and that benefit does not change over time. And if you stop taking the medication, the benefit disappears. Now, let's take a look at cognitive behavioral therapy for ADHD. 12 weeks, symptom improvement is 5%. 26 weeks, symptom improvement is 20%. 52 weeks, symptom improvement is 69%. And the effects of cognitive behavioral therapy in most studies last around 2 years, if not more. So here's the key thing to understand about medication. One of the biggest problems with psychiatric medication is that human beings are bad at telling the difference between what feels like improvement and what is actually improvement. The majority of patients that I've worked with who like stimulants will say that this improves my life way more than 30%. I am non-functional without it, and I am completely functional with it. But if you look at data for large groups of people over large periods of time, what you discover is that there's basically a 30% symptom improvement. Now, 30% symptom improvement can be gigantic, right? Because, like, I don't know if this kind of makes sense. If you're trying to, like, let's say I'm trying to bench press and, like, I'm kind of stuck, If I have a spotter, the spotter only needs to provide a small amount of force for me to get positive trajectory. So a 30% symptom improvement in ADHD may be the difference between passing a class and failing a class, getting fired and getting promoted. So that 30% can be huge. But human beings tend to be pretty bad at separating objective outcomes over time over subjective feelings. And if we look at treatments for things like depression, we sort of see the opposite effect, where people don't feel like the medication is helping very much. They don't feel like they're doing better on it. But if you look at outcomes over time and you measure them objectively, what you tend to see is a much larger effect than what people are subjectively aware of. So this is a big problem with medication, where half the time people, especially if it's something like stimulants, because it improves your mood and releases dopamine and is a little bit euphoric, people think it helps way more than it actually does. And on the flip side, for a lot of medication that does help a lot, people feel like it doesn't help very much at all. So with medication, it doesn't fix anything, really. All it really does is symptom improvement. Now, here's what I see as curative with medication. See, once your symptoms get better, then you can engage in the behaviors that will lead to a more permanent improvement in your mental health. Just like we said with depression, if I start a freshman on an SSRI and it improves their symptoms by 50%, they end up finishing their class, they end up graduating, they end up meeting someone in their senior year and falling in love, they end up getting a good job, so their partner isn't worried about them, their family accepts them because they got a good job. Now they're getting married at the age of 26, now they're going on vacation at the age of 27, now they're having kids at the age of 30. So even a short course of an SSRI, which then you can pull off, allows you to develop social capital, form connections, accomplish things in your life that you can be proud of. The other things that medications tend to do pretty well is they help us engage better in things like psychotherapy. So this is where what's curative in psychiatry or more things like psychotherapy. So when we get into, and we saw that with the ADHD stuff, right? The ADHD study, where there are some cognitive patterns that you have. Once you understand those patterns, once you process your trauma, it's gone, hopefully, generally speaking, right? So we tend to see more permanent gains with other forms of mental health activity. Exercise will help a lot. Accomplishment will help a lot. Social situations will help a lot. So when I think about medication, there are a couple of questions that I ask. The first is, does this person have the bandwidth to eat a high fiber diet, start to eat healthy? Do they have the money to buy supplements if that's what they want to do, like omega-3 supplementation, vitamin D supplementation? Do they have the time or luxury or location to learn a meditation class, start doing yoga, start exercising? Do they have enough social support to be able to get through this rough patch, right? Because permanently fixing your mental health is, first of all, a debatable concept. And secondly, is a lot of work. And so does the person have the energy and bandwidth to do all of that stuff? If the answer is no, then medication starts to enter the picture, right? So let's start with medication. By the way, just statistically, 70% of my patients who come in on medication end up not on medication. About 70% of my practice is not on medication. But medication is absolutely great and absolutely has a role. So when you need a little bit of extra support, when you can't afford to do yoga 3 times a week, exercise for three hours a week, if you don't have a relationship right now, if you're not able to cook for yourself, if you're financially strapped, then meds can be great. Now, this is the key thing. Once you start the medication, this is where I advocate very strongly for my patients to start doing that other stuff, right? Now that your social anxiety is a little bit better under control, fucking go out and socialize. Start developing your social skills. Now that your mood is a little bit better, sure, you got a C in that class. Now is the time to grind and work extra hard and make up for lost time. You need that extra energy. So I sort of think about medication is kind of like this launching boost, right? So it kind of catapults you back to a normal range. And then whether you stay on it or don't stay on it depends largely on what you do. And a huge part of that is meditation. So now let's talk a little bit about how meditation works. Can you use meditation to cure your mental illness? Do you need meds? My answer is going to be a little bit maybe different from most of my colleagues. So I would say that I have seen a substantial rate of psychiatric symptom remission in patients who meditate the right way and for an extended period of time, okay? So that probably happened to me. So I probably would have been diagnosed with depression, was failing out of college, was addicted to video games. And through 7 years of meditation practice, I think basically most of that stuff is gone and hasn't really been a problem. So let's understand a little bit about how meditation works and potentially if it could be curative or not. So the first is that the studies on meditation show a mild to modest symptom improvement for just about any mental illness. They improve things in schizophrenia, anxiety, depression, whatever. But we don't see these large transformative permanent changes. Their effect size is probably less than medication in the studies. Now, I think the reason for that is because the studies are looking at 12 weeks. And if we look at meditation, which we're going to talk about, if you practice for years, you will continue to gain ground, okay? So let's understand how meditation works. The first thing that meditation does is an acute physiological change. So one of the biggest complaints that I get about people who I advocate meditation for is they'll say, it helps me while I'm meditating. But as soon as I'm done meditating, or an hour later, all of the anxiety comes rushing back. And that is correct. That's how it starts. So if we look at something like anxiety, anxiety is driven by your nervous system. It's not just psychological, it's physiological as well. your cortisol levels, your adrenaline levels, all of that stuff will influence your anxiety. So a big part of meditation is breathing. And we know psychologically, or what we know physiologically, is that when you increase the depth of your exhalation, when you extend your exhalation, it calms down the mind. So anytime we meditate, we will calm down our nervous system, which for the duration of the meditation helps us feel better. Now, this becomes really important for my patients with addictions, because when you have a craving, when you have an acute emotional need, the real goal is to not drink alcohol or smoke weed in these 15 minutes. Because once you touch the alcohol, once you touch the weed, that will have a 24-hour, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year effect, right? So even acute changes to your physiological state, acute changes to emotional tranquility, even if they're very temporary, can help a lot. Now, that's just phase one. So if you meditate regularly, and most of the studies look at 20 to 30 minutes of meditation on a daily or every other day basis, what we tend to see is more long-term changes to your physiology. So this is my take on it. About 20 minutes of meditation is what it takes to shut off cortisol production. And cortisol floats around in your system for about 24 hours, or exerts effects that float around in your system for about 24 hours. So it activates gene transcription and stuff like that. So alters your cellular metabolism for about a 24-hour period. So if you can shut off cortisol production for even a window of an hour or two every day, instead of it constantly being pumped out because you're stressed about this and worried about paying rent, that will change your physiology over time. This is not an acute effect. Once we shut off cortisol, we are altering the ways that our cells function for the next 24 hours. So what I would kind of say is, if you think about something like trauma, what trauma does is hyperactivates, elevates your baseline physiologic activity. So even normal things feel scary, right? So I feel frayed and on edge because my brain is really jittery. Small things will create big responses. So in the same way that our set point for anxiety can be increased by trauma, our set point for anxiety can be lowered through extended use of meditation. So we start to see a physiologic rewiring. Now this is different. This isn't an acute effect. Now our baseline set point is lower. And there are a bunch of studies that show this through something called heart rate variability. So heart rate variability is our measure of the body's ability to adapt to different situations. And what we know in people who are chronically anxious is that their adaptive window is really small, because even at baseline, they're like in a high stress situation. So you can't elevate your stress much more beyond that. They're like kind of stuck in this narrow window. So extended periods of meditation will alter your physiology, increase your heart rate variability. And this is a more permanent change. But it goes even beyond that, because these are sort of the physiologic parameters. The next thing that we can look at in meditation is actually brain changes, right? So forget about the body for a second. But meditation drastically alters the way that our brain works. So we know that meditation improves our attentional control. So meditation improves ADHD because it trains our brain to focus on one thing. But there are a couple of other subtle points here which are really important. So if we think about the practice of meditating, I'm going to focus on my breath. And what happens? I'm sitting there focusing on my breath, and then my mind wanders. I think, oh, I want to play this video game, or I have to pick this up. And then what do I have to do when I meditate? I have to bring my mind back to the breath. And a lot of people think that they're bad at meditating because their mind wanders a lot, and they're bringing their mind back to the breath, bringing it back. I can't concentrate for 20 minutes. I can barely concentrate for 30 seconds. That is actually really, really good. So every time you bring your mind back, you are doing a mental push-up. You are saying to your brain is saying, hey, instead of focusing on that, focus on this instead. Instead of focusing on that, focus on this. Instead of focusing on that, focus on this. Instead of focusing on that, focus here. So you're training your brain to focus where you tell it to focus. Now, this absolutely helps with things like ADHD, because if we get distracted, we get better at coming back to the point, get better at coming back to the point. That will allow us to stay on the breath for a longer period of time. That will allow us to stay focused for a longer period of time. But this is also important for something like depression. So what happens in depression? What happens in major depressive disorder? Our mind becomes hyper-focused on one thing. Oh, I'm hopeless. I'll never meet anyone. I'll be alone for the rest of my life. And then people will say, like, hey, man, like, think about the big picture. Take a step back. And our mind is not able to do that. So if you look at mental illness, a lot of mental illness correlates with perseveration of the mind. When someone is anxious, you can't shift your mind away from what you're worried about to something that is more peaceful. That's why we get addicted to like substances and technologies, because they do that work for us. So I'm hyper-focused on how hopeless my world is. I'm hyper-focused on how I'm feeling anxious at a dinner with my friends. I can't enjoy the food. I can't enjoy the conversation. I'm stuck in my own head on a date. So this shifting of attention is huge for basically every dimension of mental illness. When I work with people who have schizophrenia and they have auditory hallucinations or persecutory delusions, what I will help them do is ignore them, right? So, oh, you're like here, you're eating a fish sandwich and the devil is telling you that you're going to burn in hell forever. Let's learn to shift our attention away from that and enjoy your sandwich. And there's studies that show that this actually is helpful, right? So it's crazy. So attentional control is the first piece. The second thing that meditation improves, and this can be like a neurologic, basically permanent change, is an improvement in willpower. So in meditation, you feel like doing a lot of stuff. So when I have a sitting practice where I'm supposed to meditate for 30 minutes and I'm going to do 108 rounds of a mantra, I feel like getting up. I don't want to sit there. I don't want to meditate today. I want to scratch my back. I want to shift away. I don't want to sit in this like rigorous spine straight meditative posture. There are all kinds of things that I don't want to do when I meditate, and there are all kinds of things that I do want to do. So meditation, we also know, improves your frontal lobe function, which is essentially your ability to restrain impulses, your ability to focus, your ability to exert willpower, and that improves over time too. Because every day when you sit down to meditate, you don't want to meditate. You don't feel like sitting there. And so each time you do that, you are training your brain to ignore what it wants to do and instead focusing it on what it needs to be doing or what it should be doing. So this is just a simple way to level up your willpower. The third brain change that we tend to see is a change in emotional regulation states. So we sort of talked about that from a physiologic level, but over time when we meditate a lot, our brain, the part of our brain that regulates our emotions, tones down our anger, tones up our happiness, steps away from our anxiety, actually improves over time. So this is the best example of this is when dialectical behavioral therapy was developed. A big part of this was grounding techniques. So DBT was developed for a diagnosis called borderline personality disorder. And one of the key problems in borderline personality disorder is that these people's brains experience more emotion. So if you get like broken up with, like if you get dumped by your partner, you will feel 8 out of 10 sad. When someone with BPD gets broken up with by their partner, they will feel 12 out of 10 sad. And you may say, but Dr. K, you can't do that. You can't have 12 out of 10. This is exactly my point. The capacity of emotional distress that their brains are capable of experiencing is higher than normal. Not only do they feel more emotional pain, but the frequency of emotional pain goes up, so they feel sadder more often, and the duration of emotional pain is increased. So they feel sadder more often than you do, more intensely than you do, and it lasts longer than it does for you. The cool thing is that when we developed dialectical behavioral, or we didn't develop it, Marsha Linehan developed it. She's someone with BPD who learned how to meditate and was like, wow, this is what was missing from my treatment. So when we teach these people grounding techniques, it improves their emotional regulation skills, it improves their distress tolerance skills. And if you think about what are the things that really screw you in life, it is the inability to tolerate and regulate your negative emotion. Since I'm feeling socially anxious, I'm going to avoid going out with people. Since I'm feeling really, really angry at my boss when they give me bad feedback, and I get so pissed at them that I don't critically look at the information they're giving me, and then I don't improve my work performance. I just get mad and I blame them, which over time means that I'm not going to do well. When I'm feeling sad, can I regulate that sadness, force myself to get up out of bed, go clean things, go walk around, get some sunshine, improve my vitamin D? So this is where emotional regulation, willpower, and intentional control are all improved by meditation. Will have relatively long-term, if not permanent, maybe not permanent, but long-term neurological effects that will improve mental illness. Now we're going to leave the science of meditation behind and talk about 2 other effects, which there's some evidence for, but this is really more from the spiritual tradition, and it's kind of what I've seen in my patients and what I've experienced personally. The first is that we know that meditation affects your sense of ego or your sense of identity. So there are studies that show that when we look at psychedelics, there are studies that show that the kind of trip you have correlates with the level of improvement with depression or healing of trauma. And basically, if you look at all the studies on psychedelics, the studies that involve an ego death experience, it doesn't work. If you just see cool patterns and you're just tripping and it's fun, that doesn't work. What seems to correlate with the most psychological healing and symptom improvement from PTSD and mood disorders like major depressive disorder are actually ego death experiences. So the more ego death you have during a psychological trip, the more healing you will see in terms of trauma and depression. Now, this doesn't mean that you should go and take psychedelics, because the other problem with ego death experiences is that they can really screw you up. So psychedelic experiences of ego death can have profound negative effects on people too. But we kind of know that the healing comes from ego death. And let's understand that for a second. Right? So if I sort of think about, like, let's say I'm at a party and I feel like dancing and I just want to enjoy myself, but I can't enjoy myself dancing because I'm afraid of what people will think of me, right? They will judge me and I don't want them to judge me. That is an ego-oriented thing. So the person who's out there on the dance floor just living their best life are the ones that don't care what other people think. In order to not care what other people think, you can't be trapped in your own sense of ego or identity, right? So it's the maintenance of my image towards other people that restricts me so much in life. I can't afford to make mistakes because I will look stupid. Therefore, I hide my mistakes. Therefore, I never correct my mistakes because people don't give me constructive feedback. I can't receive constructive feedback. I can't actually improve. Instead, I have to hide everything that I do. I can't look like an idiot. Therefore, I have a zit on my nose today. Therefore, I can't go on a date. So if we really look at it, ego restricts us in life. Right? Instead of actually living life, taking chances, learning from our mistakes, putting ourselves out there, we are so concerned about our image and how other people will treat us. We find it so devastating when people treat us poorly instead of acknowledging, hey, maybe I did something wrong and maybe this person is an asshole. Ego gets in the way in a huge way. So when we meditate, at the beginning, you're focusing on your breath and then you're having all these thoughts and you are a human sitting there trying to meditate. But then you will enter a certain state of consciousness where you have awareness without thought. You're not thinking about anything. You're not worrying about anything. You even stop to be a human. You're just one with the breath. This is a Sanskrit phrase called dhyan, which is a state of mind where the object of the meditation and the meditator merge into one. So you kind of lose yourself in the meditation. And my take on this as a psychiatrist who develops these techniques for patients is that spending time in an egoless state is really good for you. So there's a really interesting opposite of this, which is social media. So social media is all about ego. It's about my profile, my likes, the way that people perceive me, who I follow, who follows me, who comments, do they like this, do they not like this? So social media is all about projecting our ego out into the world. And we know that the more you use social media, the worse your mood gets, the worse your anxiety gets, the more body image issues you have. So we actually see a lot of evidence that spending time in egoless states improves your mental health, and spending time in ego-full states worsens your mental health. Now, the last thing about, improvement when it comes to meditation goes even beyond that. Now, this is the stuff that we have very little evidence for, which is sometimes when people meditate, they will have a profound spiritual transcendental experience. That's a little bit closer to something that's like psychedelics. Now, this kind of goes beyond the scope of what we're discussing today, but those experiences can be powerfully transformative and powerfully healing. So Kundalini awakening is like a good example of this, where the science just isn't there yet. So meditation has been developed over 6,000 years, maybe even longer, and we've only been studying it seriously for about 20 years. So there's a lot of stuff in meditation that it's not that it's not true, it's just that our scientific methodologies have not been focused on that for nearly as long, and we don't have good enough instruments to really detect what is going on in a transcendental spiritual experience. So the biggest mistake, in my opinion, on the meditation versus medication debate is how reflexive people are. So if you kind of think about it, if someone says, oh, I don't want to take medication, they don't critically look at why that is. If someone says, oh, I want to meditate instead of go see a psychiatrist, I want to heal myself naturally, they don't critically look at where that belief comes from, what are they avoiding, what are they afraid of, what are they longing for. So the first thing that you should do is be critical about your beliefs. Why do I believe this stuff and where does it come from? Second thing about being critical is what do you really know and what do you really not know? So the majority of people who make the wrong decision here, in my opinion, are people who are largely ignorant. They don't really understand how that psychiatric medication, just because it's symptomatic treatment, doesn't mean that it can't alter the trajectory of your life. Whether you become dependent on it or not is not about the medication. It depends on, once you start to feel better, are you willing to put in the work and effort to fix things in a more permanent way so that you can come off of the medication? So be critical, don't be reflexive. The next thing is that I think try both, right? So I think the best advice is to go see a mental health professional where you lay out what your challenges are, what your goals are, and then you see if medication is appropriate for you. You understand how it fits into your path to healing and health. And at the same time, you give meditation a shot. If you're someone who's loved your Adderall prescription, your stimulant prescription for 10 years and you can't live without it and it lets you function, try meditating. And for a lot of people who say, but I can't meditate on ADHD, I have a lot of trouble with that. So if you want more information about all this stuff, we have Dr. K's Guides to Mental Health, where I go through my approaches on meditation for depression, for anxiety, for ADHD. We teach y'all specific practices that will help you with particular problems. There's a guide to trauma as well. So if y'all are interested in more detailed information on all these topics, definitely check those out.
Okay. So I haven't posted a video on YouTube for like a week, and I have 20 videos ready to post. I'm just depressed right now. I have like a blockage. I don't know. It's another low. They come in waves. But this low, I guess, is above the last low. So we're making progress. I very much need much more routine in my life. Like a set time to wake up, meditate, clean up, work, stream, even like for the smallest things. Like, I don't know, everything with hygiene, brushing teeth, and then tidy up, basically. I don't know, I think about it like as many things as I can to put into a routine, and then go with that for like a long time, and like no matter what. And see if it fails, why it would fail, and stuff. And I believe I need this, and it's gonna be very good. And as I said, the meditation right now, currently, it looks like this. I wake up, I immediately put on the positive self-affirmation that I made the video in German. And then I let it play one time, two times, however much time I need in the morning to make like a little meal, food, toilet, and stuff. But I'm not sitting down, going within myself, I'm doing all these other things. But if I if I actually sit down and think about consciously, maybe that can have another impact. And then the same goes for the night routine. Imagine meditating morning and evening. That would be so sick. The thing is, you can't just like turn off the PC and go into meditation. You need like a shutdown phase and stuff. I'm gonna try and make like the most detailed schedule I can think of for like a week and then just try it out, because you have to think about stuff that comes unexpected, like you have to go buy something, buy groceries anyways. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I was gonna record like a vlog update because I haven't done it last week. So I might do that now. So yeah, ChatGPT is gonna be helping me for sure. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe I still have to figure out like a day where I wanna be offline. Maybe Mondays. Saturday, Sunday are way too good to not stream. Just play games. Maybe we take Monday off. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm not sure if I can work out tomorrow. It looks like it though. So maybe. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. Instagram and stuff. Okay, see you later.